Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship. It's finally time, 2025, and we get to hit on Winter Split. My name is Alexandre Arsharaumaya. I will be your host, but I'm not alone. We need more people to start this show because I know a lot of people are watching, new viewers as well, and I'll welcome everyone. So let's introduce the desk for today. We have Solari and Foxtrot. Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's been a while, mate. It's been a while since we've been here. I'm excited to be back again. We had a lot of good times last year in NLC, and I'm not gonna lie, I have a sneaky suspicion, just a hunch, really, that this split for NLC is gonna be even sexier. So yeah, I'm ready for it. I can't wait to see what we're gonna be cooking up here.
I hope so much that you're right, Foxtrot, because I'm all in for it. I'm a relatively new face here, so hi, but still happy to be here because, oh my god, looking into what NLC has in store for this split, I am so damn excited.
And I just gotta say this, as you know, we have Arozzi with us, those beautiful chairs. Solari already has a chair, and apparently it brings a sword. I don't know, I'm still waiting for mine. I hope it brings like a spear and a shield. But I don't know if that's how you ask for those. As we move on, we need to talk about the castles because, yeah, you have a desk, but also who's going to be screaming inside of the Rift. Also, new Rift, by the way, if you didn't see Arcane, I don't know what you do with your life. Tell me, who's casting today? I know that's a loud individual, but there's Trouble Week. She's back. I'm so happy.
She's back. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to have Trouble back. It's been like 2 years. It's been like 2 years since we casted together. I missed you so much, Georgia. Also,
No, stop! Don't do this, guys. I'm so happy to be here working with you
Okay.
again.
Lovely little bit of niceties paid to trouble. Now a bit of Archer bullying time. Archer, this is actually not a negative bully. You finally got rid of the Tumu webcam. You're looking good. You're looking sharp, brother.
Yes. But I had some issues with the webcam on rehearsal, by the way. So
know,
the
I
webcam
know
was
you
not
did.
working. I got terrified by using that 420 pixel webcam, but we're finally in full HD. You can see that I'm still wearing this weird
Wait,
piece of equipment.
So
I'm waiting
you
for my
couldn't
chair.
tell if there were 2 buttons open or 3, but now you can very clearly tell how many buttons are open. That's great.
You can
Archer.
see
Happy
every
to be
hair
back,
on
mate.
that. You can see every hair on that chest, man. Look at him, like a gorilla.
I'm Portuguese. Welcome to the show. I can't wait to hear you inside of the Rift. Best of luck, because there's a lot of new eyes, a lot of new teams, a lot of new players, and mega players. We have the Messi of League on NLC, so I'm just saying that. Keep that
It's gonna
in
be a
mind.
good
I hope
season.
You're ready. And woo! Let's jump into desk. I'll see you soon. I love some bullying. I love some bullying.
I mean, there are
miss
worse
this
ways to get
place.
bullied, mate. You
Yeah.
are just glazed, and James like, a little bit of bullying. Come on, bro. What's
got
that
lucky.
about?
Yeah.
You
I got
got to
lucky.
step up your bullying game, man. Also,
We have Duckling tomorrow, don't worry,
Ah,
we'll
there
step
you
it up. But also, you've seen the chair that Solari is sitting. You've seen the chair that Trouble Inc. is sitting. This is not even the chair. I couldn't count this as a chair. My chair doesn't even function properly. I'm still waiting for mine. So, do you want the chair back at home? I swear you
Yeah.
do. I know you do. You're just sitting on those weird garden chairs, I know, plastic, so you can be part of the group of the cool kids by winning an Arozzi chair. And how do you do that? This is quite simple. Go on to NLC on X on Twitter, then on to Arozzi Chairs on Instagram, like, retweet the post. And if you think, oh, I have a lot of time to do that, no! We're gonna give away one of these chairs by the end of January. Just saying, look at that beautiful thing. I'm actually kind of jealous. But yeah, you can win one of these. I'm actually retweeting right now. There you go. I should hope for mine soon. And how do you feel about this? Hey, Fox.
Yeah.
Here's your chair.
it's a beautiful chair, mate. It's great for gaming. You a little bit of dissing to the plastic garden chairs. I will say, if you want to cry in the shower, but you want to sit down doing it, the plastic chair's better for that. I'm just gonna say it, right? Just pointing that out there. The Arozzi chair isn't quite as good for that, but for other things at your desk, I'd say it's quite premium.
I learned something today.
Didn't we all?
Yeah. Do you want to learn something new as well? And I'm
Yes.
just saying this because NLC has a new entire format. And a lot of people are wondering, how does it work? Huh? They're doing that weird face with the cat, like, huh? And I know one of those individuals is Casual, because today, during his morning stream, he was confused about how NLC format works. So with that in mind, let's see the video by Medic himself.
Hello everyone. 2025 is fast approaching, and along with it, big and exciting changes to the NLC ecosystem. Sharpen your ears, get comfortable, and let's dive right into the changes that are coming to the NLC Division 1 and below. Starting at the top of the ecosystem with NLC Division 1. In 2025, we are waving farewell to the old NLC format and are replacing it with a new, dynamic, and more exciting league format. First things first, the league moves to a 3-split format like the rest of the ERL system, bringing more action across the year. Now to the actual format changes, isolated to the NLC. With teams competing in the ecosystem with many different countries, it's time to see more of them compete at the top. To achieve that, the number of teams will increase from 8 to 10, just like you once knew it. For each split, the teams will compete in a 7-week format consisting of 2 stages, a seeding stage and a playoff stage. The seeding stage will consist of a single round robin with teams divided into 2 groups based on the standings of the last split. From the seeding stage, the teams will be placed into one big double elimination bracket, which will be played out from week 2 to 7. This is where all teams get their chance to show what they've got in a best-of format. Say goodbye to best-of-1 matches and say hello to the potential of historic runs. Moving on to the changes to the layers below our top division. Let's take the biggest change first. NLC Division 2 will be removed completely. While this might seem like a drastic change, it's all with the intention of improving the system as a whole and making the national leagues more impactful like back in the day. It's time to bring national rivalries to the forefront of the ecosystem, and this is a big leap towards that. With this change, you can look forward to seeing the national leagues flourish even more as they get closer to the upper level of the ecosystem. With the removal of Division 2, the NLC RPS will in 2025 transition to an annual promotion tournament between NLC Division 1 and the national leagues, where the teams competing in a national league will accumulate championship points across the 3 splits to qualify to the NLC RPS. And that's not all. Let's look at the long-term plans moving forward, because the 2025 changes won't be all you'll see coming to the NLC. From 2026 and forward, the league will take a structural shift, which is set to enhance the importance of the national leagues and boost competition across the board. As these are big changes for everyone involved, 2025 will be a transitional year to get everything set in place. Starting in 2026, the NLC teams will join their respective national leagues and play on a national level alongside their participation in NLC Division 1. This change is meant to further bridge the gap between NLC and the national leagues. Each national league will have slots that lead into the top division. Teams can change on a yearly basis, with the NLC being played alongside the national leagues throughout the year. National league teams will accumulate championship points throughout the year, and at the end of the year, the teams with the most points from each national league will have a chance to promote to the NLC the following year. To boost the new system, we're introducing NLC Roadshows, which will take the competition to live venues across the NLC countries. Expect awesome live events that bring the action closer to you than it's ever been before. That's it. The NLC plans are set in stone to bring you competitive action like never before. Keep an eye on the NLC social media channels for more updates on the new format. Are you ready?
This is so simple. This is like 4 days of setting up playoffs non-stop. So whoever wins moves on, whoever loses goes on to lower. If you lose again, you're gone. It's quite simple. And the best part of it is we have road shows. And that means we'll have like offline events where players will be playing. This was our excuse to make sure that Kassing leaves his house. So yeah, there you go. With this in mind, any doubts that you have or anything we'd like to chip in, Desk?
If we go somewhere and I get to shake Reckless hand, I will never wash that hand again. That's all I can say.
All right, you guys are unhinged. I'm just looking forward to seeing some quality League of Legends. Look, listen, I just have to say, you guys messed up when I'm the voice of reason on the desk. Can I just say that? Like, I know you guys have stooped to a new low. So think about what you've done. All right, think about what you've done. I'm so keen to see how NLC progresses, though. Like you say, we've got like two days of figuring out playoffs, and then it's all hype, it's all action. We ain't mentioned it yet. Loads of playoffs means loads of fearless, right?
Yes.
We saw fearless last year. We're seeing it again this year, and it's fun as hell. I think it's a fantastic addition to draft. I love it in League.
Yeah. Honestly, Fearless is the best thing here, you know, because we're getting like the full Fearless for all of the best of 3s and best of 5s, and it's only 2 weeks without the Fearless, so we're jumping into the funnest of the action very soon.
The best part of this Fearless, it's the hardcore Fearless, where if someone picks it, you're no longer allowed to use it, and that's really complicated for the players. I know, I apologize. Some people actually have to have a champion pool, and that is going to be quite complicated. But also, you know how this is going to work, but who's going to be playing? Let's show you how the play days will behave. We split 10 teams into 5 teams on 2 groups, and we'll have 4 play days. On play day 1 and play day 3, Group A is going to play. On play day 2 and play day 4, Group B is going to play. That's how we're going to decide and see how teams will interact as we move on into playoffs. And with that in mind, you want to know how the teams actually look like. Well, it's not Medic, but it's Foxtrot, that gentleman, the voice of reason, by the way, who's going to be talking to you about that. He says that I can't think. Well, I'm a top laner, so that's his suit. Let's show the video.
The NLC is back and primed for its most exciting split ever. Probably familiar with some of the big names coming through to the league. Los Ratones, spearheaded by Cadril. You've got the GOAT of bot lane role swap to support some of the most skilled LEC players that we've had the pleasure of watching, some fresh blood, and of course, that Psycho in the top lane. The Ruddy Sack with 2 Western GOATs in their roles and huge personalities throughout the rest of their roster. And let's not forget about Nord, 4 ex-LEC players, years of LEC experience, and the German GOAT in the mid lane. But you need more than 3 teams to fill out a league. So who are these other teams and who are some players that we should be looking out for? Let's start with Bulldog, new to the NLC this split and a name that you will definitely recognize. Kusing, a complete legend of the UK league scene, over a decade of Pro League of Legends experience, multiple LEC stints. The last time that Kusing was here in the NLC, he was part of the Lions Creed super team that won it all, so he knows a thing or two about bringing home the bacon in the NLC. For DMG, a staple team here in the NLC, we want to take a look at their 2 returning players, the top and jungler Bucci and Bitzer. For the 19-year-old Swedish prodigy in the top, the Bucci gang, this will mark his 2nd year playing competitive league. He's always been a bright spot on some otherwise middling teams here in the NLC. He's able to play weak side and carry from top, and he has some banging interviews, so I think you guys are going to like him. Bitzer, on the other hand, is just the consummate facilitator from the jungle. Exceptionally scary when he can play something with a bit of agency. The Jarvans and the Vise. Chaos are another new team here in the NLC who got in through the last chance qualifiers. For a lot of these guys, it's their first time playing on a tier 1 stage, and we've got to be taking a look at the mid lane. Zui, very talented mid laner, got a very wide champion pool as well. Keep an eye on his Casio. You might also recognize their top laner, Turtle. He played in the NNO Cup on Agurin's team in June. Turtle likes to play those carry style tops, so between their 2 solo laners, Chaos could be scary. Verdant is a very proud org that's been part of the NLC system since 2021. When they've been here at the top flight, they always finish highly. They got a completely new roster this time around. A lot of focus, I think, will be on the mid lane with Ronaldo. This man certainly knows his way around a regional league. He's been a part of both Fnatic and Misfits Academy systems back in the day. A lot of experience and a lot of pedigree coming from there. I also have to shout out No Name, their jungler, because he's a British jungler. Might be a little bit biased from me on that though. Luncris Lightside is another team that returns to the NLC. Keep your eyes on that bot lane, Rusty Sniper. This man will absolutely carry his games, and in times where his teams aren't playing very well, he's still very reliable, very stable down in that bot lane, and he has a Draven pocket pick too, so you always have to respect that. For the Rich Gang, another new team here in the NLC, you've got to keep your eyes in that top lane, Banderas. Banderas is an NLC champion. He was part of that Lions Creed super team that won it all this time last year. He's a fantastic carry style top laner. He is especially good on split pushes, and he also has a very mean Cassante. But also, to be fair, Cassante is just a load of horseshit. And for the last but definitely not least team to introduce to you today, Venom Crest, our reigning NLC champions. Venom Crest has gone for a complete roster overhaul this split, which is something they're not unfamiliar with. They did it when they first joined the NLC, and to be honest, they've not done too bad for themselves. I mean, they kind of won it all. I'm keeping my eyes on Lofty in that mid lane. He's been popping off in the Swedish regional league, helping his team finish first in both the regular season and the playoffs. Very, very proficient on these kind of control style mid laners, but also has a very, very nasty pocket Talia. Keep your eyes peeled for that. The NLC starts on the 15th of January, twitch.tv/NLC LOL, 6 p.m. CET. Be there.
Foxdrop, and we'll be talking about it as we move. And apparently, I'm frozen, I think.
Yay!
Yeah.
Well, at least you look good, okay? You look very serious.
Yeah.
Horrible. Continue as we're going to be talking about schedule for today. And I'll try to fix this as fast as possible. But let's understand what games are we going to be watching today. There you go. Talk about them if possible.
Yeah, it's Group A today, right? So we've we've got Nord versus Los Ratones, our first game of the day. I think that's the one we've got to be pretty hyped about, right? Like both these rosters coming in here, pretty sexy stuff. 5 games down as well. Each of these teams will be playing twice. So if you play a first game and you mess it up, it's okay. You got another chance for redemption.
But what if you mess a second time, though? That's where it's going to get a bit complicated, right?
Yeah. You're a bit dunzo. You're a bit dunzo there if you fluff up both your games. But
I mean,
that's
you're
kind
not
of just how
fully
it
done,
works.
right? Though you're just going to the losers bracket. It's like not a big deal yet.
It's not the
Everybody's
worst.
getting to the playoffs. That's all that matters.
Oh, I love it. So you know what games are we going to watch today, but also what do you predict? Because all the teams or all the casters have to predict on who they think is going to win on that specific day. Okay, it's kind of, well, there's a mix in the end, in the middle as well, but there's a lot of people believing in Los Gatos. Oh, Foxdrop, you had to do it. I love it. Explain.
That's it, mate. You got to throw a little bit of spice into the predictions there. I mean, this could easily happen, man. Los Ratones, yeah, they're great, but no, they're no slouches either, dude.
I believe anything you want to say, Solari, because we kind of the same.
I am a little bit upset about my second prediction actually for the second game of the day because I thought I predicted Bulldog. I felt like they have one Polish guy in the team, so I feel like I'm contractually obligated to only predict Bulldog in all of their games, but I messed up.
Well, it is what it is. It's not going to change. So if you lose, well, we'll flame you for that. I'm so sorry I'm so sorry. I know, Jake.
That's how it
please
works.
Don't bully me. Don't bully more with this webcam. I'm so sorry. So let's talk about Group A. We have 5 teams. We have Bulldog Esports, Lightside, we have Verdant, and we have Nord and Los Ratones. I'm going to ask you like briefly to talk to me about Bulldog, Lightside, and Verdant, and then we'll leave Los Ratones and Nord towards the end. Go. It's a fast one. Solari.
I will start with the Bulldog, okay? Because I really like this team. Not just because they have one Polish player, they also have Kazink, their support, who is the most experienced player on this roster, has been through numerous competitions, and it feels like he's the one who's going to help the rest of the team grow. But I really wanted to look at the top laner, because Mierek is an exceptional case. He started playing professionally at 17 years old only, has been through Ultraliga, has helped a team qualify into Division 1 in Ultraliga, and then he left to compete in NLC right now. And honestly, this is a guy who can grow so much throughout this split. You gotta watch out for him.
Obviously, that photo from Kasing is from 10 years ago. We move on to the next one. Lightside, Foxdrop, tell me.
Yeah, I mean, Lightside, they'll be seen as underdogs here in Group A, but you really have to respect these guys. There's a lot of experience from the NLC. We've got Harbour and Rusty Sniper, who've been around for a long time. But Hybraj comes over from Natives. He and Leah Lacargo are two, they were both on Natives playing in the Aurora Cup. They come over here to Lightside. And you know, jungle support synergy is quite important, so this team will already have that advantage over the others. And Rusty Sniper is always someone that you've got to look at, right? I said it in that little video there, but he's such a good bot laner, always giving you a chance to win games. He can hard carry your games as well, so I could just never count him out, man. He's such a quality player.
I think people are sleeping on LLS. I know there's a lot of hype towards other teams, but LLS is looking extremely good. And for those of you who were able to peek at scrims, they've been getting some good results. But with that in mind, what about Verdant, Solari, before we move on to Nord?
Verdant gotta be your favorite team, Artyom, right? Because they have two, not one, but two Portuguese guys on the roster.
There you go! That's how it works!
And I feel like Puppeteer, I'm focusing a lot on the top laners, but honestly, Puppeteer is such an interesting case here because he's coming into NLC straight from Ornithosis from the Greek League, and he has been looking so promising in there and wherever he's been playing before. If you've been following EMEA Masters, you also know just how explosive for top laner he can be. I feel like Verdant have such a good pickup in him in their roster. And of course, the second Portuguese, the Obstinados, if I pronounce that correctly.
Yeah.
He has... Actually, I didn't expect that. But he, along with No Name, has been playing in the NLC, right? Already. So it's like a return of the guys.
It's interesting that we have two Portuguese players on this roster, and none of them are called Ronaldo. Yes.
Actually, that's a big mistake.
Can I just say as well about this team, that eyebrow game is strong.
Oh,
It's
damn.
the
I mean,
Portuguese,
look at that.
you know? Look at that.
Look
No,
at that,
everyone.
dude. It's good, and No Name's British. He's like the only British guy I think here in NLC that isn't Kasing, right? So yeah, I'm excited to see how they perform for sure.
With the eyebrows, I love it.
With the eyebrows as well.
We saved Nord and Los Ratones towards the end specifically because they're going to be playing on the first game of today. So this is going to be a best of one. I know it's fearless, but it's only one game, so it's not going to be affected by it.
Yeah.
And look at these rosters. This is looking extremely interesting, and I'm going to give you a little bit of time to debate about both rosters and how they're going to clash against each other. But I had an interview with Michael from Nord Esports, and he was saying that the way he wants to approach the split and with Nord itself is the gentleman roster, the gentleman team. They're going to bring up the class. For Los Ratones, you look at that and you see a lot of experience, you see a lot of knowledge and skill, and you have the boss. I think boss is like above, so that's why I saved them for the last part of it. So how are they going to clash against each other, and how big are these teams?
I mean, I think for starters, like, if you just look at, we'll start with Nord first, right? Like, as a squad, there's so much experience at the top flight with these guys. Like, it's insane. Even the members that are potentially not haven't stuck around as long in the LEC have a surprising amount of experience. Like bot lane, like Xmati and Treats, right? And Treats even spent time over in NA. He was coaching Dig most recently too. There's a whole abundance of experience there, and arguably their least experienced player, which will be No Name in the mid lane. This guy's been dominating regional leagues, EU Masters since the dawn of time, since they've been a thing, right? He's always been problematic for his opponents there. Like he's a crazy good mid laner, great carry mid laner as well, and I just think they have so many threats on their team. Considering they're not Ratones or Ruddy, which are getting a lot of the like hype coming into NLC, Nord demands some respect, bro. They really do. Like, this is a solid lineup, and I think this might just be like the two best teams that we see here in the entire NLC, and we're seeing them right now in game number 1.
First game of all. That is so powerful. Los Ratones, Solari. Los Ratones.
I mean, they have the current world champion on their roster. What else can you say about them? This is such an interesting roster, though, because if you think about it, the idea that Cadril said when they were combining the team together was that they are taking more experienced players and combining them with the rookies so that the team can kind of grow throughout the tournament and later on as they continue hopefully playing with the same roster. But they were talking about Veda as their rookie, so their jungler as their rookie. But if you actually look at him, he's not a rookie at all, because he has been playing in the Baltics region before it got merged with Ultraliga. Rest in peace, Ultraliga. He has been also a part of that, playing just very well in solo queue by himself, because last year in July, I believe, he has reached top 1 of solo queue on EU West. This guy is insane. He has some professional experience. I think he doesn't have a lot of it, and that's where people like Reckless, for example, have, of course, massive competitive experience, are coming in to help him and the rest of the team out.
Yeah, there's not a single name on that team that doesn't perform. Velja on the jungle, I've been watching him recently, like taking a lot of attention towards that member. He's one of the only members that I didn't follow previously. And when I started watching him, like, nah, this guy knows what he's doing. His Nidalee is just absurd. His Karner as well. Like Viego, Vi, Jarvan, you name it. It's ridiculous, the champion pool that he has. And you brought like a specific topic that I love. Like they have a world champion, Reckless. But also, they're the ones who defeated the world champions with Reckless in Paris. So it's Los Ratones. And we jump into Champion Select out of the blue. There we go. This is going to start. Where should we be focusing? Foxtrot and Solari, guide me. Because I know this Wukong on the hands of Velja is way too powerful.
Shouldn't we focus a little bit on the top lane though? Because we have an insane matchup there. Yeah, we have Varys versus Vizichati. These two players, I am honestly looking forward so much to see how they're going to be playing against each other. You gotta remember though that Los Ratones so far have had like 80% win rate in their scrims against other teams. Scrims don't always, as we've seen with the Chudu example, rotate well into the actual experience, but it's promising either way.
Definitely. We're getting a lot of bans coming through here already towards, this Gragas is a classic top lane against Baus as well. He's been absolutely solid on that. But there's so many picks. There's so many picks right now. And this being quite early on in the season as well, right? Like we can look towards the LCK and LPL, which have already started up, and we can kind of see what's going on. The meta's not massively different to what we saw from the end of 2024. But still, I feel like at this point, you know, when you're in the NLC and you've got the lineups that you're seeing here, a lot of what you want to ban is comfort, right? And this is it, right? I always feel as well, a team which has a jungler that can put his team on his back and carry is a team that is so hard to draft against, because a lot of times junglers feel a more supportive role, a role where you just pick a champion that facilitates your team, like Vi. Or then when you're playing versus Velia, you know, this guy will, as you mentioned, Archer, whip out the Nidalee and 1v9 and completely just bring down the thunder. Like, it's so hard to play against. But we got some pretty locked in here with the Corki being responded by Varus and Vi for Nord.
I like this because Varus is so important on the meta right now, and I heard them talk about the Varus itself. Los Ratones were talking about the Varus and the importance of it. They bring in the Corki that can be a flex for Nemesis and Crowny. It's interesting, and they let the Vi go as well. So might as well pick some more lock in on the mid lane for no way, so the Vi and the mid lane can work. But with the Galio, that can be a flex because of the existence of Baus. This is interesting. They have a double flex.
They have a lot of flex, yeah.
Galio is a flex for Ratonis as well. Baus has played it top,
Yeah.
and Nemesis plays it mid. So Jarvan and Galio here, disgusting combo, and they've still got a lot of flexibility here in the draft.
Yeah, they're having a lot of their own lockdown as well as Nord can start and facilitate the fights with the combo of Varus plus Vi and have really good backline access. So do Los Ratones right now, which means the team fights are going to be explosive, especially now if we're adding Victor to the equation and we're talking about the duo of Vi plus a strong mid laner. Victor is a very consistent mid laner that you can work around as a jungler in the early game.
Second phase of bans. Tell me, Fox. I know there's something
Just a
in
lot
your
of
mind.
range, a lot of range here coming
Yeah.
through from Nord, which I think is important, right? Like, you don't want to get close to someone like Galio, Jarvan. That's really tough. Depending on Varus's build, obviously, like if you do more of that on-hit build, you're lower range, but lethality, you can have more range. But like Victor with his lasers and all that stuff it's all good stuff here for Nord to kind of be able to play a little bit safe. And I'm thinking they're a bit wary here of the powerful engage that Ratones have picked up for themselves. So we'll see how that develops here and how that continues. And I think the support picks right now are actually going to be really critical.
Yeah.
Right? Like both these supports here from both teams. Like, do you pick up some more hard engage if you are Ratones? And I was going to say for Nord, do you dedicate a little bit more to disengage? Which for we see this ban here from Ratones, like, if you get rid of the Renata Glass, like that is a very good disengage style champ, right? So we're seeing it. Both these teams know, they understand the assignment, they know what's going on, and they don't want the other team to get that wombo combo.
Yeah,
I was
we don't
expecting
want-
this Rakan for
Yeah,
Hercules.
exactly. Because he has been playing it a lot, and it is exactly
So
the champion that
good.
would suit so well right now into what Los Ratones have been drafting so far, adding a lot more hard engage into the composition. There still are some options available though for Reckless if they still want to go into that option. So something like Rel or Leona, for example, with a bit more tankiness to survive the initial engage would look really nice here too.
Or even the Alistar, you take away the Braum, so
Yeah.
it allows Alistar to go in, be unstoppable when he uses his ultimate, and even tank a little bit more damage. That's a triple front line, allowing someone else to bring more damage. I know this Akali is being removed because they still have the idea that this Galio could go top, could go mid. They're not aware of it. Oh, this is not a champion that Baus likes to play against, but there you go. It's gonna be
Who
something.
likes to play against Cassandra Archer?
No
Name
one.
one.
Nobody.
No one
Name
likes
one.
Cassandra.
Exactly.
The existence of the champion. I
Disgusting.
mean, Arcane should have been about him, not about Victor. You know.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. But this just suits so well into Vizichachi's hands because
Do
Vizichachi
it.
historically has been such a consistent weak side on the top lane that you know you can rely on. But please
Do
tell
it.
me this Cho'Gath is gonna be picked.
He said it. It's
said
competitive
it.
ready. He said it. There's
Yes,
a video
it's
of him.
Alright.
already ready.
Shut
Alright.
up. He's gonna nom nom.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's going top lane. That's Baus right there. That's Baus's
That's
Cho'Gath.
Baus. That's
Yeah,
Baus.
for sure. Cool. A lot of
green
push and
now.
pressure there for top. Yeah, this is it. You got endless sustain as well with the Cho'Gath passive, and you can just push Cassandra in. You should have Pro there too. You can already see, like, we want to pick something aggressive bot side because you really want a lane to play around. If you're Velia, you don't have that right now. Like, you can't really play into Galio versus Victor. I don't think you ever want to go. I mean, come on. When does Baus ever get jungle attention from his own team? Like, that's not going to happen. So you just want to sit bot, right? Like, you got Corki Rel. I think this is you got the option there to go aggressive. You got some CC, and I would imagine Treats wants to pick something that can disengage. It can chill out a little bit here. Your options are a tad limited, obviously, with these bans, but you know, you can just go back to something very simple with that point and click headbutt, keep yourself safe.
Well, I like this. I'm in love with both compositions, and we've seen them battle on one of those scrims. It's completely public, so you can watch it and rewatch it. But now it's on to officials. Every game counts a lot because it's going to be part of your seeding as you move on to playoffs. So I'm going to make a question for both of you. Salari, Foxtrot, who's going to win it? I need the biscuit, and keep in mind that whoever wins at the end of the day will get a point, and by the end of the split, the analyst with most points will get something.
Oh, I get something. Well, since you
Yes,
put it that way, I mean, the stakes are so high.
It's a gift from me.
It could be anything. It could be anything. So I look
cookie.
forward to getting my mansion on Ferrari by predicting that Nord will win this one, because I think that for Adonis, you've got really one major threat, which is crowning on Corki. I don't really like the fact that, you know, aside from that, you're kind of lacking a little bit of your offensive threats.
I see a point, Fox, and I kind of agree with it, but I'm still gonna go with Los Ratones in this one because I love the hyper aggressiveness that this draft is bringing in. They can control the neutral objectives so well, and with the changes to the bounty system, with the neutral objectives that they gotta take as early in the game as possible, and with J4 and a strong bot lane in their team, I feel like this is a very good grounds for success for them. So I'm going to go with Los Ratones.
Okay, it's split between the desk, but what about the casters? We're about to jump into the first game of the split for NLC, Arozzi NLC. Keep in mind, there's Atakan, there's Feats of Strength, and there's the boys back. It's Solari! No, Solari, it's Trouble! In hip right, hit it away! I had to. That's a mistake.
He's had too much coffee before the show, man. That guy is wired right now. Hello and welcome to the caster desk as we're getting ready to go into the first game of 2025 here at the NLC. And what a banger to open on, right? Like, we were talking quite a lot prior to the show starting, and we both kind of agreed that if there's a team in Group A that is going to take out Los Ratones, it probably is Nord. These guys are very stacked and very capable. So I'm curious of your thoughts now that we've seen the draft trouble on how you think this is going to go and, you know, where we're sitting at going into game number 1.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone for tuning in. This is an incredible thing that's happening to the NLC. Hats off to every pro player that's coming to the NLC to bang heads with each other. And I agree with you. Nord, some people even have Nord number 1 in this particular group over Los Ratones. If you look at the people that are playing there, Chachi with so much experience. Treats has been a jungler, a support. He's gone over to coach in NA. He's come back. He's playing again. Xmati has been around the block for the entire time. And like, you've also got Santorin and No Way. You've got many pro players, like actual pro players who have been in the scene for so long, going up against some of the best Mr. Rat himself has accumulated for Los Ratones on the other side. Now, I want to jump into the draft with you a little bit because we were both discussing it a little bit backstage, and we realized that Los Ratones are pretty much like the Three Musketeers, all for one kind of thing. If Brownie dies on that Corki, it's very little damage, but the if he dies is huge because he's got 4 tanks in front of him.
He does have 4 tanks in front of him. I do worry about the Vi. I feel like, you know, the ability just to press R and then slide into the backline. The question is then can you get through the tanks to the Corki on the backline? If he holds his Valkyrie for once the Vi lands, he can then put some space between him and then Vi and then basically encircle a Vi in the middle of your team. But I do worry that, you know, there's a lot of range on the side of Nord. They have that kind of guaranteed engage on the 1 damage dealer that is going to be on this Corki. So, yeah, you do have your concerns going in off the back of that. But if Los Ratones can execute on what they're looking to do as a team here, where, you know, you've got the ability for Galio to kind of impact the side lanes as they please. You know, once the level 6 comes, you can go top, you can go bot and turn the tides of a fight that's going on there. You have that kind of big team fight you've got put together with the Jarvan being the major engage, getting a Cataclysm in to the grand entrance from the Galio, and then providing you can peel for that Corki. This game is going to be very hard for Nord, but I don't think they're out of options. They've got my favorite ADC in the tournament. Full stop. Xmati. No, Xmati, not the champion. I thought
you were talking about champions for a second, man.
No. Hey, my favorite ADC in the
players.
Oh, I do. He's from my hometown. I have to. We have a little pause, so I can give you a little bit of a story on why I feel guilty and I have to like X-Maddie.
Go
So
back,
we're both from Guildford. Yeah, go for it. We're both from Guildford in England. He went to the posh school in Guildford, like the really I wasn't either rich or smart enough to get into this school. X-Maddie apparently
was clearly smarter than you.
He's definitely smarter than me. I didn't go.
And
I wasn't
better
in,
at League? Like, is that a self-roast that you're doing right now, or?
I mean, yeah. I mean, look at him and look at me. I haven't played in the LFL.
Or
But you know, all I'm saying, or the LEC, all I'm saying is, kids from my school used to throw rocks at kids from X-Matty's schools. So I there's a little bit of guilt there. I never would have thrown a rock at X-Matty though, because I'm significantly older than him, so we were not in school around the same time. But I did throw rocks at his peers, so that's a little bit of an insight on why I'm guilt tripped into liking X-Matty so much. Also, he's really bloody good at the game.
Well, I'm glad you finished this whole story with, hey, you know why I've been talking about throwing rocks? Which do not throw rocks at people, please.
They're only little ones, like pebbles. They weren't like, I wasn't throwing like a boulder.
They can only blind you, it's fine. It's like, you'll be fine. They'll only blind you.
Below the shirt.
Let's go
Below the
back,
shirt.
maybe, to a guy who likes creating rocks, such as the Jarvan. Now, Valley is going to be piloting this game. I am very worried for both of these junglers, particularly on the side of Centaurin piloting the Vi. Vi is one of those... Okay. I call it vulnerable Vi or solo Vi. When Vi doesn't have a buddy to jump into the backline with, to follow through, it becomes a little bit dangerous, especially if your early game plays don't go well. And you're playing against another early game champion, which is the Jarvan. That's why I want to keep our attention in the jungle for at least the very early stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That jungle mid synergy is something that we've talked about for a long time in League of Legends now, but it is a major factor in what can kind of turn these early skirmishes. Like you said, with that Jarvan and the Galio, there's a very real kind of synergy between the two in the way that both their ults sync up, but also their six fights sync up with their ability to kind of lock down and CC someone. Or on the other hand, the Victor... You know, he's going to come and offer a lot of damage. Victor's damage is no joke, but you don't really have that kind of like initial follow-up and that kind of chain CC that Los Ratones have put together for themselves. But just defensive lines across the board. No one going for any early cheesy first bloods to get those feat of strengths snowballing in their favor. The boss is forced back. Not going to get... I thought Vizicachi was going to try and be a menace, but he's not.
We do have pretty much scaling on both teams. We've got Toga, something what these kind of champions want to do towards that late game. They want to be that front line for the teams. Los Ratones, I really like the fact that they've got a lot of peel, but you do have a bunch of engage opportunities as well. Reckless on the Rel, you've got Velia onto this Jarvan, you've got the backup from Nemesis onto this Galio. You've got backup for your side lanes as well. I mean, we might have the Messi of League in NLC, in our league, but he is a little bit susceptible to dying sometimes, just here and there. It's not a reoccurring effect. So Nemesis right here does have the tools, if you will, sort of support on a side lane, whether it is Crowny that's in danger or Baus that's in danger towards the top side of the map. You do have that with level 6 onto the Galio to be able to be on an instant onto the side.
Yeah, absolutely. Nemesis getting heavily bullied, though, early by here on No Ways Victor. We did actually talk a little bit about, well, we didn't talk, but on air, but we talked privately about how No Ways champ pool is pretty much the Corki and the Victor. The Victor being his most played.
Victor guy.
He is the Victor guy. It's his most played champion ever in professional play. The Corki is his highest win rate, so it was a really big denial there from Los Ratones to pick that up, and definitely seemed like a pretty well thought out plan by them going into this one, but they did give that Victor up, so Nemesis early going to be feeling the brunt of that, but Hollow Radiance should be coming in fairly soon, and once you get that, or at least the Spectre's Cow, kind of be able to handle that lane a little bit better.
See Nemesis as well, teleporting back to lane. If you're wondering, hey, why is this guy traveling? Why can I see the porter traveling through the rift? These are the new teleport changes. Teleport is much slower right now, so... Oh, hold on a minute. Reckless, loot too deep.
Reckless going very low, and there it is. He's burning down. They don't find the kill. Crowley now turns it onto Treats. X-Maddie doesn't really have much of a backup, and Treats is flashless. First blood to Crowley.
World champion appearance right there from Reckless. Great engage goes a little bit too deep. The unmount, though, comes through from Rel with the shield open up. Treats overextends just slightly, and look at that timing. Velia already bot lane.
X-Matty, he's got cleanse, but he hasn't got that flash, and I don't think he's going to be able to do much about this. Velia secures Crowny his second kill, and that feed and protect the Corki already going well for Los Ratones.
Hey, we said from the beginning, all eggs are gonna be into Crowny's basket, and right now, 4 minutes in, 2 kills already onto this Corki is going to be extremely strong, especially when we're talking about feats of strength, right? Which we haven't necessarily talked about a lot. This is a new addition to League of Legends. If you haven't watched any league internationally, there's basically 3 turns that you have to complete 2 out of to get extra goodies. So right now, it would be First Blood, First Tower, and 2 out of 3 neutral objectives. We're talking 3 Void Grubs, we're talking Dragon, we're talking Baron, we're talking Atakan. Any neutral objective that spawns on the map and is taken by a team, this will count towards that third one. So far, Los Ratones, obviously, with the First Blood, they have already won for themselves, and they're looking to possibly complete that.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like bit of proxy farming coming in. No surprises, really, from this particular player. Yeah. It took us 5 minutes to see him go in proxy. But Treat's just done a little bit of information gathering. He's going deeper. Oh no, this is bad for him. I think he's in danger. You're not on Scion anymore, buddy. In comes Santorin, looking for the knock-up, able to make the connection. Boss just going to make sure he catches most of this wave. Actually, doing a fair amount of damage. He has 6. I don't know if he's going to have enough. Eats a minion. Oh, no, he doesn't. I thought he ate a minion there. Did eat a minion on the way out, just to make sure he cleared the wave. It's what he does. It's successful, and ultimately, it's actually good for his team, because Velia now going to be able to turn their attention towards this Hextech Drake before the grubs have spawned. And this means Los Ratones, they're 2 out of 3 if they can get these grubs.
This is the Bowsy special right there. You actually sacrifice, but you had already pre-pushed the wave, which means then the Vizichachi now has to push another one if he wants to crash that new incoming wave. But that one is the 4th wave of the game and has a cannon. You remember from previous ones, now the first cannon minion pops up in the 4th wave on the Rift. So that was greatly calculated. And now what Los Ratones have done, they've taken the Dragon, they transitioned towards top lane, they've got the Corki that's fed towards the top side of the map as well. And they can actually, all they need to do is a still one.
They haven't been able to do that yet, but the smite comes down, so Santorin not going to be able to deal with this. 2 grubs in the pocket of him, and yeah, if you don't get all 3 grubs, it doesn't count towards your feat of strength marker, so definitely needs to be getting done as Reckless. He's found himself Santorin inside the jungle. Velia misses the flag and drag. I do see a gank happening in the bot lane, though, onto the boss. So he's getting himself forced away, chasing in, gets the knock up to cancel X-Maddie's arrow, and he's just going to carry on. He just doesn't care. He's just going to proxy even more, grab this way for himself. Santorin is making his way over, should be able to pick this kill up, but he's cleared the wave. He's done his job, and I mean, this is so textbook, the boss, but it's just working for him.
This is Bowser for you, also Vizichachi right here. He's feeling pretty safe, right? Sante underneath the tower. Even though the resistances have been lowered from the towers, this top lane used to be 45 before this patch. It means that Los Ratones is possibly looking for that first tower right here. Chachi onto this Cassante is undiveable. You saw that the entirety of Los Ratones was towards the top side of the map. He had also invaded. Is actually kind of impossible to dive towards the Cassante. But he's going to stay safe. He's going to farm away. See, Reckless and Crowny are going to be chipping away on that top lane tower. Again, feats of strength is huge for any team. You get extra boots, you get extra goodies on your boots as well, depending on which ones you have chosen. So it is a pretty huge extra enhancement, if you will, for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-2 the kills right now. But where that gold is probably the big difference maker here. 2 kills onto Crowny versus 2 kills onto Santorin. Is able to catch the wave. Baus gets himself caught out briefly here for a second as they're going to catch him with the stun. Looks for the knock up onto X-Maddie. Not going to be able to find it. Santorin makes his way in, throws down the ultimate. And the Baus finds himself the knock up, but X-Maddie will secure the kill. Now we're going to see Crowny actually potentially getting himself chunked out pretty heavily here by Vizichachi, but Crowny not under any real threat yet.
Right, that is a little bit problematic right there with Alstein. That means Velia has to be very careful taking his red buff. Got the entirety of bot lane pressuring from the bot side from Nord. Got Santorin already invading, taking the grabs away. Reed is going to come in and possibly set some vision a little bit deeper. And also, when this happens, you usually want to chop the lane in half, especially if you're thinking that the bot lane will be walking down towards that bot. It could potentially stop them from getting to the tower, chip that further. It's not going to be the case. The timer is not going to be quite that much. But right now, Bowsy has given away 3 deaths, and very importantly, we mentioned how that 5 falls behind as a solo diver from the side of Nord. It's going to be really tough. So far, 2-0 for Santorin. He's been able to grab 64 CS back towards his top side of the map. And if he's able to finish his first item before that Jarvan, it's going to be a huge success in terms of how successful and how strong this fight will be in the arena.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a pretty big deal off this one. As you can see, Los Ratones were looking at maybe pulling something down in that wave, but it's Maddie just trying to catch this wave underneath his tower. Actually being pretty heavily harassed here by Biles. It's Crowny going to quite happily pick himself up some plates on the top side. He may even be able to get that turret, and that would be the first feat of strength for them as well, or their last feat of strength that they needed, as the Biles finds himself caught out. X-Maddie catches him, they get the knockback, and that is a dead Cho'Gath. Another kill in the pocket of X-Maddie, his second of the game. He's slowly scaling up here on this Varus. Santorin.
TP.
Yeah, they're looking for the fight. They're going to teleport in. There's a Chachi. Treats finds the knock-up onto 1. They get himself a Magnet Storm. In comes the Galio. Only hits onto 1, but Santorin goes down. Crowley is not actually going to get the shutdown, as the Ignite tick from Reckless will be able to get it, as Los Ratones take themselves 2 kills.
And feats of strength completed as well. Now Chachi gonna have to run. I mean, he's pretty tanky, but there's 4 members of Los Ratones around, so he's not gonna go down slowly or quietly, but he's eventually going to go down.
I don't know. Oh, the flash into the blast cone from Nemesis is going to stop him from going for the escape. He's building up those knockups, but Reckless finds the CC necessary, and Nemesis takes the kill. That should be another couple of grubs over to Los Ratones as well off the back of that one. As Maddie, he's just been stuck trying to deal with Biles, and he's down massively in levels to this guy, so he can't really do much. Even though the guy's 0-4, he's actually up in farm over his lane opponent, and he's keeping the ADC locked under tower. They can't do anything.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely obnoxious to deal with this Cho'Gath later on as well. All the stats, all the HP. The second that Vi goes in, 1 hour is pretty much going to chomp her in half as well, so the further this game goes... Oh my god, that's solo kill?
Crowny Jet just solo, no way. Brutal.
Oh, 4, 0, and 2. 3 force already completed. Probably has a second item over in base as well. We'll see it right now. Crowny's pressing B. That's the bot in base. Is it going to be the case? The Manamune already completed. It's not going to be.
Tell me the upgraded Swifties aren't broken. Look how many Swifties these guys are rocking. Here's the replay. Let's see what happens. He just kills him. Yep.
Wow. That's a fed corky.
That's a very fed corky.
Also, I just wanted to mention here that you don't have to do all 3 feats of strength if you don't want to. Los Ratones did, because they took the second Void Grub spawn, and they have 1 dragon, so they're pretty much 3 out of 3.
Yeah, they are set up. See, Bork now finished onto X-Maddie. Got the Blackfire Torch here on No Way, so he's going to be able to grab himself a little rose. Bit of XP to his team. Yeah, just kind of looking at item spikes right now. It's most people are on that first item, apart from our top laners, which are pretty sad. I'm going to see Nemesis looking to engage onto Visit Chachi, but it's really able to do too much. Just gets the taunt off, and Chachi's able to escape.
The thing is, Los Ratones have been deviating attention towards the top side of the map, right? House is 0 and 4, but look at the gold. Pretty damn even. Level 10 to level 10, 200 gold difference, swinging towards Baus over on the top side of the map, and in return you get a super fed 80 carry, 2,000 gold up on X-Machi on that Varus, Trinity was completed, Manamin very close to as well, and I think it's great because at the end of the day, Cho'Gath will be your tank that you're looking for. Trying to get a little bit chunked walking inside this river.
I thought Santorin was going to stop the red buff, the blue buff, and move over, but he didn't. He's just going to get himself some ideas of what's going on, clear out some of the vision. No dragon spawning up yet, so it's just going to be a little bit of a chill one on that front as Nord going to get forced to back off, and ultimately massive gold lead starting to accrue here for Los Ratones. They are significantly far ahead, and I mean, it's a 2k lead between the ADCs. There's a 1,300 lead between the supports as well. You can tell that all of the action's been happening on the bot lane. That in turn means that we probably will see Akatan. I can never say his name. Atakan? There's too many A's.
Towards the bot side of the map, yeah. And actually, Reckless can upgrade his boots if he wants to. They have the feats of strength. He's got his 2 items completed, so that 1.3k over treats is going to come into fruition when he can actually upgrade his boots because he does have the 2 items. The support item does count towards the 2-item completion as well. And as you can see, not only Bowser's not falling behind, he's 1 level ahead over in that top lane match.
He is handling it so well. And I mean, like, what would you expect? You expect him to go negative KDA up in gold. That is typically how he plays the game. But yes, Atakan will be spawning up fairly soon. It spawns where the most action has been, which has been the bot lane, funnily enough. Now, Baus finds himself caught out here by treats. Matty's making his way over. Santorin's in the area. They're just going to full send it. They've already used Vizichachi's ultimate. Didn't have to burn any others, which is crucial, because they're going to need that for when our boss spawns up. As Crowny just going to get a laser beam to the face and decide he wants to back off and maybe spend some gold in a second.
But here's the thing, right? House dies right there. A big tower towards the bottom of the map.
Yeah.
They're pushing that mid lane tower. They have to have 4 members of Nord to catch Baus at this point to then take him down and benefit from 1 kill, whilst the entirety of Los Ratones is setting down wards. Look at the bot lane side of Santorin's jungle. Is fully lit up with blue wards from the side of Los Ratones. They had that covered, they pushed that bot lane tower, and they mainly want to retain that control towards the bot side of the map, because in about 4 minutes time and a few seconds, Atakan is going to be spawning. The next dragon is coming up in 40 seconds, so you definitely want to be having set up that vision towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Nord already looking to get some wrestle of control back into here. Baus doesn't have teleport where Vizichachi does. He will probably have to sacrifice a turret if he wants to teleport down to any shenanigans on the bot side of the map for Atakan. But it looks like Las Ratones, they're just going to go over, turn their attention towards this Herald right now, pick this one up for themselves, and then maybe look to see what they can get off the map after that.
Los Ratones right now have taken every single objective on the map, apart from 2 small grubs and 1 dragon. Everything else has been extremely dominant. And right here, we're looking at them dipping into the bot side river. They have 3 Herald. They can use that for a little bit of deviation over in the mid lane. Our mid lane tower is pretty low. It means that Nord is going to have to defend that if they don't want to fall down. Here you go. You see Reckless popping down that rift trail. He's going to be charging in the tower. You have another wave that they can push in if they want to. Very low right now, that mid lane tower.
Oh, treats! Massive headbutt pole comes in. Immediately, Crowny gets jumped onto, but the Galio comes in to back him up. Matty's burning down, and Crowny's able to secure the kill. Crowny's still low. No way looking for the kill. What? Chaos Storm is not going to do enough. Crowny finds the double kill as Velia being run down by Vizichachi, as now Nord falling apart at the seams. Reckless jumps into Vizichachi's pocket, finds the knock-off onto him. They have kind of run out of damage dealers, though. Nemesis misses the Justice Punch. Ultimately, Los Ratones come out on top of that play. Beautiful headbutt pole to start, but it went so wrong, so quick.
How in the world is Crowny alive? I really need to see the replay again. Thank you so much, observers, because I feel like they left him for dead. They were expecting no way to just delete him, and it just wasn't the case. Fantastic engage right here from Treats onto the main suspect, which is going to be Crowny this entire game. The lock-in from Velia onto Santorin. No way walks up, and he thinks that the Chaos Storm is going to be the last peak needed to kill Crowny. It's not going to be the case. Crowny survives. Velia gives up his life to protect his AD carry. And that was a 4 versus 5. House was never there for this fight. Huge win for Los Ratones.
Nemesis's ultimate gave a magic shield to Crowny, which ate the Q auto and E from No Way. The E was the thing that literally took the shield off, but he basically took no damage from the Victor. And then the Chaos Storm actually didn't initially hit, if he'd hit it initially, second tick would have killed Crowny. But Crowny able to hold fast there. Really, really nice play there from the side of Los Ratones to turn a 4v5 like that around. And Baus.
I honestly wish I would have seen a little bit more of that from Nord.
Yeah.
I've been following Treats for a very long time. We used to work together back when he was playing SK Gaming on the LEC. He was literally candidate for MVP of the split on this Alistar. He had a fantastic year as a support. I think he was literally just about runner-up. And these engages are what made him that good. These engages are what almost gave him that MVP. And I feel like I just needed to see a little bit more from that. I feel like when you've got Baus in your team, a lot of teams will fall victims to the, oh, it's Baus, let's get our free kill, let's get our free kill. And I feel like Nord sacrificed so much of their map right now. And then ended up with Crowny being 6-0 and 3. You've got the upgraded boots on him. You've got almost 3 items in the inventory. And Sartones are running a comp that is specifically curated to help him stay alive throughout all these team fights. And I feel like Nord just about missed the timing to take him down. Everyone's going to be uber tanky in front. I don't think the virus will be able to pierce through the Cho'Gath and that Rel. So we'll see if Nord can somehow miraculously find Crowny now that he doesn't have any summoners available and attacking his.
Yeah, I don't think they're really going to be able to go for any contest here. I mean, ultimates are up and available, but no teleports, so Nord going to have to walk through a very, very heavily warded area. Nemesis going to do his best to play zoning, as Treats is going to have to be the one to walk forwards, but they go in immediately onto Santorin, sorry. He goes down, Jungle is dead, the smite option is gone here for Nord, and yeah, Atakan, going to be a freebie here for the side of Los Ratones. Able to pick it up. I can never tell which one it is just by like its animations. I know, because it's red and it's a black one, isn't it?
It's a red one and a black one.
I still can't tell them apart. I don't know which one's which.
for you to see that.
Black, I believe the black one's the revive, right? Red one is objective.
The black one's the petals.
Petals, yeah. But you also get extra objective. Wait,
yes,
what?
And the red one is the revive that we're seeing right now.
Oh, you're right.
Overextended.
You are very right. Baus finds himself in danger. Reckless. He gives 100 gold over, pings back to base, and he's out of there. Well, I now learned which Atakan's which.
A little questionable right here from Los. I feel like they were controlling the map so well. It was a big whoopsie from Nord to try and walk up into an objective where their entire jungle was pretty much dark, pitch black, you couldn't see anything. They didn't have any access to the river, they didn't have any access to Atakan. Santorin ends up walking in, dying all alone. That's a 4v5 that Nord cannot really take, but they are.
Baus?
And then I feel like Reckless and Baus overextending a little bit right there. Very characteristic from Baus, not so much very characteristic from Reckless right there. However, with the buff from Atakan being able to revive again, it won't be a problem. He'll just walk straight back from base. Maybe he just wanted a very fast reset right there whilst pushing in the wave. You can actually abuse the buff like that. Try and get quick resets while also pushing in that wave with Baus. And as you can see, 3-lane push coming in from Los Ratones right here. Nord have to attack.
Yeah, they don't even have Baron. They're going to send everything on to Baus. He gets himself knocked back, misses that knockup. In comes Veljet, finds himself the opening. X-Maddie free-firing away on that backline, but the knockout comes in to the Cataclysm on the backline. Maddie's bleeding out. Reckless is the one to secure the lockdown onto him. Double kill, triple kill over to Crowny. He may chase for more, but he's not going to be able to find it. 3 dead, 2 standing here for Nord, and I do not think they have what it takes to hold against Los Ratones in this first game of the season. As Nemesis, he's got the revive. He doesn't give a damn. No way. Just going to give him a quick reset. They're both going away with it. There they go. Quick withdraw. Back to base. Spend your dosh. Get back on the Rift.
Hey, might as well use that buff while you have it before it expires. Push all you can. All 3 towers right now in Nord's base that are guarding the inhibitors are pretty low HP. So 1 push is what it takes from Los Ratones. 1 ace, 3 kills, anything like that for Los Ratones to finish their first ever official game in the NLC. And again, Nord, I get invaded. This is Baus, but this is no Baus level 5. This is a Baus with revive on him from Atakan. He's so darn tanky. You've got Galio's shield coming on top. You've got Velia arriving just in time. He's so impossible to kill. And again, remember what we said. The Alistar will dive. The Vi will die. But that's all you've got. It's not enough to kill a Cho'Gath. Now Treats has to retreat. And Los Ratones again pressuring 2 lanes as a TP flank.
Yep, in comes Vizichachi. Velia just goes and Flag and drags over the wall. He's fine.
Mouse.
He's in their base. Split pushes are the most infuriating thing to play against in League of Legends. And this man is probably one of the best split pushes there is. He has mastered the art of not playing with his team and just being a menace in the side lane. They are sending the whole team up to deal with him. He might be able to walk away. He's got Swifties. Santorin, I don't think you want to waste your ult here. He's going to commit it. No, he's making his way over. Laser beam comes in. Boss doesn't get stunned up, looks for that knock up, is able to connect it onto Santorin. No way, he's now continuing to fire away as the teleport's coming in. Nemesis making his way forward. Two-man taunt comes down. Pulse! He takes out Santorin. In comes the Galio knock-up. Vizachachi's able to find himself the kill, but it has cost Nord everything. Crowny takes down No Way. Vizachachi now left on his lonesome as the last four will finish him up. Vizachachi tries to finish Crowny, but he's unable to do so. Crowny takes him down 10-0.
Huge fight win right here for Los Ratones to see Xmati and Freeds trying the best they can to take something back on the map, but mid lane tier 1 is going to fall down for Nord. And as you can see, all the blue pings towards that Baron area, they're pinging the Baron. It's coming up super shortly again. You are using all your resources on Baus. By the time he's so close to dying, Nemesis teleports into the scene, uses the taunt first, second the ultimate for the extra defenses and the shield. And by that time, Reckless is there, Crown is there, the whole cavalry is there. Baus ends up going down, but at what cost? Nord lose.
Unbelievable.
They just keep falling for it.
They keep using everything on Baus. Like, use it on Crowny. That's your only win condition. But they don't. And now, Los Ratones, they're going to start up this Baron. I mean, it's low. Treats has flashed over the wall, but he's on his lonesome for the moment. Laser beam comes in. Santorin can't quite find the steal. Xmati now trying to free fire away. Reckless finds the lockdown onto him. Crowny's in the pit, but it doesn't matter because he's going to be able to survive. Down goes Xmati. Down goes the next player. It is just kill after kill after kill for Los Ratones. Vizachachi is going to stand in front. He's able to dodge a lot of the crowd control, but Crowny should be able to finish him up if it's not going to be Reckless with the Q there. No Way, the only left standing, and he flashes over the wall to break away. Los Ratones starting off 20 kills in 26 minutes. An absolutely phenomenal game one of the split to them. This team are looking very, very strong right now.
That is the first official game from Los Ratones. They had a very formidable opponent. Number 2 in paper team from Nord, but they're looking here to finish that first official game for Los Ratones with a W.
They can't even kill Baus at the end. He was a menace, honestly. I feel like this is going to be one of those things where for the first week or two, people are really going to struggle with his playstyle because it's super unconventional. Like, anyone who knows him, which I'd be surprised if you don't by this point, knows of his Scion and the kind of side lane pressure that he applies, and it's the inting style, isn't it? Where it's a tactical int to get an advantage for your team. I feel like a lot of coaches are now going to have to start teaching their teams how to handle this, because Nord, they crumbled. Like they were constantly investing too much into locking him down, chasing after the kill, and his team would just go take everything else off the board. Like Los Ratones just got whatever they wanted.
I feel like it's a different case when it's solo queue, right? Because I've asked a bunch of pro players and I'm like, hey guys, if you have Baus on your team in Challenger, like how do you deal with it? You know, like the jungler could get fed and then you're going to have a lot of trouble. But at the end of the day, I feel like it's how the team actually uses that pressure he creates to take over the map. And I feel like Los Ratones were always taking some sort of objective on the other side, while Baus actually had already pre-pushed the wave before he died. So there was nothing to be lost on the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific start to the season there for Los Ratones, but we still have more games coming up today. So we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we'll be back with our analyst desk before we jump into game number 2. See you in a moment.
Los Ratones start with a 1-0 on the split. Sorry, Foxtrot. But this was an interesting game. Congratulations, Bowles, on your first official league win, by the way. Good death, good death. Oh, yo. That's all he needed. But with Nord as well. We were talking about this, and let's break it down, okay? The idea that Nord had such an interesting composition with a lot of damage across the board, and for the side of Los Ratones, they had Crowny and the mix in between, because you never know what Bowles is cooking. The Messi. So with this in mind, how did it went from such a stable composition to such a high end and Crowny just popping off as well?
I think honestly what it really came down to begin with was Corky Crowny got 2 kills 3 minutes into the game, which already, like, my concerns for the Nord team comp was that, okay, you're kind of putting your eggs in the Crowny basket. How effectively can you do that, and how effective will that be if you can do that? And the first question was answered immediately, like straight away.
Yeah.
So that was a really good start for Nord. And from that point, like, there were never any times really where Ratones had to take any big team fights, any extended fights where potentially a lack of a damage profile could have affected them. There was that one team fight where there was a double TP flank from Nord, like Vizicachi and Noe flashed the wall in mid.
Yeah.
Where they tried to catch Crowny, and for some, I don't know how, he just did not die. Like, they threw everything at him, and Crowny just decided to shrug it off and walk away. So it just didn't work right from the get-go with Nord. Baus was great as well with his map, his impact on his map. It was just crazy stuff right from the get-go.
Look at this. There you go. This is what I wanted. Ooh. This is what I wanted. I know Crowny was doing a lot of damage, but there's that individual. You know, the coin flip that you never know what he's doing. 20,300 damage coming in from Shogath. How do you explain this?
Listen, when people talk about Bowers, they usually talk about, the funny guy who ins on the top lane. What I want everybody to see right now from this game even alone is that he is the guy who never dies almost, okay? Never dies for no reason. He is a killable for a reason king, okay? Every time that you look at this game, when he's dying, first of all, how many people from the enemy team is he dragging onto himself? First it was 1, then it was 2, then it was 4. So almost the whole enemy team goes to kill him. What does Los Ratones team do at the same time? They are doing something on the completely different side of the map. And second of all, once Choga hits the 2 item mark, it's not easy to kill him, he also deals a ton of damage back to you. That's where this 20.3k are coming from. He's not going down without a fight.
Yeah, it was like, when you're constantly fighting like 4 or 5 guys, you're gonna pad your damage stats. Yeah. That's just how it is. And Bowser's always getting attention, always fighting people. And that's a criticism I have of Nord and their strategy, how they played that game out. Like, they continuously put things to Baus. Always put it towards Baus. And I think unless you can kill him quickly, there were maybe like 1 or 2 deaths that game where I think it was a pretty good death for, well, a pretty good kill for Nord. But apart from that, they just...
Yeah, like 2 max.
Yeah, like we're wasting time or it wasn't worth it. So classic Bausing really at the end of the day.
Los Ratones are starting to cook. And the idea that Crowny was having those kills and specifically he was protected. One of the concerns was, can you protect the Crowny? I mean, they could until this point. In the front line, the from Los Ratones was way too powerful. I think this is the late game. Yeah, I think this is the one from the late game. I'm trying to understand which one this is.
No, it's around 10, 11 minutes because this is the second set of grabbies that we're talking about right now. And the idea for Los Ratones is that they've gotten 1 grabby from the first set because they literally snatched the last one away from the enemy. So they want to be, the whole team on the top side, to be fighting for this last set of grabbies so they get 4 of them in the end and they're pushed with the Baus and the rest is more successful later on.
Yeah,
and this is
dedicated
also
a lot and didn't get anything out of it.
Good if possible, and we will discuss this as we move along through the day. The feats of strength, like first blood, is so important to get those, and the turrets as well. Because objectives, like you need to get the 3 grubbies, you need to get a dragon, like you need 3 grubbies to actually count as an objective. I think it's extremely hard, and this is the other one. This is what we were talking about, I believe, because Crowley is just sitting there. Heckless is helping him. Fox, you got me, because I know you love
Crowny. This is all about Crowny here. He gets a great engaged on from Treach, a great engaged follow-up with the Vi ulti. No Way's ulti just about whiffs because it's a perfect flash from Crowny as well. But what's important to notice, not only does he not die, but there's so many defensive tools right there for Crowny to survive, right? The Galio ulti is one of them. Reckless has a locket shield. He uses his barrier and his flash as well himself. So many ways to protect that Corki, and honestly in that fight you have to instantly blow up Corki. He had like a 600 gold bounty there as well.
Yeah.
The game maybe looks a little bit different if he just instantly dies, you know, like not only do you get all that gold and that injection into you straight away, but you probably win the rest of that fight too. So big turning point right there. Miraculous that Crowley survived it all, but it was fantastically played from the Ratonis.
And also from him as well. This is just to pinpoint what we were talking about. Baus being focused, but as you stated, Solari, this is no longer the first, second minute Baus. This is Shogat with a lot of items.
Is this Shogat with 2 or 2.5 items completed by this point? He even survives the fight. He survives 3 enemies jumping on top of him, and that gives enough time for the rest of Los Ratones to jump on top of what is happening here and to actually take back the kills. And what's important is that here Baus gets a kill himself. He doesn't just not die, he gets a kill back.
Yeah, it was 0-5-0 by the way before that fight.
Yeah.
You know what's concerning about this? As he survives, I could hear in my ears his little laugh. That little laugh, like, and moving away. Nord, though, not pulling this one versus Los Ratones. They're going to get another opportunity as we move on with the day. But also, we get the opportunity to talk with one of the players from Nord themselves. And there you go. It's Vizichachi. I like to pronounce this one because Solari taught me. Welcome to the show. How are you doing? It's a great pleasure to meet you, man.
Could be doing better. I was expecting a stronger start from us, but it is what it is. So congrats to them, they played really well.
Help me understand this one, because I watched the VODs from your scrims and all that, and I've been watching Nord. You guys are looking extremely dangerous. What was the massive difference between the scrims and this one? Because I noticed from your team, like, you have the damage, you have the protection, you have everything. What missed?
We definitely had a strong draft. I think we just played a bit poorly in the early game, and once the enemy team got ahead and snowballed out of control, I think that was very difficult to play, especially after they took the first turret on top lane. Like the Corki got very fed and then it was just difficult.
It was hard to pinpoint that Corki. And when you're fighting versus the individual you were fighting, I'm a top laner, so I could only feel your pain because you have to play your lane in the turret because he's farming on the other side of your map. How do you actually adapt to this one? Do you think this is something that might actually pull to other top laners, or do you think this is specifically from that point of view? And how can you actually handle that as a top laner yourself?
I mean, we did kill him at like level 5. And basically that ended the proxy. After that they just lane swapped, right? So I wasn't really meeting him till like level 9 again. But I think in the lane swap we should have probably just gotten a bigger lead on him. since he ended up going 1v2 to bot lane. I will just have to rewatch as a team and see, but I have this feeling right now that we could have gotten a lot more out of this than what we did, because I know that the enemy bot lane was barely hitting the turret, were not chunking me, they were not diving me. So it felt like they're just wasting their time kind of on top lane, so we'll have to rewatch this sequence. I think this was key to the game.
Love it, love it. So aside from the game, let's forget about it because you're going to be playing later on as well. You have another one. Tell me about the Nord composition. The amount of experience you have and voices you have with the mid laner as well. He was popping with Victor as well. Tell me, is there any sort of over voice in the comms? Because all of you have a lot of experience. All of you stepped on stages that are just amazing. So tell me, how does the communication within Nord inside of the game works, if possible?
Well, sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's a bit worse. It really depends on what day we are having or what composition we are having, because sometimes we have this like innately getting onto the same page and doing the same stuff, just because you said we have a lot of experience, right? But at the same time, when we have a bit of different opinions, it can also fall apart a bit, and I think this is where we need to target it and where we need to work on, that we are more on the same page in different scenarios. So that's what we are looking to like improve on at the moment.
Final question for you, and I'm gonna try to ask this to everybody I meet today. Can you give me a weird prediction for the entire split? Something that is a little bit out of the box that you can think of that might happen. Your prediction, Vizichachi.
My prediction?
Yeah. Could be wild. Could be wild.
Very wild, very wild. Okay, Bulldogs are gonna go to second place.
Oh! Ooh. Oh! I love it! I actually love that one! Hey man, it's such a pleasure to meet you, and I wish you the best luck for the next game, and I'll see you soon, I hope. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much as well. See you. Bye-bye.
He's so nice.
Yes!
So nice. Yeah. I'm so honored to be part of NLC this split. So this is a wrap for Nord, and the idea that Bulldog might end on second place. Interesting. I like these wild takes. We have wild takes from casters. We're setting up a weird bingo for casters. We've had some out-of-the-box predictions, by the way, but we're still waiting for two casters, and as soon as we have that ready, we'll toss it to you. But I also want to get those predictions from the players themselves. As we move on with this, we're still waiting for Los Ratones interview. I don't want to spoil who's going to be, but from the Nord situation, I'm going to ask you on both of you on this situation. When you have a lot of voices and all of them are experienced as they have in Nord, this could be a conflict of interest, because it's not like the voice that is saying a play should happen is wrong. It might be right, but not all of them might be on the same page at the end, you know?
That's not the question to the players, though, in the end. This is the question to the team organization and the coaches who are standing behind the players. That's why when you're talking about a team, especially a team with big names like Nord is having currently, you gotta look beyond just the 5 players who are playing. It's about how well is the work behind them and how well are they supporting them and helping them find their voices and the timing for their voices.
I love that. Fox, before you answer, we do have the interview with Los Ratones, and talking about experience, well, I'm just going to say this is an individual with a lot of experience. Crowny, welcome to the show. Pleasure to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me.
Always. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. And, well, this was a game that you needed a lot of kills. You look into the composition and you know, well, it's on me. Like, we have a lot of tanks, but I have to dish the damage. Were you kind of nervous with this composition, or were you extremely comfortable?
Well, we all agree that tanks are super OP in the team right now, and we had a lot of like success with it. And they picked 2 immobile carries into Jarvan, which is generally quite a bad thing to do. So we knew if, like, the second I got those 2 kills on bot, it was kind of very easy game from onwards, because I can just swap to top and take plates, and then when I'm ahead of the curve, it's very easy.
And that was an interesting fact, the fact that you were swapping as soon as you could, and you had like Baus trying to make that weird push that he does, allowing you to take those timings for the dragons. At the beginning, when I was watching your scrims, there was some sort of miscommunication, correct me if I'm wrong, when Baus was doing it, if you could take advantage of that or not. But it looks like it's fixed. As soon as he goes there and he does his thing, instantly the rest of the team is already looking for something else. So is communication prime right now within Los Ratones?
Yeah, I mean, for sure we are better than we were a month ago. We also didn't manage to scrim with the full roster past month, but we've been doing really well now in scrims. So I think we're just improving, and it shows, yeah, for sure.
So you still have one more game through the day, and I want to let you rest because I know these are complicated and it takes a little bit on your mental as well. So a final question for you. As you stated, you played with full roster like from a month ago until now. Reckless joins in, Kedril is out. Tell me, do you have any words for Reckless for joining in Los Ratones and taking away Kedril as a support? What would you like to say to Reckless?
I'd just like to thank Reckless for saving my experience in Los Ratones. No, but jokes aside, I've been like very honored to be able to play with a player of Reckless caliber, because even in the games we play, I feel like he just sees like even a step or two ahead of me on what to do, and he can pretty much play anything, and he always knows what I need because he played AD carry at such an elite level for so long. So it's a big honor to play with all of my teammates and everyone in the org. So it's been amazing so far, yeah. And all the fans.
Crowny, that was a lovely reply, by the way, lovely answer. And I know your PR train. I know as soon as Bao steps on interviews, things are going to be wild. But thank you so much for joining.
No,
it's a pleasure to meet you and an honor. And best of luck for the next one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Lovely, there you go. And I love this. I see your smile, Fox. You know what's going to happen as soon as Messi joins. Oh boy. Exactly, 100%. And I'm gonna love every single second. So, Los Ratones versus Nord is over, the first game of the day for NLC. By the way, thanks everybody who's watching and tuning in. It's a massive pleasure to have such an amazing show for everybody and to watch these players battle it out on Summer's Rift. As we move on to the next game, it's gonna be Bulldogs versus Verdant. And this is an interesting one. There's a lot to take in from this situation, and we're gonna start talking about both teams because we had to kind of rush these teams at the beginning of the show, and now we can finally focus on this one.
Which one should we even start with, to be honest? Okay,
You
no,
pick.
you know what? I pick Bulldog esports
Yes.
because they have my boy Mietek. Listen, I am very biased towards Bulldog in this one. I don't know if I am allowed to be biased at all right now, but I
can.
love... Thank you. I love Bulldog esports because I already touched very briefly on Kissing, but first of all, he's coming back to NLC, already having at least one trophy of NLC in his pocket. He's coming back, hopefully, to get some more. And he's bringing in massive amount of experience because everybody else has been playing in ERLs in the team, but have significantly less experience compared to Kissing when you count their professional experience. When it comes to Mietek though, because I have also briefly touched upon him, he has been playing an Ultra Liga in a team that unfortunately didn't find much success throughout the split in the previous year, but Mietek was actually the shining light of that team because he was overperforming. The guy was really young. He joined Ultra Liga when he was 18, starting professionally at only 17, and he was already the best player on the team. He was already the shot caller. He has an insanely large champion pool. This guy, I feel like he has such a high ceiling, and I'm excited to see him playing against Puppeteer today.
Interesting. I do believe we have a last minute sub coming in. As there you go. This is interesting. I'm getting the information. Babuli is out for today. It's an emergency from Verdant itself, and it looks like Maxi is going to join in. Maxi was a jungler on Koi, if I'm not mistaken, is joining in. I don't know if he's going for the top lane as well. I'm trying to get that information as soon as possible. I'll let you know. I'm just giving you the feedback. We are an honest, broadcast towards the viewer. So we're just waiting for that one. And as soon as I have
he's
this
lying,
one,
guys. He's just completely made this up.
I have no idea what I'm doing here. I never played League of Legends before. So,
yeah. So you're saying top lane Verdant is getting subbed out for Maxi? Is that what you said there, Archer?
trying to confirm.
Or jungle.
Yeah,
No
'cause
name's
I
a jungle.
know
I didn't quite hear
Maxi
who
is
you
a
said.
jungler.
Maxi is a jungler. Yeah,
That's
so
it.
I'm
But
just
who did
trying
you
to get
say
the
was the
information.
emergency? Didn't you say?
It should be
I didn't hear who you
Babuli,
said.
which is Papitiro, if I'm not mistaken, one of the
Okay.
Portuguese individuals. I'm trying to get that information.
So if
Okay,
if
there
that
you
is
go.
true, then that would be a jungler playing in top lane. So
There you go.
it's,
Maxi will be playing
yeah,
top lane for
We got
Verdant,
we got
yeah.
a sub top as a jungler. Now, on the plus side, if there is a lane that can play weak side, lock in a dog champion, it's top lane. And junglers are not foreign to the idea of playing for the team and not getting much love. So he'll lock in some kind of boring tank. There's some crossover in champion pool there as well, no doubt. Yeah, but that's not a great start here for Verdant, unfortunately for them, and obviously unfortunately for Papitiro. Like, best wishes to him. Hope everything's all right there. But their first game here at the NLC versus Bulldog as well, and I think this is going to be an interesting matchup regardless. You know, like I think both these teams, a few question marks about them coming in, as in we just don't really know too much about our expectations for them and how their rosters will gel. Both new rosters being put together. What's interesting as well, though, like I always put a little bit of a highlight onto Ronaldo, because I think he's a quality mid laner, especially for the regional league level. Him and Kassim were teammates as recently as like last summer, right? They played on the same team, so yeah. Now they're up against each other, so there'll be a bit of rivalry there, and obviously as well they should have some familiarity with each other and how they like to play.
As we're waiting for the game itself to start, we got to see Attaquant and also feats of strength. We can dive in a little bit into those ones. I don't know if you're really used to this new Attaquant objective and the idea of what it provides, if you want to talk about it. Because I know the way it pronounces in Portuguese. You told me it's the same, Solari, in a different language, which means attack. And it kind of is, because Baron is pushed into 25 and now Attaquant goes on to 20. And it's such an interesting objective that gets a lot of people confused still about doing it, because people like to stay in the middle of the objective and not understanding that he does a lot of damage on the small AoE. And the way it provides, like, okay, either he spawns on the top or at the bot, depending on the action and all the damage that has been provided. What is your takeaway on this new season? Because it's kind of fresh. Teleport is, but it's kind of fresh.
Fresh is a good word to describe the new teleport, I'm gonna say. A very reversed word to describe new teleport. The thing about new teleport, though, is you can't use it reactively anymore, especially before it's unleashed, because that guy is extremely slow. The time that it takes you to fly in this little tiny blue ball of thing to the place that you've decided to teleport to, during that time everybody's gonna be dead if you're trying to react to a fight happening on the other side of the map.
It's not fly if possible, it's walking faster than usual. It's not fly, that thing.
So,
you walk a little faster. Scandinavian
wall. Fair play. Yeah, a lot of changes for the new season. Fortunately, not mega overhauls. As a jungle player, that's nice, because that's usually what we see every year. I mean, to be fair, we've got a huge, massive objective come through, so I guess there's a big change there. But it does seem like a lot of incentive is being put towards objectives and team play. A lot of that comes down to the feat of strengths. It's the best of 3, first to 2. So you got first blood, first turret, and first and getting an objective. 3 objectives. Each of these will get a little tick off. Objectives being dragon, but also Shelly, and 3 void, well, actually 3 to tick that one off. And once you've got 2 ticks, you're sorted. And that'll upgrade your boots, and then unlock tier 3 boots as well. So a few changes there, which means that early game, those objectives are a bit different. And we can see right off the get-go, Bulldog, they've been watching that Rodonis game. They're like, no thank you, no sir. We are not playing versus that. And that's the instant Corki ban.
Just seeing the information as we jump into this second one. Got the Corki, the Maokai, Draven on the other side, just to make sure that it doesn't happen. We've known Kassim for a while, so we know his champion pool, and now with the Freeless Draft, it allows him to go a little bit deeper, and we can get those engagers and also support. He played Yuumi. If you wanna, and follow him, that's on you. But I don't think he's gonna be played right now, thankfully, as Obstinatish.
I've heard that Yumi's okay, actually.
Don't do that. Don't.
I've heard words about Yuumi. I don't shoot the messenger.
The individual that provided you those words should be blocked. No hate against the champion, obviously.
Maybe it's time to block them.
I like it.
Anyway.
You have a sword. You have to use it eventually. Sejuani is being removed from this one as we're waiting for the final one. Vados has been so important. We didn't get to see a lot of Vados in the previous game, though.
Yeah.
We didn't have a chance to.
Exactly. He was there, But that game was just a little bit dunzo right from the get-go, wasn't it? But yeah, like you say, a lot of bot lane bans. Varus is a great pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see open. And yeah, the arcane effect is real. So what's this? Vi coming through here, maybe?
Where's
a
Jizz?
I don't know.
No, it's Varus. It's so important. I would like to see if he's able to pop off with this Varus and provided a little different gameplay from what we had previously, because Varus was not allowed to play. It's different. It's not like he didn't play good. It was not allowed to be played. So you can pair it with probably a mid laner or even the support if you want to give that attention as well, or the jungler.
Support would be nice here right now, to be honest, because the pairing for Varus with his support on the bot lane is very important. But I go with the jungler, and I'm having flashbacks from the previous draft, because this is exactly what we saw last time with Varus being paired up as Vi as the second pick. Just a good jungler works very well with Varus, especially if you combine the ultimates together in a team fight.
Okay, Wukong's been rising in favor a lot as a jungle pick since the end of last year. Yeah, he's very solid and good at all times of the game and can set up team fights nicely as well. Having an Ezreal on your team versus Varus is always good too, because you can, that's a lot of strong engage coming through from that ADC and jungle duo. And, yeah, keep yourself safe there. And that is the Xerath lock-in as well for Ronaldo here. So I mean, it could be Xerath support. Honestly, like Xerath support is a thing. But I feel like seeing when you see the Victor matchup, you a long range kind of style mage, you pick your own long range style mage that's even longer ranger than Victor, right?
But that's a good point. Like the sniper bot lane, usually we see Xerath and Jhin probably on solo queue more often than not. But this Xerath can go bot lane for Obstinatus. Obstinatus, I know him as a high engage, but that would be interesting. His Leona is clean.
Listen, I understand the point of sending Xerath to the bot lane together with Varus, and I can see why it could work, but I really want the Xerath to stay on the mid lane, because with Victor right now, it's a bit of an obnoxious situation. You can't really send many champions against him because he outranges everybody, almost, and then on the mid lane, he has such a massive prio that it really helps the champions who want to be playing through their early game, and then they can also scale later in the game as well as they would like to. Xerath solves all these problems because Victor can't do anything to him. Xerath outranges him like he outranges pretty much everybody in the game.
So, quick information as we're looking into the second phase of bans. We have information on Maxi. Someone brought it into me, hot from the oven. It's, he played with Riddle on finals for NLC in 2020, so he knows his way around NLC. It was a champion with Fnatic Rising in EM finalist as well. He played a little bit on LCS with FlyQuest in 2019, and most importantly, he's a Dane. So, who gave me this information. It was Duckling.
Duckling. Who else
Thank
could
you
have
so much
been?
for that. Oh, wait!
It's unironically the arcane
versus Jizz.
What?
Glorious evolution!
Are they gonna hug in the end?
Wait, I saw different arcane. It was violence.
They
tried to kill him
They hugged at least once, okay?
with a hammer. That's not a hug.
They were good friends like that, okay?
Yeah, just close friends. Yeah, potentially not as close as some people were shipping them to be. Either way, let's move on.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the rest. Then we've got Jace. Outside of the lore, it's the top lane going to be most likely going to be that top lane Jace. It could still be mid and Xerath bot, but I think for Varus there, I think competitive is kind of giga int, so it probably isn't going to be that. And Solari raised some very good points about why it's solid in the mid lane. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Maxi's locking this in for me, I think, is a little bit sus, because he's a jungler that's been auto-filled into top, right? He's a last minute emergency sub, and I don't feel like Jace is like an emergency sub style champion.
But the thing about Maxi that we talked about, how the junglers can rotate to the top lane and still play those defensive champions. Maxi is not a defensive jungler. He has been playing really aggressive junglers throughout the last season, so it's probably something he could have cooked before.
Could have done. I respect it, at least.
Just watching the swaps, I expect
swap,
another one.
Right?
What else we're gonna get? The arcane fight now. They're gonna swap, obviously, right? Surely.
Right?
Surely. Surely, they have until 20 seconds. Don't worry, we have a lot of time as we're about to jump into this game itself. I would like to get predictions, by the way. Solari is winning 1-0. I don't know how chat is going, but do let me know on the chat and spam on who do you think is going to win Bulldogs or Verdant, as we're not getting a swap, by the way.
I can't see the time. Are we down to...
Probably, yeah. I got word from Hiprain that Ronaldo can go top and maybe Maxi can play in the mid lane. You know, things can happen.
Actually, yeah,
Okay.
It's a flex, not on the champion, but on the players. They're flexing the players. Now you know they're on top of their game. Who's gonna win? Now you, Foxtrot, you start.
Yeah, I think Bulldog has a very, very easy comp to play. Super easy, super simple. Yeah, can't go wrong with that, honestly. The less brain cells it requires to pilot your comp, the more likely I am to understand it, and also to agree that it's a good idea to play it. So yeah, I'm on the Bulldog hype train for game one.
Okay. What
I
about you, Solani?
want to go with Verdant, to be honest, but the fact that they are having a sub, which always complicates things a little bit, and also the fact that their comp really needs to shine as early in the game as possible and get ahead, because it's going to be very hard for them to play from behind, makes me agree with you actually this time, Fox. I think it's going to be Bulldog.
Bulldog is gonna win this. So 2-0. Nobody's going for Verdant on the desk. I'm the host. I can't make predictions, by the way. Sorry, everyone. So that means we're gonna top it into the casters and toss it. It's going to be to Hiprain and Trouble. They're all betting on the dog. Woof, woof, you take it away.
He got the
Did he
names
just
right
bark?
this time. Yeah, he did.
Did he
Just let him be. Just let him be. He got the names right this time, though, so that's good. Hello. Getting ready to go into the game. I am very doubtful that we're going to see a Zeref top from Maxi, as he is a
I
sub.
think it's gonna be mid. I think it's gonna be
Yeah, that's got to be mid, right? Surely.
Okay, listen. If you're a jungler, I'm sorry, your hands don't work the same as the other lanes. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It has to be said. So I feel like mid lane is the not quote unquote easiest to play, but I feel like it's the safest to play. Shortest lane, you're kind of in the middle of the map. You can get help from your support, from your jungler, from your top laner. So I feel like it's the easiest way to play. Plus, Xerath is not necessarily a very dangerous champion. You just sit all the way back to tier 1 tower, not even tier 2, and just shoot the minions from there.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably just going to be the Zeref mid for Maxi here. What I'm also interested by is the Jace build that we see from Ronaldo, because there are a few different builds circulating around. Obviously, you have your traditional Jace, which is more AD focused, but there is a tank Jace kicking about. There's another tank build, which I actually put down in my predictions, which Archer talked about, so I'm going to keep my mouth zipped until then. But there is another build which is identical, I believe, apart from one item that kicks around. So a couple of weird tank champions poking their heads up at the moment. And I think Ronaldo's not going to play it. I don't know. They have enough damage, though, so maybe you can go tank Jace.
I feel like
But you got so much range,
have the
right?
chance. Yeah, absolutely. You have so much range on the side of Verdant, and you've got 3 poke champs and a Karma. The bot lane is winning for Verdant. The second you insta-lock Brom blind, you know you're gonna... I was actually scared that Xerath was gonna go bot lane and destroy the Brom straight up.
Yeah.
But Karma is also a very powerful pick into the Brom, as we've just gotten into the game, and...
He's got
from
grasp.
formation right here, yeah.
Ronaldo's got grasp. So
Yep.
it is a potential for him to go in for that tank build. But yeah, like you said, a lot of range. So this game could get a little bit hard here for the side of Bulldog.
You know what I love? Usually when there's a Brom in a team, you absolutely do not invade him. Brom is one of the strongest champions level 1. Just his passive simply is one of the strongest non-actual spells in the game on that level 1. So it's a little bit difficult to invade, but they have so much ranged champions on the side of Verdant that they just took that Karma towards the top side. And as you can see, Ronaldo is going to go towards the top side of the map. Pretty good matchup into the Jace, and Max is going to take lead. Now, let me tell you, if you're new here, who Maxi is. Because one moon, actually many moons ago, back in 2021, this guy was playing jungle for, I can't remember if it was Fnatic TQ back then or Fnatic Rising. It was Fnatic Rising, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
it was Fnatic Rising back then.
On a legendary run all the way to the finals of EMEA Masters, back then EU Masters. Almost took down K-Corp, 3-2 in the final. So this guy has been in the NLC for the longest time. So welcome back, Maxi. Even if it's for one game, of course, let's say auto-filled, quote-unquote, right here. Emergency sub for the side of Verdant, so he has to play towards that mid lane on the Zeref.
Yeah, it's going to be a Getting a little bit shoved in early here. Ronaldo with the grasp, though, screams to me that this might be that tank build. I believe it's Horror Radiance Fimbulwinter is the build, if I remember correctly. It's been a minute. Do you see already, though, Kassin getting pretty heavily bullied out by the range advantage of Verdant's bot lane. As you so rightly predicted, they just have so much range, but, you know, the Braum... He's better into these other melee engage supports. That's his job. He counters the things like Lilionas that jump in and you lock them down.
He's incredible into melee champions, but none of these champions from Verdant want to play melee range into you, apart from No Name possibly onto this fight. He has the chance to play a little bit more aggressive in the early game. Your top lane's winning, Jace is pushing, your mid lane, after you've got Lost Chapter of any mana item on that Xerath, you'll be able to push in waves a lot more safely as well. You'll have a lot more range too. So the Xerath will be fine after a couple of mana items in his inventory. Bot lane is going to be perma-pushed from Verdant. Yeah. So this Vi, No Name has the freest pass into wherever he wants to be. And that's very important. Wukong is one of the strongest champions in the jungle in the current patch, especially with how much shred he has through his kit and the fact that he can go Black Cleaver as well. He's one of the biggest threats to tanks. There's no tanks on the side of Verdant, and No Name is already wrapping around on that mid lane.
Yeah, Lulus was in the area hovering. Came in, going to make his way over, catches him with a flash. Flash comes out from Cayman. There's the Q, gets dodged away. Flash E-dodge Cayman. He's got the moves. Fancy feet, but I don't know if he's going to be able to run far. No Name slides in with the Q and secures first blood for his team.
That is many flashes blown that early into the game. Cayman, of course, his own, and No Name and Maxi too. But they do manage to secure one kill. That's very important. Why? Xerath has a lot of range, can melt down a wave. Again, a couple of mana items as Exofang.
There's a barrier out from Mishi. Exofang uses his as well.
No mana.
Can they keep him alive? They've both run out of mana. Kasing is incredibly low. The flash auto comes through and secures the kill for Verdant in the bot lane. Brutal.
Oh, that must feel so bad. That must feel so bad. Dying to a Soraka or a Karma or a Lulu auto attack is one of the worst ways to go. You literally know you were 0.5 HP. Unfortunately, right there from Kasing, it was a pretty good engage. You see that Braum really struggles in lane, especially when he's against double range and he can't reach. But once you have piled up onto the Braum and you can't get that passive stack together with the Ezreal, it's actually a little bit dangerous, because both Michigu and Obstinatus are extremely squishy on these two champions. Almost tipped onto a Bulldog scale, but it wasn't quite the case this time around. The kill luckily went into the Karma, but I said luckily there was a Blast and Wand purchased from the support.
Yeah, that's a pretty big buy. I'm assuming it's going to be the Malignance. Which is, I know, yeah, Malignance is blasting one.
Screw support out of cookies.
I mean, it's Karma. Karma Malignance. I know they nerfed it a long time ago, but when Malignance first came in, it was awful to play into Karma when she had that item.
Do you remember
it's still pretty
Malignance
brutal.
of Corki?
Yes. I would like to complain about it, but I abused the hell out of it. Ari still builds Malignance, man. Like, item is... I like the item, actually. I do really like it.
You sound like a TFT player. Usually TFT players yap around items a lot. Like, oh my god, Ornn items. Oh my god, positioning.
I've only recently picked TFT back up, so...
Wow, you're picking up all the bad habits with it. Nice.
Yeah, I haven't ever watched a professional... Oh no, I've casted it with you. Me and you casted TFT together. I forgot about that. Ignore me. I have watched professional TFT because I did it. Cayman...
Because I did it.
I have been a TFT. Cayman's got a pretty solid lane versus Maxi. No surprises, auto-filled mid versus not. But farm relatively equal, so it's not too bad. But this is affording Lulus here for Bulldog to secure themselves their first jungle objective. Tie them up on that jungle section of the Feat of Strength. But you are racing for that first Tower Blood. Which right now, honestly, I think bot lane is probably under the biggest threat of Mishi. Really got a solid lane there. Able to get that first kill easy, and they've got a nice shove in. Braum can just not do anything versus this range.
Yeah, and check it out right here. Nolan's over the top side of the map. He does have that one first kill, of course. and he's looking to get his red buff. Let's see if he's going to choose to be a little bit more aggressive right here. Victor came in the mid lane. He's not going to have flash for quite a bit longer, so you could potentially abuse that fact with the level 6. In the first game, we talked about a naked Vi. Had nobody to dive in with. You go in, you die alone. Right here, No Name does dive, but look how much range comes with him. The Xerath can reach deep without actually committing the body in. You've got Ronaldo, who can reach from super far, can also play the tank bolt and go a little bit further in with the Vi. And you've got Mishi on that Varus as well, who can also reach the Vi further in. So let's see, again, No Name on this Vi has that first skill, how he can use that to try and snowball that early game to their advantage.
Well, Lulus is making his way over. They're going to go onto Obstinatus. He is locked down by the Winter's Bite. They are going to try and get a kill onto Kasing, but they're unable to do so. Mishi even burnt the barrier there as XFang secures himself a second kill. Lovely little pick up there for the side of the bot lane for Bulldog.
Yeah, and you see here came in big respect on the fact that they know Vice probably somewhere around, doesn't have the flash, has to be extremely respectful, and No Name is there.
There's the flash, there's the lockdown, and it is an easy kill for Maxi. Beautifully played by No Name. Came in, thought he was paying respect, but not enough.
I mean, you kind of have to take that experience from the wave dying as well. He knew that something was happening. The wave was already pushed, had no flash. Vi had level 6, so it's 1-1 on the map in terms of kills anyway. Now, again, let's keep a track of feats of strength right here, because Bulldog are on the back foot. The first blood, as you mentioned, has already gone over to Verdant, and they also have 1 of 3 neutral objectives on the map. They need 2 more. The next one that's going to be spawning is that dragon in about 1 minute and 45 seconds, and then you've got the second set of grubs that's going to be spawning very quickly after that dragon. So I'm expecting that both teams will be trading one and another. Now, Bolden Tower has taken a bit of hurt. Mishi with a bit of gold in his inventory. Let's see if he's going to be backing out any soon now that Bulldog Gaming have come back from the reset.
Yeah, it looks like I'm actually curious of your thoughts on feat of strength. As might have to hold that as Maxi getting Chaos Stormed here. Does have the flash if he needs to. Flashes away from the death ray in the last second there. There's No Name in the area. The artillery comes in though with the right of the arcane. Cayman able to dodge 2. The 4th comes down and he does get heavily chunked. No Name, no flash, no ult. Means Cayman will survive today.
Great stuff right there from Cayman to chase him away. Now it's the Seraph that doesn't have a flash available. So let's see. It's Lulash's turn. That's how it happens. Every single time it's one of the 2 junglers' turn, but his turn is towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, Ronaldo goes for the flash, but he is locked in place. Maya going to be able to secure the kill, but it's a trade out there. A 1-for-1. Meanwhile, we do see Cayman secure a kill in the mid lane, but Lulus is getting jumped onto by No Name. No Name, no ultimate. Lulus gets caught by the Q. Hasn't got any ability to use his W, and he is secured. Mishi now putting the damage into XFang, able to get the kill. This is just constant action. Kasing going low, able to flash away to safety. Obstinatus doesn't have that flash. He's just used it as Kasing limps underneath his tower to safety.
So how many kills did we have in about, what, 10, 15 seconds of action? I think we had Cayman solo killing Maxi over in the mid lane as Ronaldo gets dived, takes one with him, and then Mishi and Obstinatus, they're having a great 2 versus 2 over the bot side of the map. Verdant overall come out the winners. And let's look at the replay bottom left of your screens right here. Great snipe coming in from Cayman. I think Maxi was browsing.
Yeah, I think he was in the shot, but Cayman finds himself in danger. Laser beam does hit onto him. Lulus gets caught up by the W. They don't know if it was the clone or not, so they don't pull the trigger. Lulus finally fires that clone out, gets himself away to safety. But with the grubs up, it looks like everyone's attention is towards it. Cayman may find himself in danger. They do have the ultimate. They decide to use it onto Lulus and not Cayman. Lulus going incredibly low. Mishi not going to get the kill as it's taken away by No Name, but Verdant have just accelerated this lead.
That is huge. Verdant brought 5 members towards the top side of the map. Remember, feat of strength. They've got 2 out of 3.
Right in the arcane. Maxi secures the kill.
Oh, I was about to say they have 2 out of 3 neutral objectives, so getting those grubs would be huge. But right here, they can actually control the entire side of the bottom map as well. They've killed mid lane. Yes, there is a teleport onto Cayman, but that's 15 seconds away. Now No Name is done with the void grubs over the top side of the map. But look at what Obstinatus is doing. While mid lane is dead for Bulldog Gaming, he's setting down the vision to try and prep for that dragon when it comes out.
Mike's about to have all out. Ronaldo needs to be careful. Is able to escape as No Name comes into the area. They're willing to give up the dragon to go for the kill, but No Name with a beautifully timed Q, able to secure the kill. Maxi going low. Obstinatus comes in to try and save the day, unable to make the connection though. And down goes Maxi once again. Ronaldo shoving the lane out. But ultimately, this could just be dragon number 2 and tying up on those neutral objectives for that feat of strength.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit of an overextension right there from Maxi. Yes, you do have Obstinato sort of shadowing you around that mid lane trying to protect you, but I felt like this was a great time for No Name to press his B button, reset, get towards the bots of the map, try to fight for that dragon. Had they gotten this one, they would have the feat of strength. Obstinato is a little bit too overextended right there.
He's playing the bait though, because in comes No Name. He's going to lose his life. No Name is out of there just as quick as he arrived. I think the bait from Obstinatus was a little bit too easy to grab.
Dude, that was like a reverse meme. It was like, call an ambulance. It is for me.
Yeah. Here's a replay of Maxi's death.
Again, you can't say that it was an overextension. He literally dies underneath the tower, but the chase does start from that mid lane. And he was a little bit overextended right there. Ends up getting punished. Great stuff from Bulldog Gaming. And it's very important for them that they did actually pick up this dragon. These 2 out of 3 neutral objectives for them. They can actually participate. Sorry, not participate. Try and defeat Verdun on that chase for feats of strength, for the extra boots, for the extra goodies, for the extra stats that it provides you with. They do need 1 more neutral objective and a first tower. The option for first blood is no longer there.
Yeah, they need to be able to pick that one up. You can see that the Unending Despair is the item picked up here by Ronaldo. So going for a more, I want to stay in the mix of everything and fight, which does mean No Name has got a buddy to jump into fights with him. So something to keep in mind is Mishi is just going to throw the chains out. I don't think Cayman dodged that. I think Mishi just missed.
He just kept walking.
Yeah,
like
just
here's the thing.
walked away.
He just mind controlled him because everyone expects the dodge. No one expects you to keep walking straight in a straight line. So Cayman kind of played Missy right there, but Redden right here, they've got their sights on that bot lane tower. It's going down really fast, and they do get it. That is feats of strength for them. 2 items and upgraded boots is all it's going to take for the extra stats to start coming in. And a lot of people have been debating whether the extra stats are worth the gold, the investment that you get, but it really is worth the investment. You get a lot extra movement speed, you get a lot extra, well, depending on which boots you do get stats from it. So especially when you're 2 items and when you're ahead and you've got the feats of strength, you've got the extra gold anyway. If you look at them, they're about 2,000 gold ahead. So you definitely, if you split that up between 7 members, you would need about 2,500 for these boots. They pay for themselves.
Yeah, I'm convinced the Swifties need nerfing though. The buff Swifties are terrifyingly fast. Turns to a little race car.
I feel like the multiplicative movement speed right there is a little bit of a problem, especially when buffs start coming through.
Well, the problem is, right, like a lot of the other boots buff multiple things. They give a bit of armor, a bit of extra movement speed, but like Swifties only give move speed, so it's just move speed and then extra move speed on top of that. It is rough as Obstinatus might be obsoletus at this point as he's about to get himself caught out, able to flash the wall and get away to safety. Cheeky little escape there.
Yeah, I feel like Bulldog Gaming were looking for a pick towards the top side to then capitalize onto that Reef Herald. However, you had to have Mitek TP towards that mid lane to try and save the tower. You take a flash of Obstinatus, so unless they can capitalize onto that that summoner from Obstinatus, I feel like Bulldog Gaming are losing a lot on the map right now. Who's going to stop the Jace towards the bot side of the map? Ronaldo does have the TP, doesn't necessarily have to move towards the tops of the map, and right now Cayman has to walk down, stop Jace,
I want to see the Demolish proc. Watch Ronaldo's Demolish proc here. He's got loads of HP, and boom. Massive chunk of the health of the tower. Isn't going to pick it up on this wave as Cayman makes his way over, but almost half health to the turret with a single wave. So that's a scary split pusher from Jace.
We do have both teams sort of waltzing around topside River, going for that Brief Herald. It seems like Bulldog Gaming haven't came in towards the bot side, expecting to push out that wave. They need to catch up on the other lanes as well. Verdun so far, they played a pretty solid game. They're always ahead of the play. They're pushing up their lanes, setting down the vision, going for the objective. This is simple League of Legends, but that's all you need. It's just textbook. Push out a lane, get a kill, get an objective. It's simple as that.
Really, really nice. As Cayman may be able to pick this tower up. He does have 3 grubs, but Ronaldo should be able to clear the wave here with a Q. Make sure that doesn't get under any threat. Ronaldo doesn't actually have any magic resist, so Cayman can
Is that the arcane skin?
actually do damage to him. That is, they're both using arcane skins, I think. No, that's not the arcane Victor. I don't know what Victor that might just be base. I have no idea.
Oh.
Anyway, Ronaldo going to be getting jumped
Arcane
into.
action.
The Unending Despair, though, will keep alive for a fair amount of time. In comes the backup, though, from No Name as they get the knock up onto Lulus. The artillery from the right of the Arcane firing down. Cayman able to dodge away on a couple of those shots as he does slide in forwards. Cayman just about able to break away, but he is going down. Ronaldo secures the kill. True shot barrage hits onto multiple members. Ronaldo just about limping away from this fight, but Verdant have taken it over. Everybody down but Maya Tech. Beautiful play from Verdant.
And look at the health bars. Verdant find the pick towards the bot side of the map. Guess what else is there? The dragon that's spawning Verdant. They've got no one to be scared of. Cassandra is just about catching up to take the wave, push it out. And all the time, Ronaldo has already gone back to base, TP towards the top, trying to take that top lane tower. Again, Verdant are just one step ahead this entire time. They're using the kills, they're using the pressure, they're using the vision to consistently snowball those objectives on the map. There's going to be yet another tower, the first tower on the top side of the map. And let's watch this one more time. Ronaldo gets caught. Now that's not a full glass cannon Jace. That is a tank Jace. It takes a while for him to get down. But that time, Nonim was already shadowing. He was around. The second Lulash steps a little bit too far forward. We see the artillery coming in. And it's what we said. Vi needs a buddy to dive with. She has Zera in this particular one. He doesn't have to commit his body to the play, but that damage coming through from all the focus is...
The fat Ronaldo limped out of that fight with probably 10 HP.
Not even close.
Absolutely calculated from him. Really, really nice from Verdant. And it's nice to see because Verdant are a team who we picked up for a while in the NLC, but they never quite hit that mark after taking, I think it was 23 Spring, if I remember correctly. And then they kind of just crumbled ever since then. So starting off very strong here versus Bulldog. A 4,000 gold lead in their pocket. Already accrued those feat of strength. And now we're about to see Ratakan show up in the top side of the map. Don't know which one it is because I haven't had a look up yet, but when that spawns up, we'll get an idea.
Ratakan?
I don't know how to say his name. It's Atakan. I think I just had Ratones on the mind.
Did he just play for Los Ratones?
We basically did, let's be real.
All right, well,
there's like
wanted
8
to say...
A's. I thought I've darkened in their stupid uses of A's. Down goes Obstinatus again.
It's going to be the Karma gone, and it's one of the downsides, right? When you've got 3 poke champions, a squishy melee champion, and a very squishy support, someone has to move deep into the jungle to try and set up some aggressive wards, especially since you're ahead in the game. I'm actually very concerned here that even though Bulldog made a pretty good pick, they had no setup, no lanes pushed out, mid lane's not pushed out, top lane's not pushed out. They're giving Atakan over to Verdant for free, and now he's going to be able to just take more and more from the map. The smite's going to be there from No Name, no problem whatsoever. And they're going to have pretty much a free fight. You see, Maxi does have the TP. If I'm not wrong, Ronaldo has his TP as well. Just got his boots upgraded. Oh no, he doesn't have his own available, but basically what you get is a free Garden Angel for the next fight. And Verdant have been less than shy throwing their bodies at Bulldog.
Yeah, I guess their only real issue is there's no objectives that are going to spawn up in time for the revive for them to take that fight, so they're just going to have to hard force if they want to have it. And I mean, if you lose the fight, you give up 500 gold. You don't lose any of your shutdowns. Very nice.
See, the LPL a lot of the times stall Atakan, so they can, because you have 150 seconds of the buff, especially when it's the revive buff, to actually line it up with Baron spawning. So you take the fight right on Baron, and then you just take the 5v5, but it's actually 7v5 because the 2 members have actually walked there and have teleport. So you throw your bodies in at first, kind of like Karthus gaming. You throw your bodies in at first, you die, you respawn, you TP back in. Surprise, it's a 7v5.
Yeah, it's really, really brutal. Seeing the Fimbulwinter now finished up on Ronaldo as well, as mid lane tower is going to go down. And Bulldog, they know that this fight is just not worth it. because they're not going to get any shutdown gold. They're only going to get 500 if they somehow pull an ace out of their sleeve. But they are going to have to think about it soon. Down goes the Winter's ultimate coming in as you see Lulash going in for the Cyclone. Hits onto multiple members. In comes the revives. Verdant making a run for it. Ronaldo not even going to attempt to try and take one with him. 3 members down and they get a single kill's worth of gold.
All right, well, you do get 3 revives there gone for the side of Verdant, so worth it. That was a great flank from Lulash, but you do have the next dragon spawning in 40 seconds, and a bunch of those cooldowns are currently missing from the side of Bulldog Game. And if you look on the other side, No Name still has his, Maxi does the same as well. Only Mishy had to actually commit his ultimate. It's going to be up in a couple of seconds as well by the time they get towards that dragon. It's going to be very, very difficult for Bulldog Gaming to actually even contest getting inside their own jungle. I feel like their only choice here is push out that mid lane wave and then deep into the river straight up from where Karma is playing right now. Because walking into your jungle is going to be very dangerous.
It's going to be incredibly dangerous. Ronaldo immediately jumps in. He's going to get caught out by the Winter's Bite. Knocked back, frozen in place. He is being locked down. Ronaldo, though, is unbelievably tanky. Flashes to safety. Kassim going incredibly low in the mix of the fight as well. Right in the arcane. Still available to Maxi as it starts to rain down onto the members of Bulldog. Not going to find Kassim with it, though. Just chunks them low enough that they can now turn their attention towards this Mountain Dragon.
Not the biggest fan of Verdant right here, A-ramming when they have so much vision control inside Bulldog's jungle. You see, oh, Wukong. Wukong's around. Lulash, he could potentially steal that dragon.
Yeah, where's the monkey? Monkey coming in, looking for Obstinatus instead, catches him with the Cyclone. Second Cyclone lands onto 3. Obstinatus goes down, but Mishy is free firing away. He's pinned in place, flashes over the wall. The Chaos Storm almost finishes them. It's not able to make the mark as he does look for Mishy. Mishy felt the breeze of that laser on his bottom as he ran underneath his tower. So close.
I feel like Verdant a little bit have lost focus of what's happening on the map. That was their 3rd dragon. That's going to be so point for them as the TP is going to come through from Ronaldo to defend that mid lane. I feel like playing that ARAM, it's like playing into Bulldog Gaming's hands. I think Lulash has had 2 fantastic fights where he finds the backline, he finds crucial knockups, and then all the damage comes through from the Victor and that Ezreal. Didn't care about the dragon, he cared about winning that fight for his team, getting some gold back for them. And he has been great so far. The previous one he found with the flank, and this one is a great testament of what this guy can do, especially when he does that backline. Verdant need to get focused again. Play through your vision. You've been ahead the entire time by pushing waves, setting down vision, daring enemy team to walk through and catching them off guard. And I feel like taking your foot off the pedal right there has allowed Bulldog Gaming a little bit of leeway to get back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Lilith dodges away from Maxi's pick. And yeah, I think Verdant maybe getting a little bit confident, a little bit too comfortable. As this Karma just about goes down once again. 2 and 5 on the support. Bulldog, they might look at a Baron angle here. Ronaldo's used teleport his bot lane. It looks like they're going to reset instead and decide not to go for it. Nope, they're going to pull the trigger.
Go for it.
Lulas. Maybe look for an assassination on No Name.
Go for it. Lulash is looking for he can get inside this pit whenever he wants to anyway for the smite, but he can get a huge flank.
Oh, dodging away on the right of the arcane. Does hit onto a couple of members. Kassim somehow avoids that last shot. Ronaldo lands in the queue, and now Bulldog starting to go low. I think Lulas was a little bit too slow. Coming in, gets that Cyclone off onto a couple of members. No Name is going to be able to break away. Another Cyclone connects onto Ronaldo, but Exofang may just find himself in danger, has to flash over the wall. The True Shot Barrage doesn't do enough damage, but they do find the follow-up. In comes the ultimate from the Vi. No Name pinning it down onto members, but he finds himself taken out. Bulldog have found their opportunity back into the fight. Exofang goes down. A triple kill for Lulas in the back of this fight, as Obstinatus and Maxi are still here. Lulas is full HP. He can keep going if he needs to. Obstinatus needs to be careful, but looks like they're going to back off. That was an incredibly messy fight, but somehow Bulldog, they pulled that out of their sleeve. Beautiful play.
Wow, there's 2 very crucial things to keep in mind, especially when that replay drops. Lulash has constantly been trying to find those angles. He's been trying to find flanks to catch the backline. But right here, as you will see, He's getting up from the enemy red buff, and he's gonna head down. Now, there's two members right there. There's Mishi, who's gonna insert himself in that rush, and Bulldog Gaming do not have vision of it, and there's Maxi. Typically, you see the Wukong go for one of the two carries. However, that's not the case. He's targeting No Name and the Jace. They're pretty tanky, which means Maxi gets to walk out, and Mishi plays this entire fight from the comfort of that rush where Bulldog Gaming have no vision of. So both the artilleries from the side of Verdun are free hitting this entire fight, and this is what's saving them from this being even worse. Bulldog Gaming had the right idea, they lost sight of Mishi though, and that almost cost them a very, very good team fight, which was a 4v5.
Yeah, really, really nice though. Oh, all in all, they are able to walk away with the victory off the back of this one. Sing gonna make his way back into the mid lane, and now the question is where is the attention going to be next? Because this has been a much more close game than we saw in game number 1. Just 2,000 gold separates the two teams, and Mishi maybe looking for a Cassante here. Miatek needs to try and get himself out of this one, but I don't think he can. That's an attack speed. Varus, he's going to do a lot of work if the all-out comes in. They find that lockdown. Mishi's actually going low. Miatek almost goes 2v1. If there wasn't a karma in the pocket, that was one dead Varus.
Well, I'm gonna say here, 2022 Cassante, it's those 2v1s up. But also, I'm glad we're in 2025 right now, and this champion is no longer that busted. Almost busted, but not that busted.
I swear I heard a Heartsteel proc, and now I'm looking at his items, and he doesn't have a Heartsteel, so I don't know what I heard.
Sorry, I meant 2023, not 2022. I have not transitioned into 2025 yet.
Yeah, time is bizarre. We are actually going to see the Bulldog once again are attempting the Baron. They're going to throw down the artillery from the right of the Arcane, but it's too little. It's too late. Kasing may hit a couple of shots, but only going to hit them on the way out. Dragon getting started up, though. This will be Soul for Verdun if they can get it. Ronaldo finds Kasing backing in the bushes. The reset comes in from Exofang. He actually cancels it to make sure his support gets out safely. But Soul in the pocket of Verdun. Elder now coming up in 6 minutes' time. Bulldog, they found a window, but they need to punish with it.
I feel like it was a good decision from Bulldog Gaming to go towards the top side of the map and take that Baron down. There was no way you walk into that bot side river to try and even try to contest for that last dragon, which gives Soul away to Verdun. So at least they take something very valuable from the map. They can stall, they can push out with the Baron buff as well. Try to find those fights that have been very, very benefactory for them. Try to get Lulash in a position where he can flank, he can jump through a wall, he can find the key carries. No flash on Maxi for a couple more seconds. And let's see if Bulldog Gaming are going to be able to find an angle to actually engage upon him.
Looks like
Exofang just about keeping that buff onto the cannon minion. Not for too long though.
A menace, but the tower mid lane tier 1's still up at almost 30 minutes now. Definitely going to be a little bit of a sore point. They need to use this Baron to kind of open the map up for themselves. Once this tier 1's down, suddenly the map really, really opens up. As we finally do get to see the Arcane lane came in versus Ronaldo, Jace versus Victor. As No Name maybe looking to play a little bit of an interrupt here. It's actually very lore appropriate that the Vi shows up as well. Ronaldo is just going to send Cayman packing for now. That tier 1 still standing. How is this tower tier 1 still up? They are going to go for it. Yeah, they want it. They need it.
Attack. They want to take the tower down. They heard you. They're like, wait, guys, 30 minutes and we still haven't gotten that mid lane tier 1. But now they've got the Baron, so they chose the right wave right there. So far, Bulldog Gaming have been very eager to try and pinch Verdant into one place where they can actually control the map. This time around, it was a pretty good call. You take that mid lane tier 1, you can try to take control of the map as well, push out those lanes, breathe a little bit, and then try to take control of sides of the jungle where Lulash can be an absolute nuisance with that Wukong.
Yeah, absolutely. It really boils down to, if Bulldog are forced into a position where they are contesting Verdun, and Verdun are the ones in control of that area of the map, then they're just going to get heavily poked out here as Lulas is going to be forced to use the Cyclone. Does have another charge of the ultimate, as Cayman comes in to try and save the day. The gravity field from Cayman goes down. The Chaos Storm not really frying anyone right now, but Cayman is able to get the turnaround in. They throw down the True Shot Barrage, the right of the Arcane, everything. Cayman flashes over the wall, and in the middle of the fight, Mayatek is going to try and get himself out. He somehow finds a window to flash the wall, but No Name is going to continue to chase onto him. Mayatek gets a slow. Can he keep the healing alive? He's actually doing a fair amount of work here. No Name! There's no way he wins this 1v1! That was disgusting!
K-Sante, ladies and gentlemen, K-Sante. I mean, to be fair, that is a Vi with no ultimate. You don't have a lot of your abilities. You've wasted your Q to gap close onto the K-Sante. And that's a K-Sante that's 2 levels up on this Vi. Absolute unkillable monster right now. Mayatek, I'm actually surprised that Bulldog Gaming got away alive from this one.
Yeah, the fact they got a kill on the way out is absolutely insane. Beautiful play here from Bulldog, and their top laner really showing up in this game. Huge performance from him. Multiple times we've seen him play incredibly clutch on the K-Sante. Now 3 items in, approaching on that 4th for the moment. As Bulldog definitely doing a solid job of trying to get some control back in this game. Now the Baron didn't really result in much other than a tier 1 in mid lane, which is a little sad to say. But they've been pretty on it with this Baron so far, so I expect when it respawns up, they're going to turn their attention towards that, although they do have to worry that the Elder spawning up in 2 minutes' time shortly after that Baron is going to be a major concern. And the question is what objectives more valuable to each team? I feel like it's Elder with the amount of fighting that's been going on.
Now here's the thing, both teams have a decision to make right here. For Bulldog Gaming, you need to play towards the sides of the map that you have vision on, and at this particular point, it's the top side of the map. Now you've got a minute and a half until Baron comes up, and 20 seconds between the 2 objectives from when Baron should technically die, quote-unquote, to when Elder Dragon spawning. And mind you, teams have so much damage right now that these neutral objectives go down super fast. So you need to also account for the fact that you're going to get blocked walking on the bot side river and see which one is more important for you. Having all that much poke on the side of Verdant, Elder Dragon could be a very lethal weapon in their hands, specifically with their composition. Right now, Verdant, their job is to push out the waves. And look, they're dipping towards the bot side of the map. They're like, listen, if you want to take the Baron, you won't be able to push with it, because once we fight you and we'll have Elder, we're just straight up stronger in a fight.
Yeah, and Elder extra horrible when you're playing into these poke comps as well, because they're going to have that range poke, which then applies the burn, which slowly whittles you down. Lulus being hunted here by No Name. No Name actually down a level. Probably would like to have that level 16 for the next fight. I don't know how far off he is in XP, but if he could get to level 16 and get that last point in his Cyclone upgraded, that would be very big for this next fight.
Yeah, they're pinging towards the bottom of the map for Bulldog Gaming right here. They're trying to take control around the Elder Dragon as well. Both teams very equally matched when it comes to that. Sing.
Lulus was thinking about it. No Name cues forwards. There comes the right of the Arcane from Maxi. Mayatek losing a fair amount of HP. In goes the Cyclone. Couple of members are knocked up. Exofang on the sidelines of this fight. Lulus already low. Mayatek as well. No one on Verdant's gone all that low. But somehow a window for Exofang opens up and he's able to secure himself the kill. He's still alive. No flash. Sorry, he has no life. Well, no, he does. He's alive. He has the flash as well. Now he's dead. Came in going low. Lost track of the Ezreal in that fight. He's a slippery little guy. Came in on the run. We see a triple kill getting picked up there for Mishi as well. And the teleport away from Cayman is absolutely huge. No Name taking a fight versus Double Monkey. But I don't think Lulus wins this. Down he goes. Vi gets the shutdown.
Level 17 versus level 15 Wukong as well. Mishi has already started that Elder, and especially when you go for that Elder first, it's guaranteed that you'll take the Baron as well. With the Elder buff, Bulldog Gaming will have absolutely no way of fighting Burden off of that Baron. As you can see to the top side of the map, Ronaldo has already started the Baron as well. So both of these buffs are gonna go towards the side of Burden, and it just felt like Bulldog Gaming just run out of steam. There was no damage. I feel like Mayatek got poked out way too early. That's your main front line, and then Lulash goes in, but then he gets pushed out. It just felt a little bit too messy from this little Bulldog.
I think Exofeng found one assassination onto the Karma and then positioned himself poorly to do so, so that he went down. And you're seeing that burn, as we'll have a look at the fight once again. it was a brilliant little opener from Lulis coming in with that Cyclone onto 3.
Now, I want you to keep your eyes onto the Chain of Corruption that hits Mutek right there, because they take him down to almost 10% HP, which give Lulash the opportunity to try and dive in, but those Karma Shields and the protection that this composition from Verdant has is insane. They've got so much range, it's so difficult to get onto the backline, which is Maxi, which is Mishi, onto this Varus as well. And it feels like the only assassination, as you mentioned, was the one on Karma. Big deal, support went down.
Yeah, I mean, also she'd done her job because she got the big AoE shield off and ate a bunch of damage for her team, so going down doesn't matter. So definitely a little bit of a misplayed fight there from the side of Bulldog. And now they've got to contend with Baron and Elder in the side lanes. It's going to be an incredibly hard task for them, especially versus a poke team. This is where a poke team shines, when they've got you forced under your towers, they've got Baron, and they're just able to whittle you down slowly but surely. Ronaldo has been able to open up the bot lane tower as well off the back of this. The inhibitor should fall. Believe that's the right of the arcane onto Exofang.
Oh, no.
It only needs one more. He flashes away. Can he survive the next? He's not going to get hit. Somehow finds him. The gift of the Elder secures the kill. Maxi, the sub-jungler playing mid lane for them this game, came up huge there, secures those kills as Mishi able to get another one onto Gasing. Down he goes. Lulis could be next up on the menu. His clone goes down, and then him quick to follow. Came in forced on to the fountain. He is being whittled down. Mishi wants the quadra kill, but it's going to be secured by Maxi. Game number 1 for Verdant, and Bulldog goes in favor of Verdant.
I love the confidence that Verdant went in with this game.
Yeah.
Having a sub, an autofield sub as well. Max is a jungler, and he played mid lane, he played Xerath. Not only that, but you're ballsy enough to buy a Magi's as your second
I
item.
didn't even see the Magi.
He had 20,
Wow.
it was his second item, 21 stacks by the end of this game. And it's great because
What a
it's really
Chad.
difficult to navigate a lot of these poke comps. If
Yeah.
you overwalk too forward, you get caught. If you're not too far enough, if your positioning sucks, you get caught by someone like Wukong. And Lulash did an incredible job every time to try and find the correct targets over in the backline. So I feel like Verdant with a sub looked strong. All I have to say is I can't wait to see them with their full roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bulldog looked really, really capable. I'm excited by these teams. I think Group A genuinely has a bunch of very, very good teams, and I'm really excited to see how they do. Obviously, this was a Verdant versus Bulldog game, so I'm excited to see how they fare up versus some of the other teams in this group. But we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back with our game number 3. So we'll see you in a second.
And welcome back, Verdant with the win, and we're straight into replays. Gentlemen, we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, sure. You didn't talk.
Yeah, well, there was an action-packed game right from the get-go here, Verdant between Bulldog. I wasn't really expecting this much bloodshed, to be honest, but I suppose when you're building more durable builds on the Jace and the Varus from Verdant, your goal really is to get scrappy. It's to get fighting. You're not really setting up for like that poke, or in Jace's case, like a side lane threat, that kind of thing. So yeah, we saw a lot of fights, a lot of that come through, and the amount of times that Ronaldo survived on Jace was criminal. His build was also criminal. Everything about what I saw from the item shop was purely illegal, and it's just, yeah, it's kind of gross when champions like Jace and Varus are building tank and it works. I hate it, but it did work.
You know, as soon as Jace went back to buy an Ending Despair, it was like, can I buy this? The shopkeeper was like, ugh.
Hey, brother.
Why are you doing this? Like, you're the Jace, stop. Why?
Yeah. But listen, he had a reason,
gross.
okay? It wasn't just that with these tankier builds they were able to win fights. They were able to take on and win those extended fights. Because the idea for Bulldog is that we want all to engage, we want to get somebody down, and we want to have like a channel from their own to keep killing the other guys. They are not able to kill somebody quickly enough because almost everybody is tanky on the enemy team, and who is not tanky, they're standing far away from them. And once this initial engage doesn't work, this is where the range that Verdant had in abundance is coming in, because nobody ever touched Mishy in a single team fight. What was Mishy doing all this time? Standing as far away as possible, not Mishy, sorry, Maxi. And he was just doing the artillery barrage onto the enemies non-stop. And no one can do anything to him, no one can punish him.
I love this replay specifically because look at Mishy, the way he positions himself, and you believe like, oh, he's gonna win this team fight. He's gonna win this team fight. You see the Varus on the left side, he set it up, so there's no blast cone for anyone. He looks at Victor, and bam, I got you. You're not going anywhere. I'm gonna... Zhonya's done.
It's good.
Out of this, Mishy does nothing.
But then he comes in, just wrecks with his auto attacks, and the fact that he can get that close to a champion like Victor. Normally, you would see a Varus have to go for like a lethality build in this situation because he wouldn't want to get that close to Victor. Victor can always just like throw everything out at him, and it's fine. But with when he's got the Terminus, and he had oh my goodness, what else?
The Hull
Breaker.
Yeah, Hull Breaker and Jack shows. Yeah,
Jack
exactly.
show
Like,
on Varus.
yeah, I know. It was hideous. It was hideous.
Yeah.
But he can just walk up to
works.
these fights, and it's not a problem at all. And yeah, like the fact that Mishy was over the wall, and you were like, oh, he didn't get to do anything. But like, what did the Victor do in that fight? Nothing. You know, and
went
Mishy's the
golden.
one who walks out and keeps going.
He
so-
evolved, you know? It's
Yeah, evolved into dust.
Oh,
Full
God.
circle in the ground. It was not pretty. And a lot of the fights just went that way. To be honest, it was a tough one to. It just felt like 2024 versus 2025. That was it, really.
Oof.
We have another one, because I still think it was kind of back and forth, even though we're seeing this from the perspective of Verdant winning. I love the positioning from Maxi. He's a jungler, by the way. Look at him. Just from the outside, using the Zerath to the full potential. Nobody's even connecting with him. They're just getting poked out, and nobody's looking at Zerath. They don't care. He's invisible.
Yeah, they can't reach him, they can't find him, they don't know where exactly he's shooting at them, and he's comfortable because he sees everybody. By the time the engage comes from Bulldog, they already have chunks of their health gone, and they don't win the engage, they get chunked down as well, and even if they try to do something like the Ezreal, for example, was pretty good in that fight, but he couldn't do nothing, and he couldn't get to anything because, well, everybody who he can get to is tanky.
Yeah, there was Mountain Soul there as well, right? Which is really hard to team fight versus. And look at those damage. Look at that damage charts right there. Maxi almost gets the max damage. The autofill jungle sub on that Zerath in the mid lane there. Very nicely done from Verdant. I honestly thought, team comp wise, this was Bulldog's advantage, and then on top of that as well, there was a sub coming in, so I thought Verdant would have the advantage. Sorry, would be at a disadvantage there as well. And it's. On paper, these guys were in trouble, but they really were able to bring it out. And to be honest, I think we've just seen a lot of that in Verdant as well. Like, not just from, obviously right now, but like in previous years. If you ever doubt Verdant, usually you're the one that's going to be looking silly at the end of the day. So.
Would you look at this? You're saying if you doubt Verdant, but somehow you still went to predict on Bulldogs. And you kind of trash talked, top laners at the beginning of the show, but look at this. 2 games in a row and top laners are doing so much damage, even with the sub. Okay.
I mean, I won't learn my lesson, but
I know, I love it.
should.
So it's all about the outrange. It's all about these new builds as well. Feats of strength are so important, regardless if you like it or not. Oh, and I have information that we have someone waiting for us. It is the one and only, living with NLC for so long, the only Brit apparently from Foxrop. It is Kasing!
That's not true.
Welcome back! I love you so much. I missed you. How are you doing? Oh, he's
I'm
gone.
good.
Okay, he's back.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I mean, I'm a bit sad that we lost, but
yeah,
you know, life. I think I feel like this game, obviously, what's it called? I'm trying to find the right
League
words
of
right now. Wait.
League of Legends, man.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's just this game felt a bit hard for us because I felt like even from the get-go, I would say maybe from a draft perspective, we didn't really have much tools to actually go in, especially on champs like Xerath, right, where they can basically get us from such high range that the only way we can actually get onto him is, you know, praying that Wukong finds the flank of the sentry. But you know, I'm on Braum. I can't, I can't do much. But it's okay.
So,
you know what?
tell me, Kasing, you look into this new format and you're playing best of ones to begin with, so you can get a proper seeding, and then you go into playoffs where you go onto the best of threes, and then the killer matchup where if you lose, you go to lower bracket. If you lose again, you're down. So on this best of one, even though we have fearless mode, like, do you feel it's complicated because you can get cheesed, quote unquote, cheesed with long range with Zedov and things you're not expecting, and then it's like one game, move on. How do you look into this one?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like best of ones is just all about understanding your comp, like whatever you've been given, right? How to basically utilize it to make sure that you have the best possible outcome. It's not like, oh, just because they picked a longer range comp, therefore they should always win, unless, you know, both sides play it perfect. But obviously, it's League of Legends, right? People can always, you know, mess up and stuff. Just, I think today, even though Verdun obviously used a sub, which is obviously, you know, it's a bit, what's it called? It's a bit sad to lose like this, but it's just more about understanding, you know, what we can get out of this loss.
Okay, new team, new house, new league as well. You look into NLC and you see all these legends stepping in and joining you as a legend as well. Were you expecting this from NLC? Because I know you like this scene. I know you like the region. What's your feeling right now towards like a lot of legends joining in and a lot of new viewers as well? Welcome, everybody.
He's one of the legends, bro.
He's a legend. I said joining him. Yeah.
I mean, look, it's just obviously I didn't expect, you know, NLC to kind of, you know, to be where it is right now. Honestly, obviously before the split, prior to it, right? But obviously there's a lot of revamping, a lot of obviously new faces, new people coming in, and yeah, it's nice because I feel like NLC has always kind of deserved that second chance after, you know, what happened before, which I won't really talk about. But, you know, I'm sure both of those, I'm pretty sure the OG NLC viewers know what's up.
Hey, Kasing, final question. Not even a heavy one, okay? It's a normal one. You've been with us for such a long time, and you're one of the legends. You know, I keep saying that, and you know my feelings towards you. You know that. We talked about it like in person. But from when you started, like as a small young player with all the experience you were able to build up until now, what would you say to your younger self that you learned that changed your career? Like, what is the most important lesson you learned as a young League of Legends player until now?
Let me think. There's so many learning lessons in life, you know. I mean, at this point now, it's just take your routine seriously in terms of like how you use your time, I would say. Because obviously back when I was younger, I think I played solo queue to the point where I was playing like, you know, 15 to 20 games a day without even thinking about myself. Yeah, that was normal. It's the sweatshop days, you know what I'm saying?
Are you okay?
No, but that's just the life of League, you know? It's just once you keep queuing, you can't stop queuing because, you know, it's like, I gotta practice. But most of the time, it's just about understanding, you know what, sometimes there's a better use of your time. And yeah, that's just something that I wish I probably knew more.
That's big. Right. You left us with a big one. Kasing, you left us with a big one. Well, thank you so much for another interview. It's always a pleasure to talk to you because we get access to those sort of answers. It's always a pleasure. And best of luck for the next one. Kasing, I gotta see you win sometime, you know? I gotta.
Yeah, later tonight, okay? Today, this last game, it was a fluke, you know? We cut off our own legs before the game started, so. It's okay.
I see.
Next
I
time we're
see.
better.
Hey, I'm counting on those words. Keep that in mind. Somebody clip this, and if you don't win, I'm gonna bring it back. Just saying, I'm
No, we're
watching.
gonna win. Okay, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. All right,
Thank
we'll
you
do
so
it.
much, Kiseng. I'll see you soon. It's always
Thank
fun.
you. You too. Take it.
I'm so sorry for the players that have to deal with me. I'm actually sorry.
Yeah, you should.
Wait, what? So wait, what? No more crossers for you. Now for Verdant though, they step in with a sub and they get this massive win as well. I mean, this is a really good start, right? Los Ratones and Verdant are one.
That's a good start if you're not Nord or Bulldog. It's a pretty crap start for them, Archer, mate. They're sitting 0-1 here today.
It's reality. I don't sugarcoat it.
Like someone's got to be the loser at the end of the day. But yeah, great game there for Verdant and Bulldog, and I think winning with a sub is always impressive.
Yeah.
It's a good statement as well. So might as well talk with one of them. He's not Portuguese, but he's Ronaldo. Welcome to the interview. It is a pleasure to meet you as well.
Thank you for having me.
Ronaldo, you just won with a sub versus Verdant. That's your first show as well, joining us. Tell me, how are you feeling? Say hi to everybody. What are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm feeling good. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what to expect because we were like, we had like another sub and he couldn't play. His internet like fell through like 5 minutes before, and like, oh, we have this guy. Oh, he's playing good Serrat. I'm like, well, I can play some Arozzi, you know, like back in the day. So why not?
And you step in with the Jace. So, Ronaldo, obviously, it's always a pleasure to get to know new players, and I was really hopeful to talk to you as soon as I saw who I was interviewing today. But when you play with this Jace, with this build, amending despair and all that, how do you sleep at night as an individual?
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like shit. I do no damage. Like I didn't listen. I didn't want it to go tank, but my team was like, no, you go tank. You tank for us. You do your job. I was like, no, I don't. Maybe some lethality, do some poke, one shot some people. No, go tank. But listen, hey, what matters in the end? We won, so we take the win.
There you go. So with this good start, you kind of won. Los Ratones is won as well. Everybody was talking about all those teams, and Verdant is on the top right now. I know it's only one game, but what are your expectations at the end of play day, at the end of the seeding? Where do you see yourself? Be honest.
Yeah.
I want honesty. Raw.
Very honest.
Yeah.
We're finishing first. Like, there's no way.
It's
Like, everyone is talking Los Ratones, Nord, so good. This player, those players. Like, just watch the games.
okay.
That's all I can say.
If you could pick right now of all the players you have to meet, is there any player in this group you would like? I know everybody asks the same thing, like, oh, who would you like to play against, or who you didn't want to play? Now, I want to know, who do you want to beat up? It's not about playing, beat up.
Well, I think some of the people know it's Los Ratones mid laner. We had some a bit of beef, we had a book scrims against them like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and he didn't want to play against me. I don't know the reason. Maybe I know. I'm not gonna say it, but yeah, he cannot run anymore.
Ronaldo! I love where this is going. Thank you so much for this interview. I'm going to let you rest as well. And it's always a pleasure to meet new players. Always a pleasure to meet you. Hey, I would like to see you on a damaging champion eventually, if possible, okay?
Yeah, 1%. I'm not playing Jace tank anymore. Was one and last time.
Okay, thank you so much, dude. I'll see you soon. Congratulations on the victory as well.
Thank you.
Oh, I like this. We're building
That's
up.
what they all say. Oh, it was only one time, just one time I play Jace tank. That's where they all start.
The issue, Solari, is the coach. They make you play things, you don't want to play.
I'm so glad I don't have a coach.
I played competitively back in the day, and I swear, coaches can be complicated.
Are you kind of trauma dumping on us a little bit here?
Los Ratones
what's
versus
happening?
Lightside is the next match. I like to keep things. Woo! There you go. Los Ratones versus Lightside, and this is so exciting. Look at that. Leo Cargo, Harbu, Eyebridge, Winter as well, but the Rusty Sniper versus Crowny. Oh, this is a match.
Yeah, it's a great matchup here of trial by fire, if you will, for light sides. I think this is a team that has some good upside. As a team, their synergy is very good, and their bot lane is an area to focus on. But Adonis, man, that's a tough one. And Crowny Reckless, especially as a duo, you got to go up against that. That is not easy. Yeah. There's a lot of hyperbole you could throw out about how difficult that matchup is going to be. And your first game of NLC, it's a hell of a warm game, that's for sure.
I mean, if you even just compare the experience between these two bot lanes, because if you look at the light side, we have Rusty Sniper who has been playing, who has still yet to prove himself, to be honest, in the ERL, but his support, Lulekarga, he doesn't really have much competitive experience at all, and he's going to be playing against the current world's champion, so it's going to be rough.
There you go, we're about to jump into Champions Select. We're not, I was just kidding. There you go. And with this in mind, this is going to be an interesting as well for Winter, because Winter is playing top lane. He's playing versus the one who solo killed Faker, by the way. I don't know if you've seen Bao's stream recently, but that's all he puts on his link, on his Twitch name.
If you killed Faker solo, what would you do? Wouldn't you do the same? Because I would.
I would make it worse. I would be worse.
I mean, you
Baos.
would, yeah. Yeah, you would be.
Gosh, I'm being attacked.
No?
Fox protect.
Hey, one Archer, mate. You got to get used to it, dude. You got a long split ahead of you.
I have a good back. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this. All
right.
If you go to EMEA Masters against Solari, you know Jim is part of the schedule, don't you?
Please, no Hex Machine.
Foxtrot, I want you on the gym as well. So, as we're about to jump into this
Completed
one,
it, mate.
No?
Completed it. Look at that.
Look at
that's
that.
What I'm talking about.
I don't know
It's
if
over.
you're flexing or not. Okay, I don't know what's happening on those. I don't know if it's a webcam or not, but something is missing.
Yeah, it's the perspective, mate. It's the perspective. It's
fish
the
angle.
angle. The
It's the
angle
fish
that I have.
lens.
Yeah. That's what that is. Yeah.
Light side, anybody?
There you go. Lightside versus Los Ratones. Skarner is being removed. We've seen this before. Cyan. Oh. He doesn't
They
play
know.
that one. But Gragas is available. Varos is available. They played with Corki. They're now the ones removing the Corki, leaving the Varos available if possible. Goodbye,
That's
Victor.
a good Victor ban, yeah. I like it because right now Victor and Varus are having such a high prior in the peak selection. So Los Ratones already like maybe looking into a possibility of Varus' second pick, but now with Victor removed, Lightside have the opportunity to snatch it for themselves for the Rusty Sniper who has been playing it. But no, they go for Wukong, another high prior jungler.
That's interesting, yeah, because Varus is a very high priority bot laner, and you've already seen 3 bot lane bans, so to not pick that up on the first option there is certainly a choice. We'll see how that plays out for Lightside. The Galio coming in from Los Ratones, I think this is going to be an LR special, to be honest, because he's not overly meta right now. He's certainly very solid, but the fact that you can flex this between mid and top, you already saw Nemesis play this today, right? And I think this is a little bit of a bait, to be honest, right? This is a bit of a bait for Radonis saying, yo, pick that Varus then, bro. Pick it. Because if you pick Varus into Jarv and Galio, which is what I would imagine, like, Radonis might do in this third pick, right? Assuming Wukong's a jungler, Lightside won't pick their Jarvan of their own. Now this is tricky, right? Now this is really tricky for Lightside because they want to pick an ADC that can maybe move around a little bit more and not get caught out by whatever wombo combo Galio is going to get set up with, whether it's a Jarvan or something else.
And not only that, I would just like to add, because you know I'm a chaotic host, Reckless can pull this off as well. There might be a world where the Galio can go to the bot lane. I know it's kind of weird, but it's possible. Cassante Wukong, that's a lovely combo. You already have the front line, you have Engage as well. The follow-up, the Zaya, instantly like this, no support to pair it with. You can kind of bring something into the bot side. Maybe you can steal the love over her life, Rakan, to the hands of Reckless.
Do you still Rakan? No, you probably do still Rakan because you have some great disengage options right now. You have actually the tools as a light side to turn the fights around if Los Ratones are the ones engaging onto you, which is something they want to be doing with Galio and now with Poppy as well on their hands. Los Ratones with the Wukong and with the Zaya have the opportunity to survive the initial engage and then to turn the fight around because they would do rather fine in extended fights.
That's that Poppy lock-in right there. I mean, this is also a flex, but could be jungle, support, and top, right? Like we've seen it in all of these roles right now. And it's a really good counter engage against Wukong, right? Wukong has his Nimbus Strike, and that's it, right? So you pop down the Steadfast Presence, and then suddenly Wukong can't engage. And I mean, we saw it last game actually with Bulldog. Kasing even mentioned it. Like, there's not Wukong sometimes is relied heavily on his engage, and if you can stop that, I mean, so far what we're seeing from Lightside, he is their only engage. Yeah, you find a way to block that off, and suddenly you're looking happy here. So Oriana is going away for that ball delivery service with the Monkey, which makes a lot of sense because that can be pretty scary. Another scary wombo combo there as well. And it seems as though Lightside understand, they recognize, okay, don't have the greatest engage right now. If we go up against disengage, then it's all over. So get rid of Braum, get rid of that disengage style bot laner. And actually opting into the Rakan ban themselves.
I'm wondering, do you lock this in? This would be interesting. You kind of reveal everything as soon as you lock this AD up, aside from the jungle. But this is an interesting one coming in for Nemesis as well. You kind of have to. Now we're talking. I talked about this at the beginning of the show. Velja with this one.
Yes, the Velja special, finally. I was
Yeah.
waiting for Viego, and it's only game 2 and we already get treated to Viego. So now we're getting a little bit more clear about where everybody is going. Still, Reckless Speak is going to explain a lot of us, because I would love this Galio to be on the bot lane right now, because yeah, they are bringing in Nautilus with the Braum pick. It makes a lot of, with the Braum ban, so it makes a lot of sense that Lightside can pick the champion who is only afraid of Braum among the other supports. Now they have a strong engage on the bot lane. Now they have another strong engage to pair up with Wukong if anything goes wrong with their jungler because of that Poppy. What else do they add here? I want to see some consistent damage on the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. I mean, Nautilus is great into someone like Ez, who's very slippery. And okay, we're going to get Rise. Now, that's quite interesting. Kind of throwing down the gauntlet a little bit there for Harbo in that mid lane. And Nemesis with this last pick, well, it depends on the flexes going on here. Adonis can decide to scale wherever they want it. I think that's quite ballsy there for Lightside. It's a very low range style mid laner as well, and it's something that I think the Adonis will be quite happy to play into. Viego, from my estimations, like, I think he's pretty good into Rise. He can get on top of Rise, and yeah, you know, Rise will want to prison him and phase rush away, but when you're combining the Viego with something like the Galio and Alice flying in as well, that can be tough to deal with. So pretty scary options right here for Adonis, all across the board.
This Poppy's value is extremely high versus that composition of Lightside. They kind of built into that as well, adding the Nautilus after the Poppy. But there you go, Bass is going to be the one piloting the Poppy. We already have the rosters complete, so you know the question that is about to ensue for the desk. Solari, Foxtrot, and the chat as well. I want to get your opinions. Who's going to win this one? But for Solari and Foxtrot, we have an ongoing game. Whoever wins this one will get something.
Do we get something in the end of the day, or like in the end of the whole
I
split?
can't physically give it to you, kind of, you know. I'm in Portugal, you're far away. It's kind of harsh.
Yeah, I feel like this is Adonis favored. I'm not gonna lie. Viego is scary. Galio is scary. With all of that jump forward, it's gonna be hard for Lightside. Yeah.
I don't want to echo Fox this time because last time it didn't end well, but I have to, because I do think as well that Lost Ratona's composition just works too well into Lightside's comp here. Whatever Lightside want to be doing, Lost Ratonas always have an answer for it, and it's going to be a better answer.
Okay, so again, sharing the same vote. I think Solali just wanted the first one, and then she's gonna copy you throughout the day, so she wins. But yeah, it's the second game for Los Ratones. If they win this one, they'll be ahead of everyone by the end of the day, depending on how it goes, because we still have a few games. Or Lightside can pull a fast one, trick one, and actually leave the desk broken. But what's not broken? It's the voices that are going to be casting this one. It's a brain in trouble. How are you doing? That's a lot of R's.
Bro is rolling R's like.
At least
like
we'll
a
know like
slinky
Atakan with a lot of A's.
Yeah, a lot. No, don't get me started on that character. I still can't. Well, that boss. I still can't say his name. Right, comps game coming up. Los Ratones. We both noted that we think Los Ratones, they got a solid team, but again, 2 games in a row, they've locked relatively low damage teams in. You're basically relying heavily on Crowny. You do now have Velia on the Viego, but for the most part, all your damage is physical, first of all. Secondly, it's not like a high damage comp. Like, Ezreal chips like consistently, but he's not like consistent poke. He's not consistent like high attack speed damage like someone like a Varus is. So it feels like Los Ratones, at least for this week, have kind of figured out their game plan of play very, very beefy teams and then just protect Crowny, while Bios is just a complete menace in a side lane. Let's see, though, if Lightside have the answer to them going into this. Trouble, I'm curious of your thoughts on the comp. I know you've kind of said the same thing on the slightly low damage, but I am curious of your 2 cents, because you're better at wording things than me. That's your job.
I feel like you abuse it until people figure out a way to deal with Baus. It worked so well in the first game. You divert all the pressure towards the top side of the map. He inevitably is going to get tanky, whether it's a Cho'Gath, a Sion, a Poppy, a Malphite. All of these champions get super tanky with a couple of items. And I feel like Los Ratones are playing on fundamentals. Let's not forget who these guys are, where they've played, world stages. They've got probably the best analyst that's grazed the LEC's brain behind the team. Like, this guy has watched so much LCK, so much LPL. Like, he knows macro, he knows movement. These guys do too. They've played in pro teams for so long. So I feel like it's very easy to just draw through the fundamentals of this guy's diverting pressure. We take in objectives or kills towards the bots of the map. One of us gets fed that does damage, whether it's the Viego this time around or the Ezreal, and we just snowball through them. We just use them through the sides or through neutral objectives to snowball through them. Now, looking at LLS, they have a lot more damage and they've got pretty good engage, so they can actually pile on top of that. When I see things like the Nautilus, the Cassante, the Wukong, I'm seeing all-ins. If they can capture that Ezreal, it's great. And what I love more about their composition is that they've rounded out with Xayah. Xayah is the best anti-dive champion. Even if you leave her all alone, as long as she has ultimate, she can hold her own. So I really want to see if LLS are actually going to take the fight onto Los Ratones, or are they going to fall for the Bowser special.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of want to take a step back and just look at some of the players on the side of Lightside, because we got a whole bunch of new viewers, people who've probably never watched NLC, people who aren't particularly familiar, especially like the likes of Lightside, because a lot of their players were actually on lower teams during last year. People like Rusty Sniper is probably the biggest one that jumps up to me. Rusty Sniper, I swear down, was like a top 3 ADC, and he was just team gapped every game. Like, it was like he had a ball and chain on his ankle, because his team were just, unfortunately, and I hate to dump on people, but they were letting him down consistently last year. And he would still, even with a pretty rotten team, show up fairly consistently. He's not the only player on the side of Lightside who had this very problem. In fact, their mid and their jungle as well. Both were pretty consistently decent players for their teams, but just kind of got team gapped every game. So it feels like you've kind of taken all the parts of like great players from bad teams from last year and now assembled them together. And we'll have to find out whether or not it was a team gap, or, you know, if they're actually as good as we thought they were. And it's a little sad in a way for some of the Lightside players, because this is the most stacked NLC has looked in an incredibly long time. We've got some really big players on both Group A and Group B. And Lightside have assembled all these players who, honestly, this roster last year, I would have come into this year had we not had like all of these mega teams show up, and I would have been like, honestly, this is a pretty solid like mid to potentially contesting a top 4 spot team. And now I'm like, well, they're probably still somewhere towards middle, maybe lower, upper bottom, but they are genuinely actually really solid players on the side of Lightside. They got their work cut out for them. Like you said, you've got a world champ on that team. You've got some incredibly infamous players, including the boss in the top lane. You know, Crowny, just unbelievably experienced players across the board for the side of Lightside. And yeah, I'm eager to see what they can do versus Las Ratones, because honestly, that game versus Nord, not overly that competitive. That game number 1.
No, I felt like they held their own pretty well. Again, I feel like their strat, until it gets found out, until people figure out how they want to deal with the kind of strat that Los Ratones are bringing in, I feel like it's really cool to just abuse it and juice out all the best of ones. I feel like best of ones right now are so important, because if you listen to a lot of players, they're like, oh yeah, best of ones are coin flip. Because Sync mentioned it in the interview as well. You need to know exactly when you're walking into that best of one what your composition does. If you mess up, GG. You have to go next, but it's a best of 1. So that loss is already counting against you. For LLS, this is their debut for this season on the NLC, and they are playing against all those stars on Los Ratones. As we go straight into the game, LLS versus Los Ratones. LLS are going to be on that blue side, and all eyes for me are on the 2 junglers. We have the 2 carries, Hybrid on the Wukong, and Velia on his very, very known Viego. Like, this guy climbed the ladders with this champion. So if anything, here's his time to show what he's made out of. And these 2 carry junglers are gonna need to feed off of priority lanes. They're gonna need to feed off of potentially even invading or trying to find some cheeky plays to take summoners away to try and get ahead in that early game.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because Viego typically likes to play with a very bursty team, so you can get 1 kill very snappily and then steal the form and then move on to the next. But there is an argument that when you're playing a team that's this tanky and can play this much frontline, once you get that initial kill, you can kind of get the reset, get a full combo off, jump out, jump into the next, and kind of almost play a slower style. So not what you typically associate with a Viego playstyle, but it's very much an option here for the side of Los Ratones to kind of just play around Villia, playing a more slow and steady, steal the forms, go into the reset, and play it off that. Because you have a phenomenal amount of CC. There is so much CC on Los Ratones, and we saw last time, eventually, it took so long to kill Baus that the rest of the team could rock up to the fight after everything had been used on him, and then they'd go for the kill. So we'll have to see if Lightside are maybe a little bit smarter than that, and they're not just going to burn all their ultimates onto the top laner, and instead will look for the optimal picks and optimal ability to get that kill onto him.
I feel like the most optimal thing that Los Ratones can do here, as you mentioned, they do have a lot of CC. I think it's go for the Nautilus. It is the #1 suspect. Usually you see Nautilus either go 0-10 or go 0-5 and have a bunch of assists, which means that this is a very successful Nautilus game. I feel like right here, getting Velia that Nautilus on the first reset is going to snowball the fight so hard. And one wrong Q from Leo Lecargo right here could actually mean a lost team fight. So I'd like to keep a track of how many times maybe the Nautilus overextends or he gets a wrong Q onto a target and ends up going down for Los Ratones. I feel like this is a very easy way to try and snowball the fights later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a bunch of relatively decent people you could steal here.
Yeah, I don't think you're
Winter
getting
as well.
Cassante down anytime soon, though.
No. I mean, you're getting that Cassante at the end of the fight, aren't you? Unless by some miracle he kind of overextends and gets blown up very quickly. But I very much doubt that because, like we said, Los Ratones have a relatively low damage comp. And it just feels like this was their week 1 plan. I'm curious to see what they cook up as the split goes on. Because one of the things I talk about quite a lot is, you know, an ability of a team to adapt and change. I think one of my major issues with Ruddy during summer last split was we didn't really see much change from them because they were kind of just crushing everyone. So they didn't really have to show us anything other than the playstyle we knew from them. So when we eventually did see it, it wasn't quite as clean as what we're used to. Now, Reckless actually using Ignite onto Rusty Sniper already doesn't get caught out by the Blade Cooler. And does lose a little bit of HP, but honestly, Rusty Sniper, happy with that. Didn't burn a pot, just got a chunk out of Reckless's health bar, and was crucially burnt that Ignite early.
Yeah, and that bot lane dead even down the bot side of the map, which means now that Hybrid has to pivot towards the top side. Might find Nemesis right here. Does he fancy taking this fight?
Oh, they get good taunt up, but Hybrid able to jump away using the clone. Velia does have the chase down here onto Harbo, but Harbo a little bit low on mana. Does need to be careful.
They're fighting for that crab towards the top side of the map, and Harbo needs to be very careful because she no longer has the vision. However, Baus has to back. He's going to be TPing back into the wave. The Scuttle Crab is going to go towards the side of Hybrid. Of course, does have the smash, going to take it down 1-1. Really good stuff right there. Nemesis insta-push that mid lane the second that bot lane Crab got taken away to try and transition Velia through that mid lane towards the top side Crab. It's not going to be the case, but right now, because Baus got that first teleport back towards the top side of the map, and now Winter needs to back, he gets to invade that top side. He's been pinged, and Wukong's already on his way, but I think Velia with the smite here will be long gone.
Right, well, Velia maybe looking towards something on the top side with the teleport coming in. Just denying that from Highbrush is really big. Highbrush went for the reset. Velia did not, and loses a cap for it. Now Winter, she can take a little fight here versus Baus. Not really going to get much. And we haven't seen Baus do his proxy like we did in game 1.
A bit more difficult on that
On the
particular
Poppy.
matchup with the Poppy as well. Yeah, with the Poppy, you also have to gather the wave, Q it, the Q and the Q pop. Doesn't necessarily really one-shot the wave yet, so it's not as easy as with Cho'Gath popping your 2 spells, one auto-attacking once, and then the whole wave basically dies. So I think it's going to be more of a traditional 1v1 in lane for now for Baus versus Winter. Again, my eyes are pinned all to Velia, and looking at the fight that he chooses to take right here, I feel like bot lane is a very crucial part of where Viego usually wants to be. Again, being around the Nautilus, it's kind of peak for Viego, because getting to steal his soul, especially when Nautilus is not going to be level 6 for the next fight to come, and Velia is going to be, I feel like this is the body that you're looking at to steal first.
I really like this from light side, though. They got a good rotation off there into top side. Obviously, knowing the grubs are important. Nemesis may find himself caught out. They get the taunt down. The flash comes down as well. And light side able to make an escape from it. Winter holds his own in the top side. And most crucially, an entire wave was lost there for the side of Los Ratones on the bot side, because we saw Rusty Sniper stay, shove the wave, and then rotate to join the rest of his team. So ultimately down a little bit in farm there for Los Ratones, as they are moving multiple people over to potentially get involved in a little scrap. Just having a quick look at where the 6s are at. A couple of people have their ultimates, but there's no really major ones up. And I think Lightside are recognizing they kind of want the Cyclone before they fight, so they just back off. They may go to steal one, though. Oh, big headbutt pole into the Galioar. Only going to catch onto the clone. Highbridge has to flash away. He's going to find himself caught out by Crownie as he secures first blood. Taunt comes down. Winter is trying to get out of this one as they're going to go in. In jumps Harbo, though, with the pillar, with the portal to get himself into the fight. Reckless is holding fast, but he finally goes down. Crownie not going to secure that one. It is a double kill for Leo Lacargo as well. So not even all that much gold getting given over to the right members. Oh, sorry, it's Velia.
It was Velia.
I got bested by Viego. I said it, looked at the scoreboard and went, that's weird. It says he has a double kill, but he's 0-1.
So let's weigh things out. Both top laners level 6 have ultimates. What's more important, a Ryze ult or a Galio ult? I reply right here. It is a Galio ult. It gives you shield, the extra defenses as well. So great re-engage right here from Nemesis. Gets the 2 targets. They know they're stronger. Winter is super low into like Asante, and Nemesis gets to walk away for free. And then it comes the Nautilus, is extremely squishy level 4, and Reckless just about threaded the needle to try and get away from the pullback from the feathers. But you see that Rusty Sniper does manage to get one down, which kill actually goes to Harbo over to the Ryze. And now, the most important part is, we said, keep your eyes on the jungles. They're probably the most important cog in the machine of that early game for both teams. Currently, Velia on his Viego, about 1,000 gold out, 2 kills. They've gotten the entire bot side full of control as well. They're going to start the Dragon. Level 6 across the board for Los Ratones, and it's looking like another stronger.
Yeah, I feel like Lightside really wanted to wait for their ultimates before they took that fight. Not having the Cyclone, not having the Feather Storm, not having the Depth Charge.
They just all weren't on the same page. Like, half of them wanted to wait, who didn't have it, and half of them were like, but we have it.
Especially when, like, the Galio ultimate, it's a teleport, but it also has that kind of impact where it either buys space or, you know, gets that CC in, where Harbo, he just brought a couple of minions with him. That's all he really achieved with his ultimate. As Winter taking a fight here versus Baus. Baus able to completely stomp him there. Massive amount of damage down.
Baus is very aware that there is ultimate over Winter, so he definitely does not want to take the 1v1 fight. Last person that did take a 1v1 fight, even with the health advantage, ended up paying the golden price versus the Cassante. So Baus being very careful right here not to take any disadvantageous fight towards Winter. Winter has the Q3 right there as well.
Oh, he might go for it. All out. He has got the ultimate. Baus able to knock him back. Sends that Cassante flying. Misses the cannon as well. -1.
Doesn't want to take none of this fight. Throws him out. Harbo taking control of the bot side of the map, pushing it out. That Ryze and the Cassante are the 2 that are most even in terms of gold on the map, mid and top lane. Extremely good champions, especially when you're looking towards that late game, protecting the Xayah, making sure that you push out the waves. Cassante and Ryze can stay extremely safe onto the side lanes, pushing out. A lot of damage coming through, AoE damage from Ryze, and also Cassante is an absolute monster in being an escape artist every single time he has to push to that side lane. The Archangels coming through for the Rise as well, which means a lot more damage getting stacked up for Harbo, who's also heading towards that top side of the map right now together with support and jungle.
Velia. No one's aware of each other. The first to move is the one that reveals themselves. As Nemesis actually coming in. It looks like the collapse here from Los Ratones. Light side, find themselves in a bit of danger. They got a blast going to work with. They just blast into the middle of everyone. Hook goes wide, Taunt lands onto 2. Reckless, not able to get the headbutt pole buff, but Rusty Sniper's firing down, bits the feathers, pulls in a couple of people. Crowley firing away, and Velia on a killing spree steals away the monkey. Harbo has to make a run for it. He's just going to ult over the wall into Leo Lacargo, but he gets himself caught out by Harbo. Harbo completely pumping the damage in, but finds himself knocked up. Velia steals yet another form. Looks for the hook, doesn't find it. And it's so close multiple times, but Lightside struggling to translate through the tankiness into kills.
Again, very simple, correct League of Legends coming through for another team. This time, Los Ratones right here. We mentioned how their damage profile is extremely low. And it's also primarily AD through the Viego and the Ezreal, but look at where all the kills have ended up on. Brownie down the bot lane and Velia in the jungle. Rusty might have to hold this one.
I think he might be in trouble. Goes to the Feather Storm, gets the pull back. They're underneath the tower. Rusty pops the barrier. Shut down in his pocket. Beautifully played by Leo. What a hook.
Great bait right there from Rusty Sniper. He saw his support getting very, very close. Baits Crowny to walk a little bit too far forward, takes him down with him. Great stuff right there. However, again, reminder on the feats of strength right here, we did have the first blood go over to Los Ratones. And if I'm not wrong, this might actually be the third objective.
That's 5 grubs. If they can secure the last one, they are completely locked in, but the fight is on already. Reckless, low HP, but he's able to find himself a bit of damage. There's going to be the outcome ball to get them all out. Winter just kidnaps the Poppy underneath the tower, able to secure himself the kill. And so far, the grubs are still standing, but Leo being chased down. Harbo comes in with a lockdown. Can Leo keep himself alive? Hook comes through! Harbo! Gulf's able to secure the kill, finding the lockdown. Harbo goes in for the flash, but gets himself a shutdown in the pocket. Can he get away? No, looks like he's going to be able to. Jumps underneath the tower to safety. Rusty back into the fight, back into the action. 1 grub still standing. The feat of strength isn't completed yet for Los Ratones.
LLS are taking the fight to Los Ratones. They don't care about killing Baus on a side lane. They're willing to take the 4v4s, the 3v3s, whatever Los Ratones throw at them. And very importantly, stealing that Void Grub away, as you very rightfully mentioned, means that feats of strength does not go over to Los Ratones just yet. They do have the first blood, and they have 2 out of 3 neutral objectives. So either the next objective or the first tower to fall, it gives Los Ratones over feat of strength.
I have to admit as well, Harbo looking a little bit scary on this Rise, and Rise is a champion who needs time to scale up, and now 2-0-1, Archangel's finished, working towards that next item as well. I believe that'll be a Luden's companion for him. It can be very, very scary. Now, the real issue is they're committing their mid laner and their top laner, the support, sorry, to the top side of the map. Well, Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, that's the feat of strength they're looking for.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of a late transition right here from Leo Lacargo. I don't feel like they were expecting Los Ratones to beat towards the top side of the map, because there is nothing for them to do right there. They leave Baus on the side, push out the wave into that Rise, and I feel like Los Ratones right here are getting a pretty free neutral objective, which will give them piece of strength, as we previously mentioned. LLS does not seem to be too interested about it. And now they kill Cassante with just 1 Galio.
I mean, they're actually doing a fair amount of damage to him, but he's got the shield, he's got the dash away. Reckless is going to pop the ultimate as he goes in for the dive. WU finds himself a knock-up, but there is going to be a quick turnaround. Winter tries to find that turnaround himself, gets another shield off. He's doing a fair amount of work here, but Velia slides in and secures the kill. Cassante is still not balanced, apparently. That is crazy.
All I'm gonna say, they're lucky that is a 2025 version of this champion yet again. LLS used now the Cassante as a diversion to take that top lane tower, bot lane tower going down for Los Ratones. And there is a little bit of a bug with the overlay. Los Ratones actually do have feats of strength. If I'm not wrong, they've got 3 objectives, 2 dragons, and 3 void grubs, and the first blood. So They will be able to purchase those juicy boots once the 2-item completion happens in their inventory. And right now, I feel like so far, this is a much more competitive game than the first one we saw versus Nord. Because LLS are just simply not afraid to take the fight. It kind of helps that you do have a very fed Ryze you can play around as well. So LLS are actually using the Ryze to try and pressure out the lanes, but then they need to make sure they transition him right before the fights happen.
I think they have a better read on the boss's playstyle as well, which is probably helping them. And yeah, I told you, this team for Lightside genuinely are very good players with just a bad track record because of the teams they were on last year. I'm not surprised to see them performing this well. Now, yes, the game is still Los Ratones favored. Yes, they're ahead right now in both gold, the feats of strength, but they still look to be putting a fight up as they're going to teleport in. Reckless gets the 3-man pulverized. Rusty's firing away, but the Galio's coming in. They get the blades back. Can they find the turnaround? Balf goes onto Rusty. Rusty still has no ultimate available to him, so he could just go down in the middle of this, but that looks like Balf is going to lose his life to Rusty Sniper. The True Shot Barrage dodged away. Hook comes in from Leo. Nemesis trying to find the turnaround, but Crowley has arrived to the fight. Winter finds the knock-off of multiple people. Form stolen here by Velia as he continues to chase. No Harbo. Rusty low HP. Lockdown coming in, and it looks like Lightside have to limp away from the fight. That should just be Herald over to the side of Los Ratones.
Great turnaround by Los Ratones right there. Again, you cannot underestimate the power of the Galio. We saw it over in game number 1. Anyone gets caught from Los Ratones, they're all pretty tanky. Even at this point, you're looking at Velia. He does have the 2 items. He does have the extra Ruby Crystal. Whoever gets caught and you allow time for Nemesis to come through, that will be it. They're looking at the Tribus, see Velia, they want to engage, they find Reckless. Reckless is pretty tanky with the press of 1 ultimate, and Winter has used already his CC, so Nemesis gets to ult freely. And if you look over to the left side, Baus has also arrived, keeps Rusty Sniper alive, who is one of the main damage dealers now that Harbo is dead for the side of LLS. So all that's remaining for LLS is to roach out of that play and let the 2 teammates die.
A really, really nice turnaround there from Lightside, but honestly, a solid start to the engage from Lightside as well. Honestly, though, Reckless with the 3-man pole on top of the Ryze is huge. Nemesis not really going to get much here as Harbo just beating away at Bowles. Bye-bye, Monkey. Didn't have Cyclone, so didn't waste an ultimate from the Monkey there, but Winter potentially getting dove here. Is just going to jump away. Reckless comes in with the flash. Can he get this turnaround? He has the all-out available to him. Just use the W to break away. Leo finding the lockdown for his team. No backup is quite here yet, but Velia needs to be careful. They're going to find the slow onto him. Rusty's making his way over. Teleport coming in as well. This is going to get really messy. The taunt may not be enough. Great flash by Harbo. Reckless finds yet another pole, but he does go down. Blast Cone. They're going to take the Hex Case. They're going to continue the chase on. Velia needs to try and make a break away from it. Leo looking for the hook. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. Oh my word, this is such a bloody game and it's brilliant to watch.
Yeah, Leo Lecargo as well misses the double auto attack right there. Velia just about goes invisible as the auto attack from Nautilus is about to be hammered down onto him. 6-1 and 4 onto this Viego will be pretty juicy money to whoever was able to kill him. Is not the case, gets out alive. They only lose Reckless, sacrifices himself to try and get his team away. I'm excited about this LLS team, I'm going to be honest. Taking the fight onto Los Ratones every single time. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Los Ratones have overextended once or twice here.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know if it's like overexcitement or we're simply that much more fed. You've got a 6-1 and 4 Viego with 2 items in the inventory, 2 items in the inventory of this Ezreal. You're actually an entire whole item possibly up on every single opponent. So you are forcing these fights to try and take control of that advantage in the early game. So I don't blame them for that, but props to LLS for actually trying to find those picks.
Absolutely. Now we're going to see, but Los Ratones is going to start up this Dragon number 2. Hex Tech Soul will be an issue if they're able to pick it up. So definitely see some level of contest coming in as Nemesis gets a whole heap of damage off onto Harbo. I think the biggest issue that Harbo is having is he has no health. Every time I see him, he's at least half health. He is getting melted away as Rusty was looking to be a bit of a menace in the mid lane, but when it comes in, throws down the Herald. And the contest on the top side of the map is coming in. Looks like they're just going to put Reckless inside Shelly. Rusty is going to do his best to try and clear the wave away. Does have that ultimate available, and he's going to have to throw it down anytime soon. There comes the play caller. Gonna get the lockdown. Reckless caught out. Harbo trying to pump in as much damage as possible, but Harbo's shield is already popped. Velia is gonna secure the kill, and Rusty goes down too. Absolutely filthy play from Los Ratones. And now Winter isolated on his lonesome. Crowny continues to chase in onto him, and Winter, he's got nowhere to go. He's going down.
Actually, that was such a clever play from Los Ratones, because if you look over the top side of the map, if you see the replay, you'd see LLS were trying to actually dive back from the top side of the map. Los Ratones deep into River. LLS think that they're actually flanking them from the mid lane, but they actually pop that Rift Herald first. So there's a split-second decision right there. Do we defend that mid lane, because they're going to take our mid lane tier 1 and potentially tier 2 if we head towards the top side of the map, or do we just ditch that mid lane and defend our top lane players returning? And it was a split decision. Half of the players stayed, half of the players went, and a great engage by Reckless and Nemesis. Again, extremely tanky, even though Rusty Sniper and Harbo put so much damage into both of them, they just couldn't get them down. And Velia, 7, 1, and 6, almost 3 items in. There you go. You see players retreating from the top side. Valia had already dipped into River. That was a split decision right there from LLS that they had to make. Unfortunately, they tried to make something happen with the mid lane, lost the mid lane tier 1, looked for a couple of kills. Valia comes through the shadows, ends it.
It is genuinely disgusting how many times Reckless gets away with like barely any health. He is being so good at baiting them to have some juicy stake, and they can't find the lockdown. Really clean stuff coming in from him. And yeah, I was worried about the damage, but when Viego gets this fed, damage suddenly stops being an issue. Now they've got the revives as well, so Shutdown not going to get given over. Basically consequence-free fighting. So Winter able to evade the taunt with his W, but down goes his tower. His team are not really in position to respond. They may try and look for it, though. They find the knock-up on the Nemesis. Nemesis looks for the turnaround. Remember, the revives are there for the side of Los Ratones, and already Winter has lost his life. Reckless with the ultimate on is just taking way too little damage. They can't keep it up, and they don't even lose a revive for that. They just get a kill for free.
I was about to say, okay, Velia, how good of a Cassante are you? Can you 1v4? It's not going to be the case. It's going to ult out of his form real quickly. They're looking towards that bot side. They can actually throw their bodies in. Look at both Faust and Nemesis. They have TPs. So right now is the time to dive underneath the tower, try to take kills, even end the game. You respawn, TP straight back into this fight.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Biolsi's got his W up, steadfast presence. Rusty's been caught. He's been blown apart. Crowley secures the kill. The Grand Entrance on Galio hits nada, but Leo's falls regardless. No revives used yet. Oh no, Reckless's revive used, but he's going to pop back. Inhibitor goes down, and it's only the Nexus turret standing, and they've still got the revives to work with, so they're going to look for that taunt. Winter is going to get eaten up by one. Going to look for the kill onto Winter. He's just about able to break away from it. There's one revive, but Harbo continuing to try and fire out. Bouse just sends Harbo back, and the rest of the revives are used. But what a heavy cost for Lightside just to get the revives off the side of Los Returnes.
Wow, I actually love the aggression right here. And honestly, great call to add Atakan in the Rift, especially when it's this version and you get those juicy fights. Again, we said it. And I feel like Nemesis has been playing as if he has Atakan buff the entire game. He sees champion, you see him dashing forward, trying to get a taunt. You never know when the rest of Los Ratones is there. We've seen Winter going down 5 times. Who would think that anyone would engage onto the Cassante on the sideline? And they do. They have enough damage. 8, 1, and 8. Onto a 3-item Diego. Bouse?
Bouse is eating a whole heap of damage, but we've seen this play before. Harbo falls in the middle of the fight as well. Hybraj is going to buy some time for his team. Velia not going to get caught out by the hook here. Rusty Sniper has the feather, the blade cooler, but he's not going to be able to use it as he is dead. Leo Lacargo, last man standing, caught up by the Justice Punch. Velia, he's the bird this time. Down he goes, double kill secures for Crowny. And Los Ratones, it just feels like they're dotting the I's and crossing the T's right now. Very little that LLS can do.
They're going to take the last Dragon Ride take even soul over to Los Ratones. An insult to injury right there. They did have a big wave towards that bot side. They could have tried and ended. I believe right here they do have Crowny pretty low on HP, so potentially they didn't want to chance that, but you did have ultimates from Galio, you did have ultimates from Alistar, and a big fat juicy wave through that bot side with a very low Nexus tower as well. So potentially there could have been an end angle right there, but slow and steady always wins the race, and they're taking it to textbook right here. Fourth dragon was going to give them soul. They do have the Baron on their sides as well, and they're taking full control of that top side jungle of Highbridge.
Yeah, I think the dragon is the Baron and the dragon probably the best calls for here for the side of Los Ratones. And is there any fight potential coming in? Light side, you keep hitting them down, but they keep coming back and fighting. Reckless gonna catch up the Hybros, gets himself caught out by the hook, and the Baron's already secured. Balth chasing Rusty Sniper, who is ultless. Hybros forced to use the Cyclone already. Leo crumbles down next, and with that, support dead, 5v4. This is going to be an incredibly hard ask for the side of Light side to hold.
Baus was just walking up. He wasn't using it.
Just menacingly walking towards him. Oh, Harbo. Harbo never has HP. I'm convinced this guy has some rune, which means he just has less HP. The ultimate comes out from Rusty, caught by the taunt. Double kill for Crowny. Hybros gets caught in the knock-up as well. They're looking for the triple onto Crowny, but Velia is going to be the one to take that one away. And now they continue to chase onto Winter. Winter going incredibly low, back onto the fountain to try and keep himself alive. Crowny taking a little too many tower shots off the back of that one, but the Nexus is going to crumble. And it's a 2-0 start to Los Ratones. An absolutely brilliant debut in the NLC.
Last few auto attacks for the Nexus, but they're diving the Nexus actually. Screw the KDAs. Well, Baus, of course, would say that. And here's the second explosion of the day for them. Actually, sad for Nemesis. He had 0 deaths. He was 3, 0, and 15 right before he died. I mean, if that doesn't prove to you that he's not a KDA player, I don't know what will. But in all seriousness, this was a completely different comp than what they showed in game number 1. Because even though it had sort of the same elements with the Galio traveling through, they didn't play the same way that they played around Baus in the first one. Baus was actually a Sundered Sky Poppy. He was a threat to the backline. You saw him simply walk up to Rusty Sniper, and Rusty Sniper was like, I'm walking out. I don't want nothing to do with this Poppy. He was assassinating him in the backline the entire time.
Yeah, it was a hard fight there for Lightside, but I will say that we saw more light in Lightside than we did in Nord versus Las Ratones. I told you these guys are good. Honestly, keep your eyes on them throughout the split. I think they could be a little bit of a surprise factor later on down the line. But with that, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back with game number 4. So we'll see you in a moment.
Los Ratones starting the day with a 2-0, and that was a O because as soon as Velja locked in that Viego, you know he's up to something. So let's understand how they cooked from Champion Select until this one. Expectations from draft towards realization from draft. What do we have to say about this?
Now, look, my understanding is that, and I think this is what was going through the heads of Los Ratones, is that going into this game, the first third of the game is going to be hard because it's hard for these champions to play against whatever light side threw at them. But once you get through that, once you get your first 2 items completed, that's when you start to truly shine. And that is exactly what happened to Los Ratones, because if you look at this gold graph, never ever in this game did light side have any significant or almost any gold lead at all, despite the game being so heavy in fights during the early game and despite light side taking some very important kills and objectives.
Light side looked pretty good at the beginning of this game for sure. I liked what they threw towards Los Ratones. If you just sit back and let Los Ratones do what they want to do, then it seems like this is a team that has enough experience to run you around the map and just beat you down that way. And the fact that light side decided to bring up some aggression back into the face of Los Ratones, it worked early, right? Harbo especially was doing some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it just didn't work out. And even in the good fights that light side were able to find, Los Ratones was still able to find some good things. And when you have Velia playing his Viego as well, there's an extra layer of danger there. And he was so strong. He was so strong in these skirmishes, in these fights. And it was looking cool for maybe 10-ish minutes, and we were like, yeah, this is right. This right here, this is a great example. The first grub fight, it was just always Los Ratones who had the first move. They had the first ability to make it happen. And you can see right from the get-go, when you lose your jungler at not even level 6, mind you, which Wukong really needs to be, it's going to be tough. But they still fought back, right? Lightside still fought back, and Harbo was looking pretty sexy at a certain point as well. It's unfortunate for them, when you got a reset champion on the other side of things. If you're not demolishing a fight, then it's gonna look tough.
If I may, on this specific fight, we don't get to see it on the screen itself. And I was looking at the game, and as soon as I saw it, I'm like, yeah, I really want a replay of this because I think I got a grasp of something that nobody expected. So Baus is level 5 and he ignores the fight to go mid in order to get level 6 and ulti rise away from the fight, because Arbo only joined the fight at the end of it. He took a long time, because if he was there sooner, things would be different. But this guy goes into the mid lane, gets level 6 instantly, and you see Rise just woo across the map. This is not teleports. It takes even longer to use the teleport nowadays. So this is something interesting. There we go. Baus actually had the idea of, okay, I'm not going to be there because I'm going to be more useful by getting level 6 and removing. So it looks like the Los Ratones synergy is just working non-stop. They know what they have to do and they insta-click. And that's that synergy we were talking about, Solari, because even though they have a lot of experience, the friendship is also there. I'm not saying part of friendship. I'm not a fairy tale guy. I'm just saying it's mostly it insta-clicks, correct?
Yeah. Like I was saying behind the scenes, what vibes that I'm getting from Los Ratones is that this is the team that consists of 5 chill friends who are playing League of Legends together, like it was in League of Legends professional scene back in the days. If you remember Unicorns of Love, for example, that's literally the case. But on top of being 5 friends, these are also 5 guys who play incredibly well, both on their individual level and later on as a team. Because what Veja was doing, for example, in this game was he had so much more room to shine compared to game number 1, and he was carrying the majority of the early game on his shoulders. And later on, Crowny steps in, who already had time to shine in game number 1, but in this game, he was just so clean. Every single time you see him on the screen, you can't take your eyes away from him, because he knows when to position, how to position, when to actually engage in the fight, and he gets out of the fight pretty much untouched because he knows what to do with his Ezreal.
I like it. And this is from Los Ratones, but on the point of view from LLS, I think they have a really powerful team. They're going to be ending up the day versus Bulldogs. And obviously, as soon as we can, we will talk about that. But to talk about the team itself, Rusty Sniper is waiting for us. Hello, individual. That smile is tainted, isn't it?
I can't help myself. Whenever I see you on the screen, it just automatically comes on.
Hey, tell me something. LLS. It's looking cool. It's looking good. Obviously, Los Ratones. We're not gonna talk about this, but it's looking good. What if you could describe LLS as a friend? How would you describe LLS to me?
As a friend,
As a friend, I'm like, hey, who's that guy?
I was like, oh, that's just an annoying guy. You know, like don't focus on him too much. Just let him watch from a distance.
Okay.
You know. Yeah.
I see. Is that it?
Yeah, it was just. I guess, like, I don't know.
So
Gotta put me on the
tell
spot
me-
here.
Yeah, I want to know more about your team because you're always vocal about the team, and now you're gonna beat up everyone. So you start on the left
Yeah,
foot.
that's true.
You have to fight versus Bulldogs towards the end of the day. You're gonna wrap up the transmission, okay? It's all new, no pressure at all. What can you
Right.
expect on that game?
I'll step it up. All right. I'll take things into my own hands. I'll show them what I'm made of. I'll teach them a few things about Lord Sniper. All right. That's all you need to know.
But are you resty though?
A bit. I mean, yes and no at the same time. I think I played well, but not good enough. I think my macro could have been much better, especially early on, like that Void Grubs and the objectives following that. Like, I think that's where they like shine, is when they move around the map. Like before that, we were even having like doing completely fine in terms of like laning phase and keeping up and stuff like that.
Okay. Curious to see what happens, and maybe I'll get to talk to you later on in the show and see if you did provide with the sniping or not.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll see. We'll see. Okay. Hey, good to see you. Come on, man. I gotta see
Good
more
to be
versus
back.
Sniper, man. You got it.
Of course, of course. Like, I'll step it up, don't worry. You know how I said last interview or something?
Yeah.
Like, after the gym, I looked myself in the mirror and I said, if they're not stronger than me IRL, they're not better than me in game. But you know, after finishing my bench set, looking myself in the mirror, I was like, damn, like Belgium might be stronger than me. You know, I think that's where the loss came from. That second of doubt, you know. So I think it's just go harder in the gym, and next time we'll get our revenge.
Hey, I enjoy this. I like this. So we're stepping up. So for the
Yeah.
revenge of Rusty Sniper versus Belgium. Okay, I like
course.
it. Man, always a pleasure to talk to you. You know that.
Yes,
and
sir.
go hit gym. Eat protein.
Pleasure
Come
being
on.
here. Thank you for watching, guys. Thanks for rooting. See you later.
See you later, man. I'll see you soon. Jim, he knows. I was 1 second away from moving on, and you got me. Okay, and he understands that Los Ratones' strength usually it's showing that rotation, objectives, knowing where to be. It's interesting. Foxtrot, you know what? I'm gonna ask you something as soon as I talk with Velger because he's waiting for us. So I want to meet him. Hey, pleasure to meet you. I know you're serious guys, so pleasure to see you here at the show. That was a massive pull from Diego, man. Congratulations, 2-0. How do you feel about the day?
Hello guys, hope you're doing great. Well, the game was really good in my opinion. First game was also really good. But finally I get to play something that is like more damage dealt champion, which I'm really happy about. But yeah, I think we did a pretty good job. We had a long day, we had some warm-ups, and then we were waiting for officials, and everything ended up really good, I can say.
Rotation and objective wise, your team was looking clean. I know it was something you worked a lot. By the way, keep up the content on your YouTube because I get to see all perspectives at once, and easiest sub of my life, by the way. So it looks like it's evolving really fast as well. Don't you feel that as a team?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, as I said like many times, you know, I think I'm really blessed with this opportunity. Since when you see like who am I playing with, you know, I'm just enjoying this time for the first time in my life. I'm actually down to play tanks. Hopefully not as much, but yeah, like, rotations, everything. We're like doing it everything on stream. We're improving, and yeah, it's looking really promising. You know, it's like I'm really happy about it.
Damn, it looks clean. So final question for you so I can let you rest. That was a heavy day. If you could look into yourself and you had to describe yourself as a champion in game, what champion would it be?
That's a good question. well, I kind of enjoy gyms. I would say Mundo.
Oh,
That's all. That's kind of all I do besides League. Literally League and a bit of gym, and again League, and that's about it. So
Hey, I'm even happier to get to know you because I'm a gym guy as well. I'm a personal trainer, by the way, so I love this.
Nice.
Versus Sniper was talking about gym, and he was like, man, if I'm heavier on the gym, I can win everybody, but apparently Velja is stronger. Do you think a workout between you and Rusty Sniper, like one of those videos just working out non-stop, see who benches more? How do you think
why
about
not?
that? What do you think?
I think if you bring like more of like a sports in esports, I think it will be good. Like it helps you mentally a lot, and it's really good to be active, you know. Because right now I'm not active. Like for the past year, I'm not like going to the gym, and I'm really sad about it. But I was focusing on League, and now since everything is like, let's say, perfect, now I can go back to the gym, right? Since you know my league life is going really good right now.
Now we're talking. Now I'm getting hyped. Okay, I need to see those. You should record some vlogs on the gym and help people understand how to do gym, by the way. So if you get that exposure, maybe.
I'm planning to do it in future for sure.
Like
Like
now
gym
we're talking.
streams, etc.
Velja, thank you so much for this interview. Go rest. Congratulations on the 2-0, and I'll see you soon. Go gym, man. Go gym. Now we have to go gym.
This, bro. Thank you so much, and see you guys later. Bye bye.
See, this is gym, Fox. You know, now you know gym.
Ah, that's gym.
Gym
Yeah.
is good for
That's the
mental.
thing.
That's you lift heavy things, we booga booga, and there you go. That's all you need.
Sometimes you cry afterwards, but it's okay.
Actually,
It's part
yeah.
of the process.
We don't talk about those days.
No.
So, Verdant versus Nord.
That's our next matchup. Yeah.
Damn,
let's
like a
let's
question.
look forward to the future. Yeah, let's do it. So we've seen both these two teams today. Verdant pulled out the victory earlier on, and they even had a sub in the top lane. So it was quite a surprising win for them, I would say. I mean, even Ronaldo was surprised that they won. Papidero is back though for this game.
Yeah.
He's going to be back, right? So that their actual top lane is back. But it's going to be tough up against Nords, you know, especially in the top side. I know, Solari, that you have a certain interest for Nord's top lane, and I think that matchup is definitely going to be one to watch.
Can
I
you
promise-
enlighten us?
Yeah, I can, because I promised Archer to explain, because behind the scenes, I was calling Vizichachi a donkey, which is not a disrespectful thing in any shape or form, because his nickname doesn't make any sense, because Vizichachi in Hungarian means a water donkey, which is an animal that doesn't exist, but that's where it comes from.
To be fair, if you say it the way you said it, you could be, oh, water donkey. and there you go.
What?
In British English, that just sounds like
You just
like,
ruined
it all works out there.
everything! You and your British!
I think you should embrace it, mate. I think you should embrace it. That's all I'm saying.
Embrace the British? Huh. Sounds suspicious.
Can we
Something to
take
think
us to
about.
Champion Select? Because I think we're done. I think we're done right now. Okay, on a more serious note, I think we just blocked on this image, by the way. But no, on a more serious note, Nord obviously looking for blood. I know Verdant got a win, but everybody was looking into Los Ratones versus Nord, like a really expected matchup. And now they're like, this is not the style we want to. We need to lock in, and we need to take down Verdant. So, with your mindset and all you know about these teams, what can we say? Hey, we actually got into Champion Select production. I love you. I love you. Because I couldn't keep a straight face after that.
I wish we stayed there for a little bit longer. I wanted to ask you which team's eyebrow game is going to be stronger in this game.
It's hard to beat Verdant still.
Sorry, Portugal.
It's hard to beat Verdant.
Makes sense.
So, guys, do you think this is dramatic for me to say this is a must-win game for Nord?
No, that
No,
makes
it's
total
not
sense.
dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's day one, so saying something like that is a bit extreme, but with
Yeah.
the expectations coming through with these guys, like going 0-2 in your first day is unacceptable, really. I mean, losing to Los Ratones is fine,
Yeah.
right? Like they're a tough team, like it's okay, but this one right here is certainly the expectations would be that Nord should be able to take this. The amount of experience that these guys have, it would be criminal if they started off with such a bad foot right here. But either way, we're gonna get straight on into Champ Select, and that is an Aurora lock as well. First pick here for Verdant.
Haven't seen her for quite some time, to be honest. We've seen a lot of Aurora back in the Summer EMEA Masters when she was on the peak, and then she kind of disappeared a little bit from my... Okay, no, there were also worlds in between. Gosh, that was a long time ago. But either way, it's our first Aurora in this split, in this year even. And it's rather exciting to me because, first of all, this is the first game of Puppeteer that we're going to see because remember, he had us up with the previous game. And second of all, he's starting off with a really strong and interesting champion, very teamfight oriented, very much depends on the team playing around this champion and her ultimate. So it's a big question as to what else Verdant are going to draft around her.
Can they pull the Braum instantly with the Ashe? That would be terrifying for the bot lane.
Yeah. I mean, that is a classic combo, Braum Ashe, but right now you don't really see too much else, so I want to lean in a different way. And it's going to be Santorin's second Vi game here. Vi's been very popular today. We've seen a lot of Vi, high priority, high presence. She does offer quite a lot of like a well-rounded champion, and to really single out some of these more slippery guys that are often coming through in the meta right now. For example, we saw last game, and Ezreal, or we've seen previously, like Ezreal, that kind of thing it can be good to lock down. That is a Sejuani on the side of Verdant, mind you. And No Name has played a lot of Sejuani. Like, it is technically a flex. We've even seen it topside, we've seen it support. But I would expect this to be No Name Sejuani into the Vi.
Okay, it's getting spicy, by the way. Yone joining in the fray. Apparently, we could have a little snake. And by the way, we still have feats of strength on Cassio. They talked about it.
But she has no feet. She's a snake.
Well, Corky is on an airplane. How do you do that?
Look at his little feet. It's like he's got a Flintstone aircraft, mate. That's how he makes that
Cassiopeia
work.
is not a snake. She's cosplaying.
He's just wearing it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes no sense, but yeah. Don't insist on it. I don't know
Still,
how she gets
that's
the
Cassio, by the way, which is quite an exciting pick in and of itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, Yone with all the million dashes and all that stuff, it's so frustrating to play against. Melee champion as well, so Cassio into that kind of does kind of ruin Yone's day a little bit, and can certainly get some pressure located there. So you've got your winning lane sorted already now from mid.
Yeah, which is not good news for Verdant, to be honest, because drafting Sejuani plus Yone means that you want to have this duo heavily prioritized during the laning phase, because with the double melee, with the double procs of the Sejuani's E passive, they can do a lot of interesting stuff on the mid lane. But right now, Cassio basically doesn't allow both of them to do anything around her if she has her cooldowns with her. So it is a good pick from Nord, and I wonder if Verdant can find any other lane to work around now, because with mid lane, it's going to be very hard.
So bot lane for Verdant still open, Xante and Poppy being removed. Obviously, Poppy, you don't want to get those dashes cancelled. You already have to deal with Cassio, so might as well protect yourself from the other one, which would be Poppy. For the other side, though, Nord, as you stated out, Fox, they need this when it's day one, yeah, but you only get 2 days to get your seeding. So you might end up seeing, like, Nord, if they go 0-2, facing off, like, Ready on the other side or something like that. We don't know. We still have to see day 2, which is tomorrow, by the way. You have to tune in to see the other groups. It's also interesting. We have a lot of good players there, so keep in mind. And Nod is going to be locked in. I was wondering, like, Jhin, I have a certain opinion about Jhin. Yeah, this is a massive wombo combo.
Yep. So far, you got a lot of CC to set up, and you know, I mean, it's a large area, but still, Aurora can knock people in to an area as well. Yeah, it is going to be big old wombo combo, so we'll see how we round that one out with the support here. You want to add towards that more CC, like it's going to be CC either way, whether it is the Rail or the Nautilus. But I feel like from Nord's perspective too, you probably want a little bit more engaged there as well. But having seen this, like, Braum surely is just the lock-in, no? Like it's just got you don't even think about it. Like you don't even think about it. Like the shield versus bullet time. Is also is a great interaction, and is Ashe Braum. Like there's just a million reasons why that's and all that disengage too. So yeah, some pretty well-rounded comps here from both sides, and some potential for aggression too.
Well, you know the question, and so do I. Solari, you start now. You can't copy. Yeah.
Okay, fine. You know what? I will go with Nord straight away, because I feel like Nord's composition is so much more well-rounded here, because we have a really strong weak side on the top lane that is going to feel good no matter what, and it's going to feel good in the team fights later on. We have an excellent long-range engage with Ashe, with great follow-up from Vi and Cassiopeia if needed to. We have good disengage. We have really good tool in the face of that Braum against pretty much everything that Verdant might want to throw at Nord. I feel like every single fight should be won by default by Nord, unless Verdant pull out something absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
like a one-way combo. You know, that's the key. That's the key for Verdant here.
Yeah.
Is that you just pull your CC together,
But
pull
it's
your omelets
harder.
together. Oh, it's hard. Yeah, it's difficult. And I would put the edge to Nord for that reason as well. Like it's just yeah. But if the stars align and you just press all your buttons at the same time, then Verdant certainly have ways to make that work. And I won't be boring and vote for Nord, so I'm going to vote for Verdant and say I
Oh.
believe in the combo
Nice.
wombo. I believe in it. See, come on, Verdant, mate, do me proud. Let's go.
They only need once to make it work. That's all they need. For Nord, though, they need this win to at least get a 1-1 Verdant. If they're capable of winning, they can wrap up the day with the 2-0. That would be interesting, and that would be curious for everyone looking into NLC. By the way, welcome everybody, new and old viewers joining in. But you know what I'm gonna send into? It's a Brain and the lovely Treble.
Thank you very much, Archer. Forgot his name there for a second. That's bad. Only known him for like 10 years. How's it going, everybody? We're getting ready to go into game number 4 of the day. Foxy really hit the nail on the head. It is a real must-win here for the side of Nord. That loss to Los Ratones was pretty rough for them. They don't have many games in this group because this is kind of like a seeding section of the tournament before we move into the main section. So you need to get yourself those wins under your belt right now. And yeah, I like what Nord put together in this game. I think in their first game, they looked pretty lost. They did not know how to handle side lane Pulse at all. Verdant, on the other hand, they look pretty good versus Bulldog, but Bulldog looked actually pretty good versus them. So I'm interested to see, because for me, this is like a test of strength for both of the teams. Go on, Trouble. I know you're itching. Her mic's not even live. It's so I was just
Okay, sorry.
nodding at
Sorry.
nothing.
I
There
was
you
gonna
go.
say,
Hello.
I'm getting so confused about NLC draft so far, especially when it comes around Braum. Like, either ban the champ or don't pick a melee when you know that this champion is available, especially in conjunction with Ashe. I feel like right here you have picked the Nautilus, which is a great engage because you've got Yone diving in, you've got Wombo combo with Misfortune, you've got Sejuani with the ultimate, you've got so much engage and CC on the side of Verdant. It's absolutely great. You know who's a party pooper for all this? Braum. So I'm seeing the Poppy ban and I'm seeing the Cassante ban. I'm like, swap one of those for the Braum because you know it's coming. In the previous case, Cassing before the Braum, you knew that Karma could be a possibility right there. Karma got slammed. Braum got then slammed in lane. And I feel like right here, it's kind of the opposite. It's like, you know, Braum counters your comp and you are going for heavy engage, whether it's Leona or Nautilus or Rakan. So just ban that champion out the way or go with Rakan, which is fine either way into the Nautilus. So again, my eyes are going to be on Obstinatus right here, playing that Nautilus, see if he can find the angles for engage.
Well, Nord looking for potentially an early feat of strength, but that ward very nicely placed there from Mishi. Reveals Santorin. No one else, but I think they smell that if a Vi's there, something's up as Volley and Winter's Bite go out. Mishi will get spotted here by Treats, but no Winter's Bite available. Just going to get a little bit of light poke off onto them. Send them underneath their tower. They're going to get that reset off fine. And I was bigging up X-Maddie at the beginning of the day. No, they're not going to let him reset. Okay, he's getting a reset. So yeah, I was bigging up X-Maddie at the beginning of the day, and he just didn't get to play game 1. Los Ratones made sure that he didn't get to play the game. So this is potentially his redemption arc. And like I said, for both of these teams, I think with Verdant being challenged by Bulldog and Nord kind of getting giga stomped by Los Ratones, I have my expectations of, like, you know, this game may show us a bit of a kind of like a power dynamic of the teams and how they play. As no wait, it's a E.
What's happening here with Verdant? First of all, let's start from that.
Go on.
Game number 1, they needed to have a sub. Fine, they sub in a jungler as their top laner. He ends up going mid. Right now, we're back to normal. We've got our own top laner.
Wait,
also
Ronaldo's
swapped
top
to mid. I think Ronaldo really hates his role in this game.
Yeah, I think
he just doesn't like mid lane.
He wanted to be a top laner, and they didn't let him. So now he's just forcing them
He's
to make him a top
always
laner.
wanted to be a bird.
This Yone is very much like I'm not playing that Jace again. He said in the interview he was not going to play tank Jace anymore. He wanted to be a damage dealer. He promised Archie to play a damage dealer, and he has lived up to that promise, to be fair. So on that Yone, we saw, you know, be incredibly powerful over Worlds as well. So, And it, to me, screams a more Ronaldo champion. He is a scrappy individual. He likes to fight. He likes to be that big carry.
He does do very well into the Gnar as well. Has the gap closer right there. Has pretty good wave clear as well. Obviously, none of the melee champions want to play into the Mega Gnar, but once the Mini Gnar is out, you can actually try to abuse that, shoving the wave like you've seen right now from Ronaldo. Now, we're seeing two contradicting pathings here for the two junglers. We have No Name starting from the bot side. You want to end up playing towards the top of the map. You catch Vizicachi as a Mini Gnar with a combo with a Sejuani. And the Yone, you end up potentially taking a flash, maybe a life right there as well. Pretty good stuff. On the other side, we see that Santorin is heading towards that bot side of the map. If they can stack wave, treats, and Xmati, which, by the way, if you guys didn't read patch notes, has become a little bit more difficult because minions hit harder and the waves cannot get as stacked as prior seasons. We'll see if they have a chance right there to do that.
Little fun fact as well, just going off on a side tangent here, Trouble. Did you know Feat of Strength has a 100% win rate in NLC so far? The team that gets it wins every time.
I wonder why.
Yeah, they might be a little broken. I'm curious because I've seen people talking a lot about it, and one of which is like it shouldn't be tied to First Blood because if you get First Blood,
that's getting
heavily
changed.
Good.
Yeah, that's getting
good
changed.
because it does heavily lean towards that team. You get that First Blood. Like First Tower is a lot harder to achieve, so if you lose that First Blood, you have to get 3 jungle objectives and then First Tower. So getting it early is definitely easier via the First Blood. As we are seeing a little bit of a scrap here in the bot lane, but nothing major. Go on, carry on.
For everyone wondering, hey, Cassiopeia cannot get boots if Nord does manage to get feats of strength. What does she get? She gets extra movement speed, actually, for free. So she'll be fine. Don't worry about her.
I don't know about everyone else here. I'm just going to ask this for production. Does Trouble sound like a robot to you, or was that just for me? You just went... You've turned into R2-D2 in my ears. Okay, it's just me, so don't worry about that.
It's your internet, not mine.
Yeah, everyone at home can understand what you're saying. I have not a word coming out of you. No, Treats goes down. Mission with a flash secures the kill. As now Xmati getting himself heavily chunked out as well. The bot lane not going so hot as 9 HP on No Way. Yikers! What a start.
I hope we can get a replay down that bot lane fight because Treats dies with exhaust up. So I wonder what really did happen in that bot lane, and Treats ends up dying using his flash as well. There's still flash on Obstinato, so right now they can take No Name towards that bot side of the map. Try to actually punish that flashless Brom. There's still exhaust right there, but once you take that exhaust, you take another kill, you could potentially turn that into a dragon. You see, Nord is actually pinging the dragon. They do have Santorin towards that bot side of the map as well. They do know that Sejuani's going to be starting from the top now. We're seeing that mid lane again. The E start landing from nowhere after landing the Q, but he takes so much hurt tanking this entire wave. Let's see Papitero. Does he tag him through? Does he dash onto him and tag? He does. Okay.
That is terrifying. I believe he missed Q there because that third proc would have killed No Way. No Way able to survive though, so... Not to the end of the world. Santorin going to turn his attention towards this dragon as grubs get picked up by No Name. So they're going to tie out on that little progress tracker of Feat of Strength. No Name.
They're pinging No Name on the other side.
No Way, sorry. There. I don't know why I said No Name. That's someone else.
Well, they were pinging No Name as well. So that was a pretty good mention from your side. He's going to take 3 Void grabs, which will also give Verdun 1 out of 3. On the neutral objectives, which puts Verdun 1 step closer to the feats of strength. No Way. No flash in the mid lane. Gets baited by Papitero right there. Let's see. No Name.
Oh, No Name's able to find him. Santorin's coming in. There's going to be the petrifying gaze. Definitely a different spell. As this is going to send him packing. Vizicachi going for a poke versus Ronaldo. Really nice play, though, from No Name onto No Way. That's why I got confused.
Papitero with a really clutch sidestep as well. Just a little bit looking backwards while the ultimate's coming through from No Way. And Vizicachi's looking for potentially a chance to get into Ronaldo, but you see how this matchup starts coming into fruition once you've got that Vampiric Scepter onto Ronaldo and you start getting those trades. That Yone is that much stronger than the Gnar right now, so you'll see Gnar will start struggling just a little bit.
The No Name No Way scenario reminds me a lot of old UKLC days where we had Dan, and Dan XD at one point in the same league. Just awful to keep
Hey,
up
you know what these guys have in common with someone in this game?
Go on.
Ex-Matty.
True.
Ex-Matty
yes.
was playing with Dan.
He
right?
was, yeah. As Ronaldo finds himself a Vi, who heavily chunks him out. Red buff as well for the slow. Vizichachi has ultimate.
One more.
There's going to be the fate sealed coming out. Vizichachi can just go for the ult back. Doesn't quite hit it, but no way. He slivered up for nothing. That's going to be the kill over to Vizichachi.
He ends up burning his summoner as well. I felt like the flash was a little bit of an overusage right there. You didn't have to burn necessarily your summoner. You knew you were 1 versus 3. You are going down. Tried to burn off the wave. That was a great ultimate right there to try and evade the dive for a couple of seconds and try to burn down the wave. But not only does he not burn down the wave, he ends up using flash as well, which allows him, which deems him a lot more vulnerable now on the side lane for a rinse and repeat from Nord.
Absolutely. Well, looks like Nord looking for a little something here on the mid lane. Looks like Verdant also looking for a little something. No way, no flash. Throws down the W to try and keep himself going, but the Miasma's not going to do much as he is pinned inside the realm by Pappy. Locked in place. Teleport coming in. Vizichachi immediately caught up by the hook. Treats tries to come in and save the day. Ex-Matty making his way over as well. No Name getting locked in place by the Winter's Bite, but the damage from that bunny rabbit is absolutely filthy, ripping them apart. And we have a pause because Norco, what the hell was that?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like until people and pro players get used to teleports, we're gonna have whoopses like this. We literally had Chachi TP into the heat of the fight as a Mininar. I just want to say that it takes now 8 seconds from the start of the TP, from the end of the channel of the TP to the start of the travel to when you land on that spot. So by these 8 seconds, the fight is already done and dusted, and you could be TPing right in the middle of a heated fight like Chachi did right there. Luckily for him, he did have teammates with him to bail him out of this situation, but don't be alarmed if you see a couple of plays being done like this. TPs are extremely slow in landing right now.
Yeah, especially in the early game especially. They're a lot quicker later, but early game... the whole point of it was to stop people doing that early game and just showing up to a fight real quick.
Hey, I was people.
Yeah, no, we were all people, don't worry.
I'm a level 3 TP here, down bot lane.
Exactly. But luckily for the bot lanes you play into, that doesn't happen anymore. It's a lot slower, and yeah, it's still in the early days, so there's a lot of kind of like space for people to figure everything out. You know, we've only had like a week of the LPL as well, so we haven't had much professional play since all the changes have gone in. We can already see that Atakan is getting some changes, I believe, because that guy is his buffs are not fair. They're very, very strong and permanent.
You know what? As we're coming back from the pause, I remember Chemtank Dragon when he first came out. That was a good one.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't. It was a terrible one. Vizichachi, Santorin.
Mishi?
Not even in this. There we go, Mishi. I think you are one dead misfortune. Gets a cheeky auto in on the tower just to get some of that dot from the grubs. Nice little pick there.
At least Chachi's in this game.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, the no way, no name situation has scrambled my brain here.
All right, Mishi ends up going down. Overextension right here. Santorin finds and claims 1 for himself. Very much closer to Sundered Sky. Obviously, no way backing. Towards the bot side of the map, trying to farm as fast as possible. It was our first item, and we have the bot lane backing first. Heading towards our top side, of which, of course, we are going to have our next objective, which is going to be the Void Grubs. And if I'm not wrong, we do have 1 out of 3 neutral objectives for both teams towards Fizz of Strength.
Yes. Yeah. 1 dragon and 1 grub.
And it was Verdant with the first blood. All right.
Yeah.
Apologies. The
overlay is...
The overlay has reset?
It is having some issues. It's early days in the season, so give them some time. I say that, but certain dragon bugs never got fixed on the observer. Anyway, Grub's getting started up here by Verdant. Nord, if they can steal 1, they're sitting pretty. They're going to pop it out with the drone and see that it's going on. I mean, Santorin's in the area. He's got Smite. He's got Ultimate. They're going to look for the lockdown. In comes the teleport as well. There's a snake slithering in. They find the lockdown, and that is going to be 1 dead Nautilus. Grubs stolen away by Nord, able to deny them the 6 grub buff as well as the feat of strength. So really nice little pickup for them. Still 4 grubs over the Verdant, so they are getting little grublets getting spawned up.
A little bit overzealous right there by Verdant. Nevertheless, 4 Void Grubs is extremely strong when you're going to have Aurora and Yone both on side lanes, pressuring your lanes, pressuring your towers. Structural damage is going to be extremely high for both of these champions, and they pressure very fast. So even though feats of strength doesn't go to Verdant, I would say in general a little bit overzealous. They don't lose anyone, however they have lost pressure over on the map. Nord have sneaked in and started Dragon as well, so Torrent's gonna have to start backing off a second now, unless they want to take an engage here.
Vizicachi hasn't really got the Narbar built up, and remember, Arrow and Braum Ultimate are down. Special pressure not available. Upsonus able to hit onto one. They throw everything in. There's going to be the lockdown round. Xmatty has to flash away. What an opening from Ronaldo. Huge pick. Dragon secured, and that's the second stack there for Verdant, eking ever closer towards that feat of strength.
Yeah, so there's one champion that stops Yone from doing this, but that champion is currently sitting up on the top lane, farming, pushing down the wave. They saw Mishi actually, the Misfortune that was stopping the Cassiopeia, pushing out the waves, and they're like, Nord thought it was a right time to actually take a fight without the Misfortune, without the bullet time right there, the big wombo combo. However, the most fed person on this map is Papitiro on this Aurora, one of the strongest champions on the current patch as well. Absolutely decimated that fight. Mishi with a quick cleanse right there.
Yeah, but can he break away from this one? Upsonus making his way over. Mishi had to burn flash and cleanse off the back of that one. So nice little arrow there from Xmatty. And again, even at rank 1, it's a relatively short cooldown. So it should be coming back up fairly soon. It's already almost a quarter off as we're going to see this dragon fight once again. And remember, they were just ultless was the problem.
Oh my god,
that's
everyone!
filthy.
That was beautiful by Ronaldo. Great engage by Obstinatus as well. Remember what we said at the start. It's so difficult playing into Braum, especially as Nautilus. If you are the first one to get tagged, Nautilus is tanky, but it's also very deceptively squishy. So once you pin him down, you've got so much damage from the Gnar, the Vi, the Cassio, the Ashe, that you can very easily take down Nautilus, especially in the early levels. However, it wasn't the case. Ronaldo solidified that team fight very quickly with a fantastic ult.
And Vizicachi with no MR getting chunked out by the very fed Aurora. 2-0 Luden's companion on to that rabbit. It's a pesky rabbit, that one. As Nord, they're trying to pick up this first tower if they can. They're down 2 grubs, but Noe is just turbo farming. That is his plan. Get as strong as possible. As oh no, Chachi gets caught between worlds here. Mega. Yeah, he has got Mega, gets the slam, goes for the jump away, flashes out. Chachi, 1 versus 3, makes a great escape. He may lose his tower for this though, as the tower plating falls off, and it's going to have to be a fight here from the side of Nord. They miss out onto Ronaldo. Charging up, and I don't think it's going to be quick enough. Ronaldo, he can clear this wave. First tower blood, that's going to be the upgrade. Ronaldo even ults the wave to make sure they don't trade out. He is going to lose his life for it though, but his job is done. He's over the wall into Santorin's pocket. They're going to let Noe get this kill as well. That's a kill for the snake. Beautiful. Very smart to give it to Noe.
One that and the other. Ronaldo went down, but he just wasted so much time from Nord. Talking about wasted time, Mishi's way too far out, and as you can remember, both these summoners are gone.
Yep, no lockdown available to him, and Xmatty is going to keep him slowed. MF is quick, but not that quick. Kill over Xmatty. Now they're looking to jump onto Noe. The flash comes in. There's going to be the petrifying blaze. What a turnaround! Cool guys, do not look at explosions. No name. I have a name for you. That was sick. I don't have a name for you. That was sick.
Bro, I was waiting for the name. I'm like, he's got something cool in mind. You've
Cool
got
Guy McGee. That's the name.
Okay, you're too old to be giving people nicknames that are cool. Okay, you're fired.
Yeah, I am actually. Yes, I'm 31 now.
All right, fully action-packed game. Verdant with feats of strength as well. They managed to grab that one for themselves. As you can see on the top left, the overlay again has been bugged due to the pause. Verdant have secured themselves feats of strength for that one. And as you can see, the map has started to slowly but surely get open through the top side of the map. Atakan spawning as well. In a few minutes from now, is going to be towards that bot side of the map. And honestly, looking at the timers, it won't be too close to the dragon. It's actually really fun when Atakan spawns very close to a dragon spawn as well, because the team can really snowball this fight out of control.
Yeah, it's really, especially if you get the revived one. If you get the revived one into dragon, and it's just, how do you contest it? It's really hard to fight them. And no way now. Slowly closing on that Archangel stuff. Actually, I think the base signals to me that they have that Archangels finished up, and it's almost fully stacked as well. So that's going to be a big one for them. Getting that shield. They've almost fully got their Rod of Ages stacked as well. So all the stacking elements of this cast will finally be online. And I'm assuming Leandris will be the next buy. Teleport in from No Way. Wants to pick up this tower. Wants to continue to accelerate their lead here in this game.
5 seconds until the dragon and Verdun have not really established any vision into this river. Noah's going to take that bot lane tower. She's going to be farming the whole way. Ronaldo's not going to give him a hard time, but Noah's going to be able to get away from this. Tower's not going to go down, and Verdun are just looking for a way to get into this bot side river, which is going to be that Rift Trail for some pressure in the mid lane. But now they've been sandwiched.
Yeah, Chachi has the Nara available to him. He's going in. They're going to throw everything down. Mishi collapses. Xmadi did throw out the ultimate already. Charge came out. Tower will fall regardless, but Xmadi's continuing to fire away as Pappy not able to get the damage down to Xmadi. Finds himself a hook onto Treats, but Treats puts the wall up. They find the lockdown onto the Nautilus. He's just perma-slowed. Depth charge connections onto Xmadi. To the Between Worlds here from Pappy. Shut down to No Name. Chachi breaks away from the fight, but in comes Nowhere to try and keep the damage up onto Ronaldo. Ronaldo bleeding out to him here as they get the kill onto the Braum. Nowhere continuing to chase forward. Poison will not hit onto No Name, putting down the miasma off the back of that. An absolutely bloodthirsty fight here, Trouble.
Absolutely. Nord grabbed that neutral objective that they wanted. They grabbed the second dragon, grab a couple of kills, but very importantly, Verdant opened the map with that mid lane tier 1 tower. Mishi didn't give his life for nothing. And Papitero just in time on that bot lane where it's been pushed. This is Chachi to try and save the tower.
Hello.
Oh, Chachi!
Chachi goes in with a knock. Pappy actually losing a lot of HP, gets the E back, gets the lockdown. Chachi just flashes into the pocket. Shut down for the top laner for Nord.
662 gold straight into his pocket. Chachi has a chance to be a huge carry for Nord this game. 3-0-1. And let's watch this fight one more time. I feel like Verdun kind of lost control of what they're doing right here. They're trying to deep into the river, but then Missy's pushing mid lane because he needs to push in that wave because the Rift Roll is out and they get sandwiched, but never mind, we have more action.
Chachi's going low. Ronaldo does eat a whole heap in the response, but just before... Well, they got a bit of time actually until our boss spawns up. So
okay, this is where you get to breathe.
Yes.
This is where you get to breathe because there's going to be another one really soon. Atakan on the map in 53 seconds from now. It's going to be towards the bottom of the map. You see the resets already coming through from No Way and Santorin, picking up some control words in the inventory, picking up a lot more components for items, but Chachi is stuck underneath a tower. Cavalry's coming. No Way and Santorin are close, but they're not close enough.
Yeah, he's just gonzo. Shut down from Mishi. Ash Arrow sadly misses. And that's a big loss, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm so confused. I feel like Chachi stayed on the map for so long. From the solo kill onto Papitero, into the 1v1 with Ronaldo, and he's still on the map a couple of seconds later. I feel like he just overstayed his welcome, and right here, Verdun very rightfully so punish him, which allows them a window to walk into enemy lines, place down some vision, potentially look for a pick right here with No Name.
Oh, Maddie. No cleanse available to him. They're just going to play Interrupt. No Name uses his ultimate. Maddie, it's a Chemtech map, so there's lots of very powerful honey fruits about to heal him up and shield him up. So he's going to be back on the map. Same with Chachi here. I think we're looking for a full-on 5v5.
There is no Nautilus ult, no Obstinatus, no Sejuani ult, or No Name. The engaged tools are gone from the side of Verdun, yet they're looking for a fight.
Yeah, no Ash Arrows there. Don't have that non-committal engage. Chachi hasn't really got the Narbar filled up, and I think Verdun are just going to have to recognize this, but the ability to fight is probably somewhat diminished as Chachi, able to build up that Narbar, is going to go for an escape here. And he just buys time while his team can go for it. And Ash and Cassiopeia, they are objective melters. Looks like no one's going for it, though.
None of those two teams want to commit to it, as you rightfully so said. You don't
Maddie's
have Ash
ult's
ult
up.
from the side of Nord. You don't have the non-committal engage. You don't have a Rage Bar
Oh.
on Gnar as well for Chachi to sandwich. Santorin is looking here, but I don't think this is the right time.
No,
You
I don't
need
think so either.
Chachi to have a good flank. You need Chachi to have the Rage Bar. You need to allow him to push that mid lane wave, get towards the Mega Gnar much faster. Verdant also looking for an opening. They have the ultimates in just a bit.
Treats gets caught. Ash Arrow comes out from Xmaddie, but he is going to eat the depth charge. Can they find that opening? Great miasma from No Way will lock them in place. And that is one very dead support.
Puppy!
No, he's alive. Optus able to break away. Chachi's about to get the Narbar. Mishi will fall in the middle of the fight. The bullet time's not going to matter. The ultimate goes wide from Ronaldo. Xmaddie keeps the pressure up. Great miasma once again from No Way. And Nord find their opening. They find their fight. It's the ace into the boss. Beautiful.
Only lost Treats, but who cares about Brom? When you win the fight, you get 1,000 gold ahead, you grab Atakan, is going to give you the buff, you're gonna have a GM, you can instantly force yet another fight. You've got 150 seconds with the revive, you can really start throwing bodies at Verdant. And honestly, a little bit questionable to engage into Ash Brom in such a huge choke point, plus a Cassiopeia is literally a death wish. Papi did such a great job jumping into the backline, swaying the situation, but I feel like Verdant, they lost focus. It was the exact same thing we saw earlier on. They were ahead versus Bulldog Gaming, they lost focus in the mid game, and they ended up losing control of the game, and I feel like it's the same thing right here. They just don't know how to engage. That engage right there from Obstinatus, Nonim did not have his ultimate available. So even if you do commit onto that choke point, you just do not have the CC follow-up to engage onto that. Verdant need to pull themselves back together because they do have a composition that scales immensely into that late game.
I think it's interesting because it's almost a reverse of what we see of a lot of teams in NLC. A lot of teams are typically very good in the late game and kind of suck it early, and if they can get late, they just guarantee a win. But then the opposite, Chachi. I mean, he's got the revive into the Nord, into the arrow. What a wombo combo coming in from the side of Nord. No Name trying to put some damage into Xmaddie, but he is just free firing away. The Kraken Slayer is absolutely obliterating their health bar. The Miasma keeps them locked in place. The Ash Arrow locking them down. Ronaldo jumps in with the ultimate. Will be able to secure himself 2 kills, but they're just revives. No Way is just going to be a menace inside their base. Gonna steal away the honey fruit as well. Heal up. He's got time on the revive. Just gonna sliver off. Really nice play there from the side of Nord. A consequence-free fight.
Absolutely. It's not revives, it's withdrawings, apparently, which I love this word. It's like, I'm just going to withdraw from this fight. I'm just tired. I'm just going to leave and respawn, which is exactly what happened. Chachi instantly TP'd back into this one to try and shove in the mid lane wave, get a little bit more pressure onto the map. And talking about Chachi, we're saying about how Kassim has about 12 years of experience in the pro scene. Chachi has a lot more as well, and Obstinatus just about gets out.
Oh, good flash.
Can't promise anything about Ronaldo.
He is he's having a bad day. He won his first game, sure, but he was not happy about playing the tank Jace. He finally gets to play a damage dealer, and a very flashy one which can show off your mechanical capabilities. A very rewarding character to play if it goes right. It's not gone right. He's 0-3-2. It's yeah. Ronaldo, I feel a bit sorry for the poor guy because he came out of that last game being like, it's my time to shine. Our next game of the day, I'm gonna kill it. And unfortunately, not so much.
They haven't necessarily used the advantage they had in the early game. Again, Verdant, that's why I'm saying the early game looks good because they seem very willing to take fights. They know the correct side to take fights, where they have the most advantage. But then when it comes to the mid game, they just lose focus. They pile up on choke points. You do Ash Brom plus Cassiopeia, you're guaranteed to lose these fights. That's why I said these Nautilus engages are going to mean a lot. You take a wrong one, you lose an entire fight. And that was exactly the case that caused Atakan to go down. Chachi?
He's about to lose that Narbar. Ash Arrow goes a little bit wide. Treats doesn't even connect the Winter's Bite, but they do get Chachi out safely. Treats going to be able to make a tactful escape himself. And looks like they potentially go for something here. Has anyone upgraded their boots yet? No. No one's upgraded their boots yet. Mishi hasn't even got his Swifties or anything yet.
Might be an overlay error here. Because we are on third item.
Remember,
for
it's
every
Verdant.
single.
It's Verdant who are the ones who have the buff.
Right! Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was looking on the side of Nord.
Yeah, because
Hey, this
typically
might be
the
the
team
first
winning
game.
is the one with the feat of strength. This could be the
Yeah,
record breaker.
That's why, yeah. This could be the one that breaks a tradition right here.
I actually think the reason Verdant aren't upgrading their boots is, while it's a relatively cheap upgrade, I think they're just more in. Yeah, okay. I've just had it confirmed.
money.
I think the reason why is like they don't want to spend the money on the boots. They want to just get raw items and keep in power, as that is going to be the Between Worlds used. But the lockdown is not going to be enough. Poor Rabbit. Down they go.
Great chase right there from
That's
Nord,
Baron.
finding the strongest person. +1. They found Mishi as well.
Yeah, that's Baron, 100%.
On the turnaround, and for Nord, this is going to be a very free Baron. Again, you mentioned at the start the importance of this game for Nord. They're coming in as the second favorites, and for some people, the actual favorites of this group as well. Some people rated them above Lost Ratonis too. So for them to come in here and show a decisive game where they just win for pure strength, Verdant.
Ashara goes wide. The Baron hasn't been finished up yet. Ronaldo's trying to put the damage in as No Name is just getting locked down. There's the Baron. There's the bonus damages. Locked down onto No Name. He's pretty tanky, though. Xmaddie not going to really care about him, though. This Vizichachi secures the kill. Did Ronaldo die as well? No, he made an escape. Beautiful.
Santorin just finished the Baron on his own. He didn't need no teammates for that one. However, Verdant are scrambling about right now, trying to find a pick, trying to dissuade Nord from doing... Well, we do have a -1, so it's most likely going to come back to us for just a minute as we have the pause right here. But again, Nord, a very strong showing. I feel like if this team gets together their early game and they figure out much faster how they want to play these games, they're going to be a really true strong contender for the NLC. Because I feel like they look a bit lost in the early game. Verdant took more objectives than them. They had actually 3 out of 3 of the feats of strength as well. And I feel like this is where you actually need to stabilize your game because these players are good. They have so much experience. They have so much shot calling between them. I've seen Treats shot call a team, Chachi with so much experience. They have so much talent, right? They've all played in pro leagues. They played in the LEC. So I feel like once they get that early game rolling, the ball rolling in general as a team, I feel like they're going to be mega strong.
No, absolutely. I think for the side of Nord here, well, Verdant and Nord, today's probably exposed a couple of issues for both of them, but they need to be looking at. Verdant, honestly, like I said earlier, I feel like a lot of teams in NLC for the last few years have, some of our top teams have all suffered from, we're really good late game, but our early game's pretty bad, so we just sit back and give up objectives and just chill until we hit late game. But we're like the feats of strength and Akatan, I can't say his name. I genuinely don't know how to say this guy's name. It's just too many A's.
You said it, Akatan.
Is it
No,
Akatan?
Atakan. Come on,
Atakan.
man.
Yeah, exactly. I knew it was wrong.
Dude, you're going to start confusing me too.
I know. There's so many A's. Why do Darkins have so many A's? It's like they're holding A.
True.
Yeah, it feels like they're holding A's in case there's like an apocalypse.
Varus
and
is one
is
A.
the only currency we use.
His name could have been Varus. I think they lost. They lost an
missed out
opportunity
on
there.
that.
So
I think
Varus,
that's because he was a retcon Darkin, wasn't he? Like he got added later because Neferi's got 2 A's. Aatrox has 2 A's.
Neferi, Aatrox.
Does Kane have 2 A's? I think he's a single
No.
A.
No, single A.
Yeah, maybe it's just the regular blokes who turn into Darkin.
Could have also been named Kana.
Yeah, true. But it has to be 2 A's together, right? Anyway, I'm on a tangent about the letter A. It's not even the best letter in the alphabet.
Oh, true. Solari just tipped us here. It's Rust with double A for Kane.
Yeah, because that's the Darkin.
Good
form.
one, Solari.
Cool.
Yeah.
I wonder what was the other guy? Because Varus is two dudes. What was the other guy called?
Well, if you add the Darkin in there, it's 3.
Yeah. There's 3 guys just partying in a bow there. That's pretty sick. Where was I? I've actually totally lost my place. Oh yeah, early game. Verdant are very good at the early game. Keep it together, Trouble. We can make it. Verdant very good at the early game. Struggling, like you're saying, in the mid to late game. Look a little bit lost. But I feel like it's actually easier to figure out the late game than it is the early game. I've seen so many teams who play for late game and can't seem to wrap their head around early game.
G2. G2.
Yeah, exactly right. Like I feel like there's a lot of teams who struggle in that area. So it is genuinely quite interesting seeing a team who are very good at the early game but actually seem to struggle with what comes next. Wow, words are hard. Apparently we're having some pretty bad technical issues for our Nautilus friend, so we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then when we're back, hopefully we'll be back with this game as soon as possible. See you in a moment. Any moment now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have a brief intermission while we wait. We found out that our lovely support Nautilus player, who I've incapable of saying the name of,
Obstinatus,
thank you. They had a power cut, so we're hopefully waiting for them to show up. They are apparently not long off. Apparently, it was a minor power cut, so should be back into the game any moment now. Just a cheeky pause. We were talking about what we'd do if we won the lotto. Trouble, what would you do if you won the lottery?
If I won the lottery, ooh,
yeah,
it's always
would you
been
still
a huge...
cast is the big one.
Probably. I'm just a sucker.
Well,
I'm a sucker for this game.
Yeah.
I probably open like the biggest dog shelter that's ever existed in Greece.
Oh.
And I'd have all the dogs there, and they would not have to necessarily be adopted. They could live their whole life at the best paradise they've ever had. And that's what I'll do.
That's really sweet. I'd buy an Aston Martin. That's what I'd do.
You're so much realistic. Okay, fine. I'll take it.
I'd buy a nice house and an Aston Martin.
Wait, you're also so British, bro. Like an Aston Martin?
Where's Bond's car? I'm not... James Bond has it.
Okay, whatever, man.
Anyway, looks like Ronaldo finds an angle. Vizachachi loses all his health. The arrow does connect. Chachi! Three-man nah! Big bullet time, but Treats is just going to eat the whole thing up. They find themselves between worlds, but it's not going to do much. As Ronaldo is sent to the other side. Mishi crumbles. The miasma keeps them locked in place. And Nord, I think they just won the lotto here. What a cash out.
Incredible engage coming through from Nord. They see the openings. They hit the arrow onto Ronaldo. The bars are still pretty good enough. They have the burn buff as well. Treats is coming from the base all the way, and only No Name is going to hit the mark.
Yeah, I don't know if that snake's going down, though. The Sarah Shield has popped, and oh, hello. X-Maddie went off screen. Pappy's able to take him out, but that's going to be a kill for Santorin as well. On to No Name. A 1-for-1, but the base is cracked open. Remember, hasn't come up yet, but Nexus towers do respawn. So that is a little thing to keep in mind. If you can take the Nexus turrets down and don't end the game, it could come back.
Within 3 minutes, that's exactly the thing. Matty here with the arrow hits Ronaldo just about on the soul unbound right there, but Chachi hits the mark right there. Treats beautiful unbreakable to block the entire bullet time. And I really love the way that they keep bouncing back and forth from the side of Nord. You'll see Treats backed off here. Chachi then went in, took enough damage, backed out, and the rest of Nord are gonna be pushing it right here. Matty, he doesn't expect to get popped. He had barrier. Look at what?
I mean, barrier wasn't gonna save you from that. That was
still.
That was an apocalyptic amount of damage. It just evaporated.
It's just 2 items, by the way. Just 2 items.
Yeah, he crits though. He crits when you're low. That's all you need.
He wasn't low.
Oh, Treats. He was by the end of it. Treats going to jump into No Name's pocket, and No Name is going to get sent packing. Nord now pulling all their attention towards the top side of the map, knowing there's pressure built up on the bottom side from these supers. They still somehow lose a tier 1 tower bot lane with supers in the wave, by the way, but still going to get that shoving in fairly soon. That's going to build up into a pretty sizable wave by the time it crashes into the base, but they may not even need it because that is Obstinatus down. I think his power's still out. Santorin finds himself caught. You can now escape the ultimate. But bullet time comes in. Treats is just going to block it. There's going to be the gnaw back onto Vizachachi. Well, from Vizachachi onto No Name. Beautiful flash out from No Way. Secures the kill onto No Name. Mishi is doing his best, and a large wave is going to crash in through this bot wave soon. No bullet time to clear it either. And I mean, Treats would block it regardless. I think Nord have looked for their first win, and they have found it here on day number 1 of NLC.
Only Mishi remaining, trying to stop 4 members. Obstinatus has also come back to life. Can they stop 4 hungry Nord members from ending the game?
Let's pad those stats a little bit more. Mishi going low. No Way cannot survive this. Or he can survive this. He can secure the kill for his team. Nexus has been left open. Ronaldo is trying his hardest. He won't be gnawed out of the base. X-Maddie continues to free fire away, but they're going for the glory. They're going for the kills. Ronaldo back onto the fountain. They're trying to keep one in place. No Name goes down. the Nexus is quick to follow. 28 kills at 31 minutes over to the side of Nord, securing their first victory of the tournament. Day one has been explosive.
Such an important victory for any team. But Nord had the luck of playing Los Ratones as their debut game over in the NLC. They really needed that one. For Verdun, heartbreak. The first team to lose in the NLC with feats of strength. I feel like their early game is just so strong. It just feels like they just lose their focus in that mid game. They just don't know exactly how their comp is supposed to operate. Say Nautilus hook into Brom, fight after fight after fight, and it's like, first one didn't work, second one didn't work. What makes you think the third time it worked, right? So I feel like this is something that Verdun needs to work internally around to figure out how they want to be engaging and how to create plans for those late games, because I truly believe the early games are really worth keeping.
Yeah, huge win though there for the side of Nord, and that keeps them now tied up with Verdun moving forward into the next stage of the tournament. We are, however, going to throw ourselves to a quick break. We still got one game to go. That is going to be Lightside versus Bulldogs, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment.
The wombo combo, if you have a wombo combo on l'attaquant.
I mean, yeah, you're not entirely wrong, you know.
Well, that kind of
Yeah,
says that I'm
I mean,
kind
that-
of
yeah.
wrong, but yeah, no.
Yeah,
Thank
Atakan
you,
is
Solari.
strong, Archer. Atakan is strong, I'm with you. And yeah, you don't need 4 or 5 pieces together when you have the one withdraw. That just
Yeah.
completely...
The withdraw.
Honestly, that's the meta, no? Like, you pick up the withdraw, you full send it, and you end the game. That's it, right? Surely that's just the strategy now. So
far it's been working, yeah.
we've seen it more than once today, so it's good. It's
For
strong.
the first time in history, today's history, feats of strength didn't get the victory.
Curse
Which
broken.
also brings the idea that Verden started off strong, but Nord were able to come back. So it was a back and forth game moving on, and somehow Nord pulled it off. And I want to know why, how, and why.
So look, yeah, the game goes like this. Verdant were pretty much leading in the first half of the game. They were having really successful fights with Nord when they were always coming up on top, while Nord were trying to force some things, they were just not working out for them. Verdant were better on the map, Verdant got the feats of strength. I have it written down because I keep forgetting it, sorry. So the game was really in their hands, and they were always in the stable gold lead. Then a fight at the Atacon happens, and Verdant go into it a little bit too silly goofy, and this silly goofiness bites them in the back, and from that moment on, Verdant don't control absolutely anything on the map anymore.
Yeah, they were winning until they lost.
Until they weren't.
basically. Yeah, it was. I think it shows the caliber of Nord as a team, though. The fact that they were still able to stay close enough that all it took was one fight to launch them ahead, and then from that point, there was just no coming back for Verdant.
It was one shield. It was one shield, literally, that took them from losing to winning. Okay, it was more things than that, but mostly it was the shield, because while there is someone else we are going to highlight, Treats, his Brom pick, it has such a huge impact on the game. The value of that shield into the wombo combo that relied heavily on Misfortune's ultimate to land, it was insane. He blocked out so many things flying into the Nord's face, and finally when they were able to find a good clutch place, it all worked out for them.
I gotta ask. Look at the damage, okay? This is not a question, but now the question comes in, because you see the goal difference. It was going in favor of Verdant slightly. That's almost nothing, by the way. So as Trouble stated out, Nord was put above Los Ratons by a lot of people on those tier lists. Should it have been this close versus Verdant?
That's a good point, honestly, Archer. That's a good point you make, because yeah, I mean, you have to think, like, potentially against a higher caliber of team, would this kind of rocky first 20 minutes of the game, would that have been snowballed more against Nord, right? If this was Los Ratones and this first 20 minutes happened, you know, would we be seeing a higher goal difference and make it so that Nord couldn't get back into the game? I think certainly Nord will not be satisfied with how things have gone here in day one. They're fortunate that it's a 1-1 apiece right now. Like, they're not going 0-2, but certainly a lot to review right here. And to be honest, I just want to shift attention a little bit, just purely to the stats there, the damage charts. Like, that is a widespread damage there from Nord. Firstly, Vizicarci being number 1, I think is great. I think he played fantastically in that game.
Yes.
Top laners.
And I think it, like, Vi, by the way, having that much damage is actually kind of nutty, by the way. Like, that Vi is, she sets up plays. Like, she obviously has damage in her kit, but you don't pick her as like a carry jungler, right? And she still did that much. Santorin's he's been away for a while, but clearly hasn't lost it just yet.
Not even close. But also, when I look into these teams with legends and people that know the game like the back of their hands, or even better, it's that their strength often relies on the fact that they can easily adapt. I think when you have that sort of experience, you can easily adapt and just prepare to the next show. But the thing is, you're playing on a BO1, so I think that strength is being removed as well away from them, and it might make things complicated on these play days. But as soon as we get into playoffs, I think things are going to be quite different, especially with the fearless draft that someone in the desk loves, by the way. I don't know who. Well, there you go.
Who could it
We
be?
all love Fearless, to be fair, but someone
we
loves
do.
it. Yeah.
But I love Fearless. Oh my god, it's literally the best format. I'm so happy we finally have it.
I swear you shouldn't have a sword with that personality. I don't think that should be illegal.
What are you talking about? I'm just a girl.
Well, and I have just a boy for the interview. No name is with us. Toss it. Well, hello there. No
Hello.
name, pleasure to meet you. How are you doing? I know this is not the result you expected, and it was going kind of good at the beginning of the game. Where do you feel like it went down?
Well, the game is a bit of a blur for me, but kind of around Atakan, I would say. I feel like we didn't really like getting run around the map through mid and bot. We were just running in between with no wards on Nautilus, so we found a smooth engage, but then we didn't peel the MF properly in the fight, and we kind of got wiped. Yeah.
No name. If you could describe Atakan in one word as a jungler, what would you say that is allowed to be put on broadcast, by the way?
I'd say it's pretty explosive.
Explosive, I like that. The withdrawal is an interesting one. So, how would you wrap up this first day? Your experience with NLC, with the team, and with all the competition. How would you describe it?
Yeah.
If possible?
Well, it's kind of a strange day starting off with a sub. We ended up winning, so I'm happy we got that out of the way. And this game, there's a lot to take away from it. Like our early game was obviously good, but we do not really have enough experience with the comp we played, I think, to keep it going for the whole game. So, I mean, we have a lot to look over for the next week, and yeah, I mean, I can't be too sad about today because we ended 1-1 after having a sub, and I feel like there's a lot to take forward for next week. Like, I think we have so much room to improve, and I'm really confident in the team. Like, yeah, I'm pretty fine with this day.
I think this was a good day nonetheless, and you can prepare for the second one. No name, I'm going to let you rest because I know it was a tough one. So thank you so much for the interview. Pleasure to meet you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Yeah, see ya.
Have a lovely one. I want to let the players rest today because it's a long day for everybody. So yeah, and I do believe it's explosive because withdraw is a good statement to make when you play with that objective.
Yeah. It's spicy, that old Atakan, and as you know, when you things spicy often leads to things explosive, and that's what's happening here. We're seeing so Atakan is vital.
I don't know if you both can help me with this, but I'm gonna go to that soon, okay, soon, because I have the pleasure to talk with someone new. I was expecting him. I didn't know I would get him on today. Xmati, how are you doing? Pleasure to meet you.
Hi guys, nice to meet you. I'm doing good. Yeah, really fun to be back in NLC as well after quite a long time.
There you go. That was a long one, by the way. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Xmati, you got a 1-1 at the end of the day. Is this what you were expecting, or come on, be honest. No filters.
I mean, honestly, it would be like I was expecting 1-1 or 2-0. Like, I do think Los Ratones is a good team, and I think we definitely lacked a lot of decisiveness and like maybe the confidence that we'd have in scrims against them. I think if we play our game and play a lot better, we can beat them. Like, obviously they're a good team. So yeah, I would have said 1-1 or 2-0 for us today.
I love it. Tell me something. We were talking about it because your team has so much experience and knowledge. And with that in mind, I think a best of 3 or best of 5 goes in your favor because you can adapt really, really fast. But on the best of 1, it can be complicated. Do you think that can, be troublesome for you during this seeding stage?
I think as long as our plans are clear, like what we want to do for the one game, it's completely fine. But I do agree, especially with the new like Fearless and playing lots of different champs. I think for a team like us, that really benefits us because we've played through a lot of metas. We're like familiar with a lot of different styles or champs. So yeah, like making it to the BO3, BO5 is our goal, and I think that's when the real fun will begin.
So when you look into the 2 play days and you're 1-1, my question to you, my final question to let you rest as well is, how do you think it's gonna wrap up the top 3?
Top 3. I mean, on paper, I would hope now that it's like Los Ratones, us, and then third place, probably Verdant. Like maybe Verdant, I would assume. That's what I would feel. But yeah, obviously, I don't expect Los Ratones to drop a game, but you never know with Bouse's playstyle. Like sometimes the game can go wrong pretty quickly. So, like obviously, if they lose a game, then we can maybe find a way. But I'm expecting to be second at the start, and then hopefully make it into the upper bracket and make a run through there.
I like it. I like it. X-Man is just saying that Trouble is giving me the message that she really missed you on NLC, by the way. So
on NLC, yeah, it's really nice to be back, especially like playing from home. It feels it feels like home. Like I've been away for a while, but this is fun.
Good to see you again, X-Man. Thank you so much for the interview.
Nice to see you too. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Thank you. Bye bye.
There you go, straight to the point. He's grown up, by the way. He's grown up. I was like, wow, he's grown up. And there you go. Yeah, I understand. Everybody's concerned, like, Los Ratones might not drop a game. Then Nord is stepping up. Verdant is on the tail. LLS is looking good as well. But Bulldogs actually showed something. So I think this is the group of death. I think this is a hard one.
Yeah. I mean, as much as I love some teams that we have on the second group as well, and I will be looking forward to seeing them in action, but this group really feels like the group you don't want to be in because of how tight the competition is.
Look at this. This is two teams like... This is the last game, by the way. Lightside versus Bulldog Esports. Inkasing told us he's gonna win, but Rusty Sniper also said he's gonna win. I love it. I love when everybody's really overconfident. Because overconfidence is a slow
insidious killer. Yes.
There you go. We all suffered in the hands of fate. And when we look into this one, we already have some information about both of them. What can we expect? Where should my eyes be focused?
I'm thinking both these teams 0-1 today, and they're looking to actually pick up their first win. So both these teams got a lot to prove for this one. I don't think we've seen really too much out of either of them. I'm going to still take a look at the bot side, though, of the map for both of these teams, to be honest. I think that's where it's at. Rusty Sniper is always someone to keep your eyes on. I know I've said that a lot. But coming from their first games, I think the mid laners showed up and looked really good. I think Harbor and Cayman both kind of stood out in their games, too. So certainly could be a bit of a clash in that mid there as well.
Okay, jumping into the Champion Select. This is the last one of the day, but only today, by the way, everybody. You're allowed, and obviously, you're invited for tomorrow to watch the Group B. We have 4 days dedicated for the groups to seed, and then we head on into, as we say in Portuguese, mata-mata, which is like, try to survive. You do your best in playoffs. With that in mind, with about mata-mata, yeah, it's a way we say in Portuguese, right? It's a lovely way to say it. It's not lovely, but it's a way to say it. Also, if you're not feeling comfortable in your chair, do participate in the giveaway we're doing with Arozzi. They have lovely chairs like Solari is sitting in, not me and Fox.
No, we're the plebs of this one right here.
No, I'm not jealous.
No, and we'll see.
You should be though.
I am.
Yeah, he's not hiding it very well. My back's kind of hurting sitting in this non-Arozzi chair, as I believe.
Mine is not, which is my back usually hurts for all the chairs.
I'm sorry, I have to say this. The tables. I know both of you were telling me to shut up during ad break, but the tables look so good. Moving on to the Champion Select. There you go. Diego Wukong is out. Victor Skarner and Draven is also removed from the table. What are you first pick? Well, Varus is available. We've seen him getting all that priority.
Yeah, and that would be an AD to take away from Rusty Sniper as well.
First time open.
Ooh. Insta locking that in. What do you think of Kalista then as a pick here? Because I think this could be a bot lane orientated game, and with that first pick, it's kind of leaning more towards that, right? So throwing down that gauntlet into Rusty Sniper, What are you thinking, like answers, how that's going to impact the game? I'm curious your thoughts, sorry.
So a probable answer here would be Varus. Varus is going to suffer there into Kalista. That's why we often see Kalista being banned and then the same team picks up Varus. I like the idea of Ezreal here because Ezreal is not necessarily an AD carry who wants to win the lane. He wants to survive through it and see what he can do later on, helping out the team somewhere else on the map. At the same time, he is elusive enough to not give Kalista too much advantage on the bot lane. Here, I would say it will depend a lot on what we're going to see at the support sides, because first of all, we have Kazing to not forget about on the Bulldog side, and second of all, supports are going to pretty much decide how exactly this bot lane is going to go.
Ugh.
Wait, what?
Sunday, mate.
Sunday.
Just, yeah, I don't know.
Solari comes in, drops a PhD on why this works in Ezreal. You see Sunday like, blah, I'm done.
Both of our responses were appropriate, all right, for the situation. I just say, all right. Nah, I mean, we've seen a lot of success from Gasante today. To be fair, he's so gross, man. He's so gross. I like this Rumble answer into it though. Technically a flex if you want to put it in the jungle, but I think we'll be seeing it.
No. Listen. This Xante is also a takeaway from Mientek because Mientek really loves playing on Xante, but his second favorite champion after Xante is actually Rumble. So I am suspecting that this Rumble is going top lane into his hands.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a bit surprised if it wasn't a top lane Rumble, but yeah, and that's cool. And it's good into, you know, melee champions tend to generally struggle a little bit versus Rumble. So yeah, this is a lot of go forward right now from Bulldog so far, right? You've got a lot, you know, you use your ulti on Kalista to throw someone forward, Vi jumps forward, Rumble sets up the red carpet to go forward. Something that light side are going to have to be careful of, and might want to start thinking about some disengage for their team.
Final pick before we wrap up on to the ban phase. This will be the third and last pick from the red. Oh, the bear. The bear comes in.
Yeah. So, okay. Sorry to keep yapping, but fun fact.
Yeah.
Hybrid coached me last split in solo queue. Didn't work. But he is a volley bear merchant, this man. Honestly, he is in love with this champion. It's his best champion by far, and it's, you know, he's just gone for comfort right here. He's gone for comfort. So yeah, that Sun and Sky Rush, Lucidity Boots, Dead Man's, Spirit Visage, these kind of items, he'll be locking that in. And again, it's beefy frontline for Ezreal to stand back and just fling out all these skill shots, because you're not that tanky so far on the side of Bulldog.
He upgraded Lucidity Boots on Volibear. Can you imagine? With the additional movement speed after you attack an enemy.
Yeah, and he has the early game advantage to try and get those feats right to play for those objectives. So it could be a thing.
So relying a lot on Hybrid. Would we also need that mid lane damage, that AP to pair up with Ezreal? We've seen some Ezreals during the day, and they haven't been able to dish out as much damage as they did before, because you can have those weird AD carries moving in. Kassane not using the Renata and also not taking the Leona. But as soon as we see lack of Leona, we've been seeing a little bit more often the Alistar to try and compensate. And with Kalista, you can just throw him in the middle of the fight, and that's a lot of CC paired up with a Vi.
You can choose to go into Alistar, you can choose to go into Rel. Both of these options would work great for Bulldog right now, because this is the additional engage, this is the additional setup for Kalista. A lot of CC onto the enemies to make sure that nobody can even get to Kalista, because she suffers from a pretty short range. She needs to make sure that somebody is locking the enemies down. And light side are actually the ones taking Rel away now that Alistar has been banned by Bulldog. So the question is open, what is Kazing gonna be playing as?
Surely looking Nautilus.
Nautilus is perfect.
Yeah.
It's it's more engaged, which is what Bulldog want to do, and it's great versus slippery guys like Ezreal. And he wants to be thrown into the middle of everything. You know, Rakan is still open
Thresh?
as well.
I miss it.
Yeah, I mean, that is fun. Yeah, Thresh is fun for sure. Like, I like that a lot, but I don't think we'll be seeing that, unfortunately. That's going to be the Nautilus
mother.
That was so honest. I would expect this from Ratona, something like that, because Mouse plays a heavy champion.
You've got Rumble, you can't put that mid, so...
Yeah, I was so confused.
At least.
Nemesis is able to pull it off, so that's why I was confused about Abessa. Okay, now we can talk, There's a bunny.
Yeah.
A lot of magic damage as well.
Yeah, and that's it. Last pick here for light side, it's their mid laner. What are they going to opt into?
Galio is available.
Orianna is not banned. Oriano, Syndra, or we're going back to Rice. We already saw it from Harbour today, so it's going to be the second game.
Okay.
Okay, so a lot of damage in the late game here for Lightside.
Yeah.
They're going to take some time to get into that point. You know, Rise needs time, Ezreal needs time, he needs his items, he needs to stack up that tier. And a lot of... oh wow, my brain is completely left me. Like, engage. What's that phrase I used? Dogpiling? Is that it? I can't remember. Yeah, it's a... Don't worry, I don't know why I'm... Jake will remember what the phrase is. He's English.
Long day. It's a long day.
Yeah, and just a lot of go forward. A lot of engage, a lot of just boo 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 from Bulldog here. So I think that could be tough actually for Lightside to deal with and hard for them to navigate.
Lightside are going this reminds me of the second game Los Ratones had today, because the idea is going to be the same. You suffer for the beginning of the game, for like the first 2/3 of it, you suffer and you're behind simply because of how your champions are built and what the enemy has. With Aurora, with Kalista, with Rumble, there is no way you're winning against them in early unless you pull out some miracle. But if you somehow get to this late game without being too far behind, suddenly you have a great angle with finally everybody's hitting those 2.5 items. This is when you want to fight and turn the game around, because that's when you're so much stronger.
So one of these teams will be able to at least put a 1 on their record on day 1, but the other one will start with the left foot, and all of them are looking clean, but it's going to be at the bottom of the list, and who's going to be paired up in the middle of the pack. I just need a name. I don't want any sort of explanation. Just a name. You can't say anything more than a team name. I'm just giving you time to think. Solari. Who's that? That's not a name.
Lightside.
That's Cassandre. Okay. That's what that name was.
Lightside. Foxtrot.
Bulldog. Yeah.
Love it. What about you, Castus? This is the last game of the day. Hit right and travel. One word.
I feel sorry for Archer's neighbors. Oh.
He said one word.
Well, I said a sentence. I feel sorry for his poor neighbors. That guy is unbelievably loud. Could you imagine what it's like when he opens the cupboard? He's like, "We got milk!" Just excited about everything. He's a little puppy dog. Trouble, you wanted to talk about, I believe it was Bulldog. I've already forgotten. You liked their comp?
Yes and no. And I'm excited and concerned at the same time. So Bulldog have done something very exciting, was BLG brought out into the scene. They were the first ones to do it from the LPL over in 2024. They're playing a comp with 4 squishy carries, and only the support is on dog duty, which means you're gonna play the boring tank that engages, which is the Nautilus right now for Kasing. Now, why am I saying this is a very BLG-esque draft is because they brought it out and they also excelled at playing it. But that's because individually BLG has such incredibly talented and 1v1 strong players that they were able to pull this off, and individually they knew a lot of the limitations, if you will, on the ins and outs when they're playing solo their carries. Now that's what's very intriguing about Bulldog, because if they can pull this off, they're going to be one of the teams that are going to be feared in terms of individuality and how they can use those solo skilled champions to pretty much develop through the league and, of course, win a game versus LLS that showed to be very strong in the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of just coming into this game, again, a bit like what we saw earlier, like a very important game for whoever can pick this win up. They're both currently 0-1 on the day. Getting a win kind of ties you up with Verdant, with Nord. Going last here means you're going 0-2, which is not what you want to be doing at all. It means you've got a very hard road ahead of you as we press further into the tournament. What I'm excited about is I feel like Lightside actually delivered versus Los Ratones. I think they actually look pretty decent.
They were bloodthirsty.
Yeah, they
Say
were
it how it is.
I think Bulldog also looked pretty good versus Verdant's early game, and Bulldog's ability to bring that back was really impressive. So I think we got two. These are our 2 underdog teams of this group going toe to toe right now. We're gonna find out who is the bigger underdog and who's actually got that kind of like that fight in them going into this last game of the day. I'm very excited by this. Harbo, he was pretty capable on the rise, but, and this is the big capital but on this, he was always chunked. every fight. He'd rock up half HP. He was losing fights quite a lot. So I'm going to be interested to see how he pilots this, because he's a mixture of like a shining light and also maybe a little bit of an issue.
Okay, they didn't really contradict each other. So it was like a shining light and a dark shadow, maybe? I don't know. That would have made more sense. But hey, nice try, buddy. Now, of course, this is probably the most important game for both of these teams. One, because you've mentioned they're 0-1, but two, let's be real here. I feel like they're probably the two teams that seem to be the weakest within the group, which is not a very easy group to be in whatsoever. But NLC has stepped up so much this season that we need to be real, and the teams have to adapt to this. You need to beat each other. Like, these teams need this win more than anything. Only 4 out of 5 teams come out into playoffs from the groups, and you definitely, this is a must win for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, most of this split is just playoffs, so it's a quick run into playoffs and then a fairly lengthy playoffs, which I think is going to be super exciting. Like we said, we're going to get on
as well.
Fearless. Things are going to get real exciting real quick, but you need a solid start going into that, because you do not want to be scraping into the playoff stage of this tournament. You want to be, coming in as strong as possible. So, yeah, I'm very excited by this one. As you can see, we're back on our mugs. Wouldn't be too long. I believe we were just having a little bit of a frame rate issue on our side. So that typically doesn't mean we have to wait for someone's power to come back on like we did in the last game. So, talking about the teams a little bit more before I go too off topic. Rusty, again, I kind of want to just hit on Rusty Sniper, because I genuinely believe this guy is crazy good at ADC. We saw that glimmer. I mean, he went toe-to-toe with Crowny and actually performed really, really well. Like,
okay, he went toe-to-toe with Crowny, but once the bows started walking towards him, he was like, nah.
I mean, that was it's the JoJo's meme, isn't it? Where he's like he's walking across the crosswalk towards him. That was it was that, except instead of them walking towards each other, Rusty was walking away. He didn't want anything to do with it, and his back turned.
I'm sorry, I don't think Baus pressed a single spell.
No, he just walked in menacingly. It was just menace. It was, but you couldn't. That Poppy was doing too much damage. But when Rusty was unable to actually play a fight, excluding that final fight of the that game, he had so much. He actually had a level of impact. He actually performed really, really well. And this game, we're coming up versus Bulldog, who are, they're not Los Ratones. They are, they're looking like a relatively competitive team, but not, top of the group competitive. So I'm interested to see what Rusty's got, because like I said, I feel...
I lost you right there for a second.
Oh, I muted. That's my bad.
He feels a lot. He feels strongly about a lot that he feels about, and he feels real feelings. Yes.
Trouble, we've casted together for an incredibly long time at this point. How many times do I forget to unmute? It's
many.
It is a go-to action of mine. As Harbo already ignited. Oh my word! Came into Kio's first blood. Yeah, that's not the start you want in your eyes. Getting killed by Kasing at level 1.
That was incredible from Kasing. What
a
level 1. Due to the lane swap right here, that was an incredible level 1 roam around mid lane from Kasing. 12 years of experience. Oh no.
Oh man, a good flash actually, but I don't think he's going to do much. Rusty Sniper taking a shot. Doesn't even really get much of the wave. I mean, level 1 Rumble, not going to be the best at dealing with those crashing waves. Is Exofang slowly but surely shoving the wave in. But the main thing is Winter. I mean, he doesn't really lose much for this. Highbrash now getting potentially jumped on by Kasing, but Kasing, I don't really think you're going to be able to achieve much here. Highbrash keeps the pressure up.
Ouch.
As Kasing goes down, Bulldog, they are not handling this lane swap well, and this teleport into a potential death here from Rumble actually just could be game-changing. Rusty not going to get executed. The tower is charged up. Nobody goes down. Teleport flash burn on your top laner. He dies twice. 3 CS.
That was an excellent juggle of the tower aggro as well. Rusty Sniper took that last shot. I'm pretty sure it left him with very low double digits of HP. That was very, very well calculated. Didn't even need to use his barrier right there. Then they juggled the aggro between support and jungle from the side of LLS. Great stuff. 3 kills already, about 1,000 gold in the lead. A little bit of a hiccup with Harbor right there, falling to Kasing in the early game. But other than this, they have punished Miatek twice so far on that top side of the map. And that's exactly what you need. Because right here, LLS are running Kasante, one of the most untypable champions of the entire game, together with the likes of Zac and Cyan. So Miatek right there playing the Rumble, wanted to go into a powerful matchup into the Kasante. He doesn't get to do that because LLS lane swapped early. Now, here's where this whole feats of strength sort of ties into this, due to the fact that we do not have as fortified towers in the top lane as we used to. Lane swaps have been seen in the LCK and the LPL and now the NLC, because it creates a lot more pressure in the early game and potentially gives you a first blood, which should have been the case for LLS had Harbo not walked too far forward right there. But nevertheless, they do punish with 3 kills.
Hybrid just grabbing himself a little bit of farm. He 2-0 on the volley bear. Looking a little bit scary here for the side of Bulldog. My side having an incredibly strong volley bear and Miatek.
Oh god.
This actually might just be the moment where we see his heartbreak. We might be able to pause it.
Okay.
They're coming in. They're bringing a teleport in. Can they actually save the day? Miatek goes down. Teleports are too slow. Came in, comes in, but he came in too slow.
Again, it shows you the perspective of, yeah, okay, teleport is pretty much quote-unquote unleashed the entire time through the very beginning, but it's so slow. So came in, sort of channel that from the base. Now the Ignite's gonna tick down. Cayman doesn't want to be anywhere near that tower. He knows Hybrid is right behind him. I'm gonna go for the dive again.
Oh,
this tower is cursed! It's cursed! Leave the tower!
He's flashing! There's a bear coming! They get the slow. Cayman goes down.
They're gonna turn around.
Sniper snipes
No!
him. I swear, if Miatek dies again, he is doomed. Like, he was already pretty doomed. That is...
Oh no, they're waiting, they're waiting. Oh,
they're killing him again.
Oh,
he has to hold the wave, but Hybrid can just run through the tower, goes for the flash. Rusty slides in. No! He goes! He lives! He dies! And Miatek is not getting the kill.
Oh,
it was an execute! It was an execute! Meanwhile, in the bottom side of the fight, Winter going up versus Lulis and Exifang. He's able to hold it. He has the chain vest.
Hold it? He killed Kasing on the turnaround. That was a 3 versus 1. It exactly proves the point we literally just made. You've got Rumble getting dived, can't do anything about it, and then you're diving a level 6 Kasante. Bulldog Gaming right here. They're playing a very volatile composition, which we explained very early why that is, with 4 squishes and only 1 tank, slashing gates on the support. And LLS are running circles around them. They're winning on the lane swap. They're winning on the dives. They defend when they get dived. And right now you have a 1k gold lead onto Kasante. And on a very volatile late game champion, which is Volibear, because this champion only thrives in the early to mid game stages. 3-0-2? 6 minutes in? That is absurd.
And he's already got the grubs for his team. Dragon was picked up by Bulldog, so they have somewhat equalized that situation out. But yeah, it is a rough one. Miatek, he's kind of fumbled the rumble here. Like it's not gone to plan at all. The TP into instant death, the walk back into instant death. Every time he's touched a wave, he's died before he's even cleared a full wave. He is having an incredibly poor start to this game. Now, he is a Rumble, so once he hits that 6, the impact of his ultimate can be felt. But for now, it's going to take him a little while to get to that 6. He is down a level on Winter. And I actually think Winter's about to take over to 7. Miatek's barely close to 5. So there is an entire level deficit, or 2 level deficit between the top laners here.
Now, what's unfortunate right here for Bulldog Gaming is they have swapped Cayman into him, which is the Aurora. However, this Kasante is slowly but surely going to be capped on magic resistance right here. He's going to be building against the 2 solo laners that exist in this game, which are both AP-based. So Winter, very fed right here together with hybrids. They need to start asserting some dominance in this game, get into the river, grab some lanes, push them out. At this point, Winter is more than happy to go back to his top lane, actually lane into Miatek onto this Rumble. Even though, of course, first off, we do see a lot of magic resistance in his inventory. I would like to see, armor. I'd like to see a little bit of magic resistance in that inventory going up against the side lanes of Rumble and Aurora. But I want to be hopeful that slowly but surely that magic resist will settle in onto the Cassante, and then he'll have absolutely no problem side laning and bullying both the Aurora and the Rumble.
Rusty's level 7 and Kasinga's level 4. I mean, to be fair, Leo Licargo is also level 3. So support
3, oh my god.
Supports are starving right now.
Nice.
May find himself in danger. Leo Licargo comes in. They do find the interrupt though. He's going to jump out of the ultimate. The slow is huge, but Cayman loses a massive chunk of HP here from Harbo. Whiteside able to fire back, but Hyperidge in the area. Lulus now going to get himself chunked out. Goes over the wall with the Q.
Oh, they could dive
Nice
here.
little
They
dash back.
have the Volibear ultimate. They're going to choose to back off instead. They do see that mid lane. Sorry, the bot lane is roaming from that mid lane. Kasing and Exofang, so I want to chance it by diving that tower. There is the Vi ultimate as well. That could turn really south for them. LLS, again, I love that. They have the pedal to the metal, but they also know when to pull the brakes right there. They put the pressure down the bot lane, and they called off the dive. And it's honestly really nice to see, because I feel like you were on their side earlier on, Hipra, and you were like, you know what? All these people, they're just really great players. They just happen to be in the wrong teams. And now a team, which is LLS, has picked those pieces, which were the best ones from their team, and put them together. Now, can they work? Can this machine work with all those different gears that have been put in? And so far, I feel like LLS are showing a very intelligent side of theirs into this game. The lane swap early, how they handled it, the dives, the repeat dives. Now, how are they going to use that Sundered Sky Volibear that has been so accelerated into this game to start getting and committing into those neutral objectives?
Well, 6 grubs would be a pretty solid start for them here. Harbo join up the rest of the team, but it looks like Bulldog are looking for the fight. 1 grub's already secured. Teleports are coming in. Hook goes down into the back line. Lulus jumps in. A quick shift out from Rusty Sniper to buy some space. Miatek has that ultimate. Lays down the red carpet. That is a brilliant position, but the damage is just too low. Everybody's dead. Winter chasing onto Kasing. They're able to get 1 grub, 2 grubs. Can they keep that pressure up? Miatek is going to do his best, but no. All 6 grubs in favor of Lightside. Bulldog feels like they're not fully done here, but the Stormbringer should be enough to send them back packing.
Wow, LLS, what a great fight. They're actually leveraging the fact that they're so far ahead in items. Again, the Sundered Sky, the Archangels onto Harbo. We mentioned how Harbo was so good in game number 1 onto the Rise. He was dishing out a lot of damage. However, he was kind of choked out by all the engage on the side of Los Ratones. He wasn't able to showcase the Rise. But right here, you see the difference in levels, the difference in items and damage. Look at the second this Volibear walks forward, all that damage that comes through. Absolutely unkillable. You see Exofang walks in, puts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 auto attacks, and then he's like, oh, shoot. And that's the Kalista out the bait. Grabs one on the way out. Grabs Leo Licargo, who jumped over to that side, but the damage was already done.
Incredibly rough for them. Miatek sent back in there as we are going to turn our attention towards Lightside. This is, I believe... Oh no, Bulldog got first blood. Okay, so they still need to get first tower. Kasing, Hex flashes forwards. Can he find the hook angle? Isn't going to get it. Oh no, he does onto Leo Licargo. Exofang pulls him back. And he throw out his Pokemon. Nope, they secure themselves the dragon, and now they're going to throw down the slow from the Aurora. Blast Cone gets them out to Sing. No level 6 available to him. He's only level 5. Nice little dragon still there for the side of Bulldog, and they are, funnily enough, close towards getting that feat of strength before anyone else is. And if they can secure themselves first turret blood or something, they will have an answer back. The problem is Winter is just rattling away at that top tower, so I think you should be able to pick that one up.
2,000 gold in the lead onto this Cassante. And again, here, LLS, I feel like they lost focus a little bit. You cannot run from one objective to another. You lose so much precious time. And also, Bulldog Gaming had the chance to actually reset and come back with wards, with new items, new components. Yes, they still are a whole item up on Bulldog Gaming's most members. But they're still, in terms of damage and items, they're still in deficit. And it's kind of illegal to go from neutral objective to neutral objective. And right there, LLS almost gave some very precious shutdowns over to Bulldog Gaming. Back to the winter thing, 2.3k gold lead and first tower secured. LLS are one neutral objective away from securing Piece of Strength.
The big thing is that fight at Dragon, was very scary. They're very close. The next Dragon decides it. That's how close it is. That last Dragon was actually Bulldog favored because 2,000 of the 3,000 gold lead was top lane taking the tower. They didn't have Cassante there, which is a massive power deficit. You're down a whole player who's holding a lot of your gold. So it did send them packing. Midheck has been able to catch up somewhat on farm and somewhat on experience, but I mean, it's still the gold, the plates, the kill deficit, which is costing them pretty heavily here. Is Hybresh able to steal away this camp?
That's the problem. He might be close to getting there. However, Cassante has finished Iceborne Gauntlet. And now he's going to start stacking all that MR. So by the time Rambo has an item, the MR would have already come through from Winter and came in. He's in a lot of trouble getting surrounded by LLS members.
Well, he's got Lulus about. He can clear the wave nice and quickly there. Is able to chip away at that wave. But with the grubs, they're coming in. They're actually being a real nuisance to this tower. Should just go down. Cayman's going to continue to apply some pressure, but Bulldog, they were not able to clear the wave fast enough. And those 6 Void grubs, getting the little grublets, has cost them.
Honestly?
Bulldog not looking to back off, though. They're still looking for a potential angle. They go in for the hook. Winter going to take a whole heat there. Throws out the all-out. Shutdown in Exofan's pocket. True Shot Barrage is huge. There's the shutdown in response, though. Picked up by Hybresh. Kasing breaks away. A double kill onto the Volley Bear. A massive injection of cash goes over to Exofang, but it's going to come at a steep cost.
Yeah, the ult right there from Cassante, which makes him a little bit squishier. Didn't really help when you've got 4 members of Bulldog Gaming on you. That's super fast, gives the shutdown away as well. I'm pretty sure it was on Exofang, so very much needed gold injection over to the AD carry of Bulldog Gaming. And that's what's this one more time, because I felt like, I'm like, oh, if Winter gets going, it's going to be fine. It's going to pop a bunch of his abilities. Cassante is going to get away. Popping the ultimate right here makes you quite squishy. We're going to watch this one more time. Gets hooked. Going to pop the ultimate. Yeah, right there at the end. Will be too late. However, everyone else on the defense right there managed to salvage the play. Again, a pretty heavy shutdown though in the pockets of Callista.
A little micro point from that. I actually think Kasing ulted the wrong person there. He ulted Rusty, who E'd away and then started channeling his ultimate. The knockup didn't hit him until the ultimate fired, so he basically wasted no time. Like, the CC almost didn't apply just because of the fact that it was on, like, the way Rusty kind of, what's the word? Not tethered.
Chain shifted? Okay.
No, I can't remember the word, but I'll keep that in mind for the moment, because Hybresh actually looking for Kasing off the back of this, although Exofang, I mean, if he gets another shutdown, that is huge for him. Hybresh is going low. Another shutdown to Exofang. This time he's got the health bar to keep chasing. True Shot Barrage doesn't clip onto Kasing. Came in, keeping the pressure up onto Leo Lacargo. Can he find that damage? There's going to be the double kill onto Exofang. Rusty, he's also a shutdown. He's also an angle, but Rusty flashes forward and secures the kill. Came is incredibly low. Barrier comes out. Lulus, can he chase? I don't think he can, as Cayman goes for an escape, able to break away. That is a incredibly low Ezreal. 26 HP he limps out of that fight on.
Rusty played that so freaking well, but what in the world is going on with LLS? They're again overextending. Again, we said we want to see Hybrids leverage the fact that he's so far ahead onto this Volley Bear, but he's also extremely squishy. He's just managed to pick up himself a little bit of magic resist and armor right there, but Sundered Sky is not enough to make it that strong, especially when there's no ultimate on the big bear. So let's watch this one more time. He has Leo Lacargo around. He has Sniper as well. So they see Kasing, they engage Kasing, but he's too far forward. And I feel like a little bit of miscommunication, because Leo Lacargo has already used his abilities, and then Hybrid goes too far in. The rest of his car is gonna follow, ends up getting absolutely popped. But what a fantastic display of Ezreal hands right here from Sniper, hitting every single skill shot, I'm pretty sure. Flashes forward to assassinate Exofang too, hitting that Q. And then almost kills Kasing on the left side. Incredible
very
stuff
close.
from the AD carry of LLS.
Really, really nice stuff. LLS played that exceptionally well. But Bulldog, they're a team who just don't quit. They got fight in them. As Miatek, I think you're about to get dove, my friend. Although I believe the appearance of a Vi probably puts them off. In comes the ultimate, the equalizer cooks away at Lightside's health bars. 2 people get half health off the back of that one. That is enough to dissuade the dive, but Miatek had to use his ultimate to clear 3 minions and hold his life. Steep cost paid.
That's pretty fine, though. You don't have any major objective until 1.5 minutes when Atakan spawns, and it's going to be towards the top side of the map, so both teams are going to have to fight tooth and nail to get towards that top side vision. Again, pushing the waves is #1 priority. Establishing some vision is going to be much easier for LLS because they do still have their top lane tower remaining, so they do retain their vision past a certain point. However, for Bulldog Gaming, it's going to have to be an overextension. They need to group up, pushing that mid lane wave, probably dip into Reaver and trying to gain some control of that side through there.
They have Herald, but mid tower is too healthy. They don't have any grubs as well, so Herald's not really going to be able to secure this tower. Yeah. Maybe the bot lane tower if they really wanted to just secure some local gold for themselves or some global gold for themselves, but outside of that, not going to be the angle. Exofeng is definitely the one to get your eyes on, though. He's had 2 shutdowns in his pocket, got the Guinzoos, got the Bork. Incredibly strong on this Kalista right now. And if played full right, could potentially carry a fight. For now, though, it is just a kind of catch your breath moment as they are just going to look to break away. Harbo in the bot way. No, Harbo actually, where is he? Oh, he's with his team.
Harbo?
Okay.
He's with them, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't see him under the bear. But Winter coming in on a flank angle. All 5 members collapsing in on Bulldog. They're going to immediately catch him out with the ultimate. He pops the W, gets the knockback, but I think he's just cooked before he goes. Ooh! Huge Magnet Storm on the 3. True Shot Barrage hits. They get the Between Worlds off. Equalizer absolutely liquefying the health bars. Bulldog, I told you they had fight. They are not done. That's another 2 down. Harbo, the only one standing. Bulldog, they got some serious bite.
Punishing over and over the overextension from LLS. Hybrids the first time. This time around it's Winter. Fantastic stuff coming in. Again, this is such an important game for both teams. We could be looking at the 2 bottom teams of the group. This is of pivotal importance to get that win. It's going to be the GA Rust as well, if I'm not wrong. Is this the black one or the red one?
This is the red one.
This is the red one, so he's going to be the GA. Oh, the team coming through.
These are 2 bottom teams of the group potentially, but if these guys are the bottom, it is looking good for NLC. Action isn't done. That's going to be the secure onto Atakan. They've got the revives, so they're just going to withdraw off the back of this one. Winter incredibly low. Exofeng looking to secure a couple of kills. Leo Lacarga goes down as Exofeng is just diving and dodging on the edge. They withdraw out of there. But what a fight for Bulldog. What a turnaround in this game. The gold lead is only 1,000 now.
Wow, still on the side of LLS right there. They're pulling their TPs. They want to fight. But I feel like LLS are sort of slowly but surely running out of steam. You see that the range that the Bulldog Gaming are playing with, they're using the Rumble ultimate, they're using the Aurora ultimate to keep the range. Exofeng has been free hit in most of these fights as well. They just have no way of reaching that Kalista and pinning her down. And again, I kind of want to see this rise come into fruition. I haven't necessarily seen the usefulness that has been picked back to back for the side of LLS. I've seen every other pick work for them, but I have yet to see that rise. Harbo needs to find a way to either sneak into the backline with an ultimate or sneak one of his teammates there to try and shut down Exofeng.
Yeah, absolutely. He is not really had the impact he's been looking for in either game. Yeah. And again, it kind of comes back to what I was saying earlier, where in that last game when we saw them versus Los Ratones, he was just always chunked. Every fight, he was just chunked before the fight started.
Like he has no HP.
He literally has no HP, and I don't know if it's the build, because I'm more used to the Archangel's rower build. May have to hold this fort, though. Teleport's coming in. They're looking for a fight already. Kasing still has his revive. He's ready to go. Beautiful equalizer. Leo Lacarga with a Magnet Storm is going to buy some time, but he goes down as well. Health bar's low. That's going to be a double kill. Picked up for Miatek. The revenge is his.
I have to say, Bulldog Gaming here have completely outscaled LLS. There's not a single way that LLS can play this fight. Volibear got majority of the early game gold and the early game items. Guess what? Volibear has actually fallen off by this time. Bulldog Gaming, I mean, Kasing just
He's
tapped
good
everything.
at steering. He is good at steering.
With the-
Nah,
Whoa!
Kasing.
Dominic Toretto? Is that you?
Like, literally. Family, bro.
All right, Bulldog Gaming with their third dragon right now. Sole point for them, and this would be gut-wrenching for LLS if they lose this game. It's a fantastic early game, absolute dominance. Then into your team being completely outscaled. And again, you can also say the word outscaled in terms of damage when you're looking at a Rise, when you're looking at a Kasante, when you're looking at late game Ezreal. Kasing now all alone in his jungle. Can he get away this time?
Oh,
Don't tell-
Dominic can get away. Look at him go.
Oh,
I think
Dom.
he's turning around. He's brought the family with him. Harbo gets caught up on the hook. What an interrupt! Oh, Kasing is back, baby. Beautiful.
Bulash looking for more. There is a Wild Rel.
And a bear.
And looking.
Kasing. Fans the
Tower's
hook.
still up.
Bit of damage coming in from Cayman. There's going to be a nice little Magnet Storm onto the free. Leo Lacargo. I don't really think they have the damage without Exofeng here, so they're going to be able to walk away from this one. But the tower should go down regardless.
Oh, the funny fact was that Lulash was trying to go around, but then he's like, oh wait, there's still a
Yeah,
tower
we haven't
standing
done this
right
one
there.
yet. Is this going to be a second game where we see the team who have the boots buff lose? Did I
Might be
just
the
cast the
case.
curse?
Maybe. That might be the
Maybe.
case.
Down goes the tower. Cayman. He's going to be able to grab that one. There it is. Really, really nice play from Bulldog. These guys ain't quitters. I respect it. They are the underdogs, but like every time when they're down, they are not out. They will put on a very convincing display. Really, really impressed by Bulldog. And I think it comes from like a mixture of kind of some very solid players, some kind of younger, solid players who are backed up by, you know, Kasing and his 12 years of experience. We talked about this earlier, but this guy's been kicking it around for a long old time. Longer than some people have even been playing the game.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of experience under his belt, and, you know, he's able to utilize it really well. Sorry, I couldn't finish that sentence. My brain just decided to turn off.
It was your microphone again.
No, it was...
I don't know what to account for. Is it the microphone muting? The brain shutting down? What is it?
That was a brain. That was just my brain going, well, I don't know where we're going with this one, Jake.
We've been going for many, many hours, so you're allowed. You've had a lot of shouting and a lot of screaming during these past 5 or 6 hours, however long we've been here. However, Bulldog Gaming have not sealed the deal yet. Exofeng playing a bit aggressive. Kasing, missing the anchor right there. And again, I feel like LLS have definitely been outscaled, especially with majority of the gold sitting onto the Volibear. So now they're choosing to attack the sidelines instead.
Rusty flashes away, is going to make a break for it, but has able to successfully escape. They're teleporting in. They're going to bring Winter over. Hook lands onto Leo. Leo is so squishy. Exofeng will execute him nicely. They continue to chase. Go, Kasing, I choose you. Pokeballed forwards and a double kill for Exofeng.
And everyone is pinging the Baron as well. It's pretty free. Hybrids does not have his ultimate to get into the pit, and I doubt with 4 members. What?
That was a wild ride. Wait, Miatek is actually so squishy. Wait.
That's a ramped up tower. Oh!
Harbo? I mean, they may lose an inhibitor tower for this. Hybridge is in the area. He could do something real special. He could do something real special right now. It's going to be hard to steal versus a Callista.
Please someone stop him.
He's coming in, though. They're going to make it close. That's going to be the secure. The flash comes down. It was incredibly close. 20 HP on the Baron. He loses his life. The smite was actually a little late. A little late.
Wow. That was so close, though. 21 HP on the Baron. This could have been the steal right there. Again, LLS in team fights, they don't seem that favored right now. They don't necessarily have a way that they want a team fight. This Kasante seems a little bit too squishy. It doesn't have enough MR right now, and even if it does, the Callista is the problem, but it has mixed damage with the Terminus, with the Ginsus. You've got that AD piled up as well. Again, this is where we go back to the BLG-esque build, draft, where it's like 4 individual carries versus a team. What can you do? And it feels like LLS's team is just not tanky enough to withstand all this damage, and I feel like everyone from Bulldog Gaming have stepped up and they're playing really well, and everything is off of the back of Kasing, because this composition does not work unless your main engage and your main tank don't get good hooks, and he has been finding very key targets so far.
Kasing has been on it. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm gonna say it regardless.
Oh, here it comes.
Certain someone calls him Grandpa Hands, right? Kasing. Yeah. I was told this in confidence before the show started, but a certain someone Trouble knows calls Kasing Grandpa Hands. He's got some young and spry hands, my friend. Like,
I just want to say that this person no longer plays League of Legends, to clarify.
Do they not?
No.
Oh, good on them. They're free. They are free. Yeah, I mean, like, the guy is popped off. Like, so consistent with the
if that's
hooks.
Grandpa Hands, I want to have Grandpa Hands too.
I don't know how to respond to this, Trouble. What do you want me to say? You don't want Grandpa Hands.
It's too late.
Liver spotted, wrinkly, shriveled old hands. You don't want that.
Okay, stop. Oh my god.
I'm just putting it for in real terms for you, Trouble.
When does your brain shut down again?
Not even when I sleep, honestly. It doesn't. It like, you only have to put up with it once a week for NLC. I have to put up with it 24/7. And it's not Dark Thoughts, by the way. It's just a clapping monkey. Just to put a positive tone on that. I just have a clapping monkey in my head.
Kind of like the powder one?
Yeah, very like the powder one. This guy, honestly, I can't tell if he's mental boom.
He's cosplaying.
I can't tell if he's mental boom or if he's just got the strongest mental in the world for putting up with this.
I feel like he's just the bouncing around.
Bulldog get sold. That was actually a real mistake. Came in, goes in for the assassination. 1 versus 4. Ain't sure about that one, Chief. Flashes away. They go for the chase, and Cayman's out. Meanwhile,
great escape, Winter.
Winter is getting cooked. True Shot Barrage doesn't finish him up. Winter jumps into Cayman's waiting hands. Pesky Wabbit. Said it before, but I'm going to keep going with that pun.
Yeah, Pesky Wabbit, but ended up with only 2 digits of HP. Because I feel like Winter was actually searching for Cayman right there, and I feel like LLS have lost hope a little bit from what I'm seeing, and the way they're trying to take fights, they're trying to pick off the side lanes. And honestly, this is your last chance. This is your last case scenario right here. Trying to pick off people from Bulldog Gaming for trying to shove out the side lanes. It's probably the last choice you have, because you have been losing all the team fights straight up. It feels like anyone overextending from LLS ends up completely getting blown up. The carries are all fed. You've got a huge mix of AD and AP damage coming through the carries, so hard to itemize against. Like, you don't even have that many tanky members on your team. Even the Cassandra, who's the tankiest member, ends up going down too fast. So Bulldog Gaming, all they have to do is just take it by the book. Just do it textbook. Push out your waves, push out your lanes, push through one lane, which they're doing right now. Top is pushed, mid is pushed, bot is pushed, and everyone's looking for it.
Hybratish getting himself absolutely cut. The Magnet Storm does hit onto XFang, but only on the edge. He's going to continue to chase up. There's the Between Worlds. XFang gets a double. That's going to be an easy tidy up. Three members down on the side of light side. They might need to turn to the dark side to win this one. As Bulldog going to crack open the base. Tower number 1 goes down. Inhibitor is going to be incredibly quick to follow. And like you said, they're just fed. They're just too outscaled right now. Winter showing up a little bit too little, a little bit too late. He's going to do his best. Throws the all-out down, but Winter is cooked. Spring has arrived. And Bulldog are out in absolute force here. Another hook from Kasing, just to let them know what he's capable of. Tower number 1 goes down. Tower number 2 is next to follow. Remember, they respawn, so they need to look to end this fairly soon. Gonna be Leo falling down nice and quick. They have no waves, is the big issue for them right now. So it's gonna have to be a bit of a waiting game until these waves crash up.
Bot lane, they actually left the wave to march past them.
Came in?
So they have to actually go back.
Oh.
Harbo is just gonna walk out. The ultimate was broken right there, and it's not going to be quite the winning push yet as we have another small pause. It feels like a pretty done deal. It's 8,000 gold in the lead for Bulldog Gaming. They have the Soul, they have the Baron, and we're looking at another Baron in about 2 minutes and 3 minutes for the Elder, but I think they're pretty much going to close it out before that. They've got the range, they've got the engage on them, they have the items over them. I think it's just a matter of time until Bulldog Gaming just finish it out.
Yeah, I think Bulldog have... they have too much control right now. It's an incredibly hard situation for Lightside to be in, especially with how strong it started. Highbrow's getting all of those early kills, shutting down the Rumble, who could have been such a threat, and they weren't able to handle it. They weren't able to deal with it.
Right, I'm gonna guess that he brings a microphone go muted again, but we're back in the action.
How is he
Highbridge,
doing this?
Is very low. He keeps muting his microphone apparently, and now Rusty's under trouble. But since he stays on the pad, he's gonna heal up real quickly. And Bulldog Gaming had one problem, and that was that they didn't have a wave. Now they have two of them, and they're gonna choose to go towards that mid lane. Kasing just tanks one for the way home, and that's about it.
I don't know what's going on with Trouble. Like, I saw the infographic and I went, I need to mute now just in case something happens. I don't know. Like, brain is not working.
Is it my job to speak? I need to mute.
Yeah, exactly. You're not paying me to speak, you're paying me to mute. I could probably monetize that, to be honest. I'm sure there's plenty of people who want me to shut up. A very, very solid game from Bulldog, to be honest. I was trying to find the words, but they've really performed here. amazing performance from them. Interesting to see as well, came in going for more cooldown reduction focus build versus like the Shadow Flame, which we saw in game number 1 out. I believe it was Luden's Shadow Flame was what we saw. Not game number 1, our 4th game, where we had one last game. So he came in less burst focused and more consistently just throwing out spells as much as possible and relying on the passive burst. As Lulus cues over the wall, Leo Lacargo is just going to get caught by the Vault Breaker there, and came in, has joined in to secure that kill.
Okay, look at the desperation that's happening on the map right now. They've got 3 members, well, -1, 2 members on the top for LLSB. Bulldog Esports are looking for them. The carpet has been laid.
There's the hook. There's the follow-up. There's the dead bear. Volley bear down. Bulldog. Pretty scary right now. Their base is actually getting jumped onto, but Cayman is doing a solid job of buying some space here. Is able to almost get the assassination off. The Zhonya's comes in last minute. Baron's up, though. As Winter, I don't think you're really going to be able to deal with him. He goes for the flash forward, but the invisibility is huge from Cayman. Winter ends up losing a whole chunk of HP. Half his HP to Cayman. And yeah, he can't contest.
And the tower.
Pesky Wabbit. Pesky Wabbit.
Okay, we gotta give some credit to the tower there as well. He did some work.
Cayman played that well, though.
The HP disappearance, absolutely. Cayman level 18 as well. 9, 2, and 15. 12, 2, and 12 for Exofang. And Exo and Kasing did not have the best of early laning phase. Down the bottom, it didn't go the best for them, but they did seem to recover so well from that early game strategy. Now 12,000 gold in the lead, and LLS are trapping once again.
They're looking to try and kill Exofang. Magnus Storm goes wide. Exofang has that flash, has that cleanse to use. And in the meanwhile, Harbo goes down. Cayman is running amok. Rusty Sniper's caught between worlds. He's not going to go anywhere. Exofang finishes him up. The Death Rush has failed. The carpet is laid. Highbridge falls. Winter standing solo as he will crumble too. Bulldog fight back hard. Triple kill onto their ADC. And that is the game.
Bulldog Esports finally able to close out the game right here. Again, a very much needed win for both of these teams. Bulldog Esports managed to secure that one for themselves. Not bottom of the group is what you should aim to be in every group. And Bulldog Esports, what a performance. What a turnaround.
What an absolutely monstrous team. I am so excited by Bulldog off the back of this. 31 kills in a 35-minute game. I've heard some criticisms about this season, but I will say it makes a damn good viewing experience. There is so much action. There's so much fighting. It's brilliant to watch. Huge game from Bulldog.
And this is only best of 1.
Yeah,
We're gonna be moving into best of series with full fearless, like hardcore fearless. You cannot pick the champion ever again. But again, I want to give props to Bulldog Esports right here because they did a fantastic job at turning the game around. Usually you're very vulnerable when you're playing a 4 carry team and you fall behind, and your Kalista falls behind in the early game. It's very hard to recover. Right there, LLS were overextending constantly, and 3 picks is all it took for Bulldog Esports to turn the whole ship around.
I think the big thing as well is who got the shutdowns. XFN getting the shutdowns on all of the, like, just getting that massive injection of cash was what changed the game. Like, if Kassin got those kills, that could have been devastating for Bulldog. But, I mean, it's very hard not to get the kills on Kalista. She's basically got a built-in collector in her E. Unbelievably great performance from Bulldog. And Group A, that was our little teaser of Group A. This group looks real good. Like, I don't think there's a bad egg amongst them. Like, Lightside have some serious life in them. I feel like some of our bottom teams definitely have some glaring issues that need to be fixed. You know, when you look at Verdant, I think they are too early game focused and struggling to late game. I think Lightside, a similar thing there where, like, they just didn't really know what to do with their lead, and they were prone to getting caught out. Bulldog, that bloodthirstiness is very fun, but I also can see it being a big issue for them. I'm so excited by this group. I can't wait for tomorrow because we get Group B as well, and we'll get to see what some of those teams look like.
Hey,
NLC,
I heard they're World's finalists playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, World Champ playing today, World Finalists playing tomorrow. NLC, this is the most stoked it's ever looked. Like, 2025 is going to be a banger year. We're going to throw ourselves to a quick break. When we're back, we'll have our analyst test to break the day down, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment.
it all started so well. The lane swap, the kills, the feats of strength, and somehow, this is why League of Legends is so good. This is the reason. Are we okay? Are we okay? I don't know.
No. After this game, no, we're not. I lost the point to Foxtrot.
I mean,
What-
we have
what's
a
the
saying
point?
in Portugal about that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like happens. So
Yeah.
that's actually it.
In matter, what can I say? At the end of the day, you know, Lightside got that early lead, but that didn't matter either, did it? Because Bulldog are just gonna come through swinging. It was disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. Like for Lightside, what a sick lane swap! What a great early game, well executed. It was all really good stuff. I was really impressed by it. They were making that Rumble cry in the top side. Like it was just the worst early game for Bulldog. I'm super impressed with how they executed it, and then it just started slipping away, some overforced fights, and you can see at that point around like the 22-23 minute mark it started slipping, and then when the Dragon Soul came through as well for Bulldog, you kind of realized the writing was on the wall at that point. Difficult one to lose if you're light side, very heartbreaking. Some good things to take away from it, but certainly they'll want to come away with the win at the end of the day.
Can you look
it's
to the
a
left
rough
side
one.
for a second? Sorry, because I'm looking at this insane
Damage.
damage on that Aurora and on that Kalista, but especially like because both of them had really bad laning phase, but the way they managed to come out of it as champions who normally want to be ahead in the early game is insane, especially that Aurora, because it was not just that light side were overextending almost every single fight they were taking after some point. They were also choosing these fights to happen every time that Aurora had her ultimate up, and they were choosing deliberately to fight in Aurora's ultimate, and she was not letting them go out.
It's a rough one when you see such a big start for the top laner and also the jungler, the Volibear and the Cassandra, and somehow they end with less than 10,000 damage, and a team that was able to come back with plus 40,000 damage. That's also a telltale of what happened within the game. I'm not saying that LLS played wrong or anything of that. I'm just saying that coming from such a low state of game at the beginning of the game, it's really hard to come back from one of those, especially on the best of one. That says a lot about turning the game around, not about LLS. I gotta give praises to where praises need to be.
Yeah, you gotta praise Bulldog for sure coming back in a game like that. That's a tough game, especially when you're up against the feat of strengths. But I'm gonna do what you're too scared to do, Archer. I am gonna say Lightside messed that up. I would have used a different word, but I remembered we're still live. They completely goofed that game. Completely. Like, bro, that was in the bag, man. That was in the bag. And you just pissed it away, dude. It was
I
not
asked
good.
this specifically, okay? I asked for this one specifically.
I really wonder if you know how it is in Tokyo.
Drift King Kasing.
Look at this! What do you
How does
mean?
it stay alive for so long?
It even slows down!
This is brilliant. All these handbrake turns around the corner.
Look
I'm
at
shocked that it survived long enough to bash that turret. I'm not gonna lie. Great play though by Kasing. I did like that.
And then an
Vampire hands.
inward curve as well. It was not from the outside. It was in close to the wall. That's man, Kasing. If I knew you could drive like that, you shouldn't be League of Legends, man. Go for sim racing. Stop. What are you doing with life? No, that was beautiful. And well, we wrap up the day. We still have interviews. Where you going? Where you go? Where you think you go? We still have interviews. We still have something special for you as well. And we also need to tell you how the day has ended and what we have for tomorrow. We still have a long show ahead of us. We're just waiting for the interviews. Don't worry about it. Before we go into the interviews, I think we can wrap up this game and just move on to what happened during the day. And as soon as we can, we talk with the players. I want to know what you think about today's day and now Group A is so clutch.
I think, yeah, we've had, to be honest, I would say, aside from the Verdant game and maybe Bulldog in general looking a little bit weak, I'd say the expectations have kind of lived up to what we were thinking coming into today. Maybe an asterisk on Nord. I don't know about you, sorry if you agree or not, but I personally think Nord looked weaker than I thought they would. I thought they'd be a really strong team coming into today, and despite going 1-1, I wasn't really convinced with their game at all. But yeah, it's looking like Rotones might be, you know, pretty hypey up there in the top spot. But aside from that, we got some pretty scrappy stuff and some good stuff as well from the teams. Like it looked like even in the games where teams lost, they could have won, right? So on another day, that would be a victory, and that makes things exciting.
So
I would say that I gotta agree with you that Nord slightly under-delivered in my eyes, especially as a team that was put above Los Ratones by some. Definitely not a team that looks to be above Los Ratones at the moment. The Rats also did have a little bit of shakiness, especially in their game number 2, which is not a bad thing. It just makes the whole competition more exciting because yes, we have some established strong teams, but they're not completely untouchable. And we have some teams who are below them, but they also show a lot of promise going further into the split.
Well, we have the interview to start it off. It's with Harbo coming in from LLS. So let's toss it to him and say hello yet again. Welcome back, Harbo.
Hello.
This was a rough one. I know we need to talk about this. Harbo.
Yeah.
Seeing your praises.
That wasn't too great.
What happened?
I mean, we just lost the sauce. I mean, there's nothing else to say.
The early game, that was so well prepared though. I was loving it. I was loving it. The way you brought in the lane swap, the constant tower diving, not letting them breathe. That was perfect. That felt like a done. It's a wrap. It's a done. We move on. But the sauce, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Harbo, when you look into this group at the end of day 1, let's focus on that. How do you think the competition is looking right now? And at the end of play day, so as soon as we're done with day 3, which is the second day for you, how do you think it's going to wrap up? Give me your prediction.
I mean, like obviously us going 0-2 isn't too great. So I'm hoping that we can bounce back and still make it out of the groups, right? I think Los Patrones obviously played really well. I think like the last game we just played versus Bulldogs, I mean, we should have had it in the bag, but I mean, yeah, we dropped it. So like out of the other teams, I mean, if I have to say that we get out, you know, I think that's fair enough to say, you know. Then maybe Los Ratones or North, like we haven't really seen them too much as well. So I think.
You still have
like
time.
how many teams are making it out of groups? I'm not actually too sure.
What I know, I have to check it, but from what I know, it's everybody goes on to playoffs and it's a seeding stage.
Oh really?
I have to check it again.
I mean, I think if we take us out of like the consideration, I mean, I think Los Ratones will be on top in our group, and then I mean, I think North probably comes second, and then I mean the other teams kind of similar in the group in a sense. Actually, who else is there? There's Bulldogs, there's us. And then, what's the last of the competition in our group?
It's seeding, by the way. It's seeding. I just got confirmation. Yeah. You scared me. I was like, wait, it's seeding, isn't it?
yeah, it is seeding. It's me who has to look it up. Yeah, I mean, definitely Las Ratones and like Nord are looking like the stronger teams, right? And then everything else, I think, looks quite beatable.
Hey,
so that's like my overall prediction.
First day Audible, it didn't go well on this last match, but you still have something ahead of you. Don't worry. You also have an entire, almost an entire week to rest and to think about what happened and how to improve on to the next one. Audible, thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you soon. And keep smiling, man. Keep smiling. We're still starting.
Yeah. Cheers.
There you go. That's what I love. Oh, I got scared for a second. I was like, wait, it's only seeding, isn't it? Okay. So we're done with this. Obviously, a day that is complicated. If you start on an 0-2, you know your number will be complicated to getting out of groups. And probably you'll be facing the most powerful teams on the other side, on Group B. So obviously, that's not how you want to wrap it up. But obviously, for Bulldogs, they're comfortable. They're like, okay, this is like a reigning race, but we shouldn't celebrate that much, should we?
It's a tough one already, isn't it? Like this is it. You want to get off. You want to lead the gate swinging, and it's not just the fact that they went 0-2. It's the way, the fashion they did it. You know, that's kind of game that keeps you up at night. It's not nice to lose a game like that.
You know what they say about bulldogs as a breed of the dog? Because they are a serious fighting dog, but the thing about them is that when they get to their victim, they grab onto it and they do not release the bite until they're dead. And I think
That's
it's
my
quite
cat.
poetic.
That's my cat. Yeah.
Yeah, your cat is a different creature.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but I suppose calling your team the Tabbies doesn't quite have the same effect, does it? So.
Hey!
Bulldog sounds
Speaking
better.
of dogs, we have the interview coming in for the enemy team. Let's toss it away. And I do believe it's Cayman that is waiting for us, the mid laner.
Oh.
Oh wait, yeah. Oh wait, I was just hello. I was just yeah. My dog wants a bit of attention, you know, and we also at Bulldogs, right? So we gotta support the dogs also out there, you know. My cute doggy, he has supported me to make the win happen as well. So shout out to all the dog enjoyers. Yeah.
What's the name of the dog? I mean, you gotta introduce the dog now.
He's Tommy. He's really cute, you know. He's always in my arm, you know.
Oh, look at that. So you're telling me that he helped you win this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, like that's the name of the Bulldog Esports family, right? I think we need the power of the dogs, you know, to win. So, I mean, usually, yeah.
You know, account sharing is illegal, don't you?
Yeah, but for the dogs, it's, you know, it's like fine for the.
Hey, that was a wonderful game, though. Oh, look at that tail, though. Oh, come on. That's killing me.
Okay, we should talk a bit about the game. Sorry for not being so professional. This is the only interview I do like this, okay? Next interviews will be more professional, sorry.
No, bring Tommy. Bring Tommy. No, I would fight against everyone for Tommy. I don't know. Look at that. So,
wait, you need...
No,
okay.
He's the owner. Cayman, tell me something. The comeback on this game. I don't care. Continue talking like that.
Okay.
The comeback in this game. How did you feel? Because let's be honest, you got beat up non-stop at the beginning of the game. It was horrible. So how did you get the mental to come back? And how were the calls within the game?
Yeah, so basically I got these negative thoughts, right? And then I thought about my dog and no, joke. I mean the thing is in these games, like we knew we are the better team. It always sounds so fishy, but you actually need to remind yourself that you are the better team, and as long as you get the structure back in, and probably everyone out there saw that we didn't have the structure, we were just getting dove a bit. And also did some greedy things to make us get more dove, but we knew as long as everything is set up again, if it's structured, we can make the comeback. And I think that's what we showed, and I'm really happy for that. I think also we got really insane draft to make these plays, you know. For example, the Aurora, which is often first pick, we got it on second rota on fifth pick. Like we got a lot of OP champs, and gladly we showed that they are OP, you know. And next time, yeah, I have to use my hands and not write patch notes, hopefully.
Cayman, thank you so much for this one, and always bring Doggy into interviews if possible. Thank you.
Well, one quick thing. Solari did like a lot of interviews with my actual brother, Afro Boy, in the Polish league. He was always speaking highly of you, so shout outs to you. One quick time. I mean, now you're casting his his younger brother. But yeah, just wanted to do a quick little shout out, and thank you for all the Bulldog enjoyer or the dog enjoyer, you know, like always the heart, you know, like also if I can do it in my stream, I'm also having always a dog cam, so if you want to see more of Tommy, you know where to, or the next matches. But I'm not sure, maybe my manager will fire me for having such an unprofessional interview. So maybe write in the chat right now, Robin, don't fire Cayman, okay? So maybe that will work. But
Chat, you need to protect Tommy. Chat, you
okay.
gotta protect Tommy.
Thanks for the beautiful interview, and
thank you.
Yeah.
Best of luck. I'll see you next week, and Tommy as well. Tommy, we love you.
Bye bye.
He's gone. I like dogs.
Find someone who looks at you the way Tommy looks at creating
Dogs are so
gaming.
great.
Sorry. It's
That's exactly the sound I have inside my brain right now, by the way. That's actually the sound. But if you want to make that sound of happiness, you can do it by participating on Arozzi giveaway and getting one of those chairs that Solari is currently sitting in. Look at this, beautiful! Head on to Twitter, follow NLC. Head on to Instagram, follow Arozzi Chairs. And then you like and retweet the post. And if you're lucky, you'll get one of these beautiful chairs in your house, so you can not only participate in League of Legends games, but also watch NLC extremely comfortable.
I can confirm. It's very comfortable.
I'm so happy for you. Seriously, like only joy on my face. What about today's results? What about today's results? This was an interesting day to start off NLC 2025 Winter Split. Los Ratones taking the first one, Verden taking the second one. Ratones with a 2-0, Nord compensating for the first loss, and then Bulldogs joining in, winning the great upset to end up the day. So I would like to get your final remarks before we move on to the next one.
I will just say those last two games of the day, we were Verdant Nord and Bulldog Lightside. Both of those games should have gone the other way, arguably. So I think it's going to be really exciting here in Group A. Outside of Los Ratones, like we could have seen a 0-2 day here for Nord, who are also highly esteemed coming into the day. So anything can happen here in NLC.
Best of one.
It's rather fun though that some of our expectations were met today, but also some of them were completely broken. And I feel like that is pretty much the essence of how NLC is going to look in this split. Like there are some things you can expect, but also so many surprises are going to come their way, and I can't wait to see them.
Well, it's a chaotic league. We've all been talking about that. It's chaos all year round. And talking about chaos, well, they're going to be playing tomorrow. With who? Well, I'm going to show you on the schedule. You think it's only one day. We have a lot of days just for you. There you go. This is the schedule for tomorrow. You can expect us at the same time, 18 Central European time. We have Venom Crest, for instance, the winners of the first split. Ruddy joining in. Chaos DMG trying to build up even more in Rich Gang to start off the day at 18 Central European time. With that in mind, it's all for today. We love you very much. And final remarks for the day, both of you at the desk, so I can wrap it up.
Los Ratones, they're the team to beat. Absolutely.
Looking forward to who is going to be the first one to beat Los Ratones, because so far...
And you can see that next week. But tomorrow we have Group B. So keep in mind that. Put in your schedule. Join in as well. And join the fun of Northern League of Legends Championship. Because without you, it's not the same. Come on. So tomorrow, Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship will return with the Winter Split. I'll see you soon. And until then, keep climbing. See ya.